Hello and welcome to Spike Piledriver. We're going to do our first Let's Play series on TEW 9. We're using Coastal Zone Championship Wrestling from the default database, and we're basically going to book this small California independent promotion and try and take them as far as we can in as short a time as possible. But we're going to try and go through every single show and make things interesting. Now, speaking of every single show, there are a couple of things I have changed. Well, there's one. I guess there's 6 things I've changed. In the schedule, I've added some extra shows, and once we've gone through tonight's event, I will go through and show you the schedule as well, because I'm already in the PM part of the show. We've already started booking the show. But I'll go through and show you the events we've done. We've basically compressed the 12... No, added to the 12 shows, not compressed. It's the opposite of compressed. We've added 6 shows to make it 18 overall. Turned our season finale, Welcome to the Coastal Zone, into a 2-night event because that's a new feature in the game, so why not take advantage of it? And essentially added a few shows. We've added a Royal Rumble equivalent, we've turned one of the shows into a Money in the Bank equivalent, and we're going to go from there and see how the year takes us. So 18 shows in a year rather than 12 fleshes out the calendar a little bit more. What we've also done is we've added people into our inner circle. We haven't added anyone to the booking team yet because there isn't anyone to add just yet. We're going to see how we go on just on our own as our own user character, Fox Mask. But looking through what we've done to the inner circle, we've got Frankie Perez and Mask Cougar as our locker room leaders. But unfortunately, as we'll see in a second, they are both in Japan. So it's not worked out great. We have got a talent relations head of, who is Pee Wee Jermaine, who is our senior referee. Frankie Boy Fernandez is our morale officer and the head men's trainer. He's already started helping 8 students today in the first event with their basics and safety. And Mask Cougar's doing the same job for the women. But again, made a mistake here because as soon as I've done that, he's then been signed on a touring deal to go to PGHW, Pride Glory Honor Wrestling in Japan. So that's not going to be ideal. So he and Frankie Perez are both missing tonight's show as they're in Japan. As you can see here, booking team still just Fox Mask, not added anyone to it yet. We shall see how that happens in the future. We might add some more people in. No figurehead at the moment. Nobody is suitable enough. Frankie Boy Fernandez is probably the closest to it, but other people are better in different areas, so nobody stands out as worthwhile doing that. We go through our champions as well at the start of the day. For Frankie Boy Fernandez is our Coastal Zone champion. He's our main eventer, our big star, probably going to get snatched up by a big promotion in the not too distant future. Tag team champions, the Beach Boys, Chet Chavez and Simon Waves. They're current champions since the middle of October, even though the original calendar didn't have a show in the middle of October. That doesn't make sense, but never mind. Speaking of October, the Coastal Zone Extreme champion was crowned at Hardcore Halloween when Carlos Barrera became a 2-time champion. We've also got the COT World Heavyweight title held by Frankie Perez. But again, I've borrowed the Alliance title and then realised he's in Japan tonight, so that's not useful. And we've added 2 special sort of achievements as well. So the Reach for the Sky contract, which is kind of like a Money in the Bank, so it's a ladder match at that event with the same name, which grants the winner a contract to face the Coastal Zone Extreme champion at a show of their choosing over the next 12 months, and that contract can be won and lost after it's won in the ladder match before it's cashed in, essentially. But something that can't do that is the Riptide Rumble, which is a company-wide battle royal, which gives the winner, very, original of me, but a match for the Coastal Zone Championship at the Welcome to the Coastal Zone weekend. Not necessarily on night 1 or night 2, we'll see, but it's a battle royal, basically a Royal Rumble. But don't say it too loudly, it's the Riptide Rumble, and that's what we are calling it. Right, the product for our company is very match heavy if you're not familiar. There's not a face-heel divide, there's not a women's or a men's division, it's all intergender, everything mixed in, and it's very match heavy. 10% angles at best for events, so you'll see a lot of matches and very few angles as we go through to the booking sheet. Speaking of the booking sheet, if you've seen on either the Grey Dog forum or the community page here on YouTube, this is the card that we're going with tonight, apart from card subject to change because 2 people are missing. So if we go back and go on to the actual booking screen and absent workers, Frankie Perez and Mask Cougar are both in Japan, so they're not going to be wrestling in their scheduled matches tonight. So Mask Cougar was in a 6-man, and Frankie Perez was supposed to defend his COT World title against Miguel Rivera, who is now going to drop in to the 6-man, replacing Mask Cougar. So it's kind of worked out okay that we've combined 2 matches into one, but not ideal, really. There we go, that's just how it is. That's what happens when you're a small promotion and some of your stars get taken away to Japan. So what we did as we went through setting up the show is we got a creative finish idea, which you can add here somewhere. Creative finish. So we've stored a likely to succeed creative finish from the booking team. So we're going to add that into our main event to try and boost up the match rating for our main event, which is going to be Frankie Boy Fernandez against California Love Machine for our Coastal Zone title. We've added in a couple of angles as well, which we'll go through when we run through the show in a second. And we've also got basically everyone who's not on the card gets on the pre-show 5-way match. Not done anything other than chucked everyone in the big bucket and see who's going to fall out the other end. That's kind of who gets on the card and wins a match. On the pre-show though, not on the televised portion. I say televised, it's on WrestleWorld, which is on demand, I believe, so it's kind of televised, but it gets us exposure around the whole country and not just in California, which is good. I did go through all the pre-show stuff. There was nothing much to decipher from there. Pee Wee Germain handled a few things as head of talent relations, but nothing we can really have to worry about. If we look through booking analysis, obviously the 2 matches that were added to the pre-show that can't be done, they can't be moved now because I've left it too late to move them, because I looked through the availability section here. If I can find it again. I can't find it again. Okay, I think the availability section is in the events and TV, which I can't get to in the PM. But basically, I looked through there and didn't realise that the tour had started. So Frankie Perez and Masked Cougar are going to miss this show. They're going to miss a couple of other shows. They might drop in every now and then. But I'm probably going to try and get the COT World title off Frankie Perez because he's not going to be around to defend it. But without any further ado, we've got all our matches added in. We've added in a couple of angles just to try and see if they work with our fan base. And we've covered 113 of the 120 allotted minutes. So it's just under 2 hours. Nice quick show in San Diego is where we are tonight. So we're going to go through here. Welcome to CZCW, the Coastal Zone Revolution. This is just the pre-show. Chuck everyone. It's actually got a really good rating. 53 for the pre-show. Eureka LaBelle won this one. I mean, I just didn't set anything other than warm the crowd up. So they're now expectant. Crowd rating up to 21. Wrestling rating 49. As you can see, that's the work of the crowd. Road agent note, that's all we added in. Anything to note on the dirt sheet and the booking details? No. Let's go through to something that will, hopefully, factor into the actual show. So that's a good start, and it's immediately dumped off by Altitude, getting a victory with a 720 splash over Foxmass 2. Again, this one's designed to work the crowd, but the crowd were not particularly happy. A 5 rating. This probably should have gone on the pre-show, but never mind. They're going to get both, get a little bit more exposure. Altitude, we're probably going to try and push a little bit as well. Foxmass 2, obviously our protege, as we are Foxmask, as our user character. But 38 segment rating to start the show, but immediately bettered once we get into our tag team series, where we've got 2 4-way matches. The winners of both will earn a title shot in the future. So this one's won by Bullseye to give his team the title shot. Improve the crowd heat as well. Got a 46 segment rating. I'm not going to pre-book from this screen because we haven't done the title match later, so we could have new champions in the tag team division. I should also mention we've got 1,766 people in attendance, which is a pretty good crowd for a small independent promotion. But we're in San Diego. The next tag match, the next 4-way match for the tag title shot is then won by Amy St. James. So she, along with Ellie DeGrazia, get a title shot as well as Bullseye and Whale on Walls. So a 50 rating here, so slightly better match rating. You can see Jay Becker did a good performance as well compared to the rest of the match. The crowd is now white hot. So that is good and promising. We're building the crowd up nicely and keeping it going with a 54 rated kind of throwaway tag match. Wrestling getting a 45 rating. Basically this let down by Killian Catsby, who was really off his game at an 18. 59 for both of the Wildcats, though. They putting in a strong performance to get the victory in just under 7 minutes. The crowd now very hot. We're probably going to have to keep that going. So now our 6-man tag that had to be changed. Miguel Rivera dropping in instead of Masked Cougar. Those 2 matches that were affected by our Japanese friends. American Flash put in the best performance and got the victory as well with a high velocity senton, 47 average rate, 47 segment rating. Very hot crowd now. We're getting nicely into the show, and we're going to go into a tag team title match as well. Kira Lee putting in a really strong performance, carrying the match, but unfortunately not enough to take the titles. It was an all-out show-stealing contest, but the tag team titles were defended in the end by the Beach Boys as Simon Waves took the victory, submitting Sky Hermosa. 59 segment rating, 50 wrestling rating. Kira Lee putting in the best performance, as said. But Chet Chavez and Willow are an awkward pairing. They've not got any chemistry, which is not good because Willow and Simon Waves have got good chemistry. So maybe if we split the Beach Boys up in the future, we know which way their manager is going to go. It'll be with Simon Waves because she doesn't get along with Chet Chavez. But another good match, and then we're going to drop into our first angle, which has gone down like a lead balloon, apparently. The two teams that I forgot to write an angle description for this one, so never mind. The two teams who won the four-way matches earlier, so that's Amy St. James and Ellie DeGracia and Bullseye and Waylon Walls, are getting title shots at some point in the future against the tag team champions. They've struggled when no one's done any. They've just worked the crowd. There's no dialogue, but everyone's struggled with the dialogue. It's brought them. It's cooled the crowd a little bit, I'm sure. A 26 rating, but we'll skip on from that into a great match for the Extreme title. Carlos Barrera winning with a Curb Your Enthusiasm, a 66 rating, 64 for Barrera, 51 for Perez. Really good, strong showing from the champion to make his second defence of the title, the Extreme title, and we're not going to change any champions by the look of things as we go through the night, but Barrera putting in a really strong performance and getting the victory. Then we've got a pre-tape, which has worked really well. We're going to probably stick to pre-taped angles backstage. So we've got backstage interview with the Guru, Frankie Boy Fernandez taking shots at fellow champion Frankie Perez for being too busy in Japan to make his scheduled title defence. He's going to show the whole roster how a real champion looks when he beats his former tag team partner and friend in the main event, because he is our main event. 59 segment rating. Hopefully now we're going to have the match of the night, and it's going to really end the show in style. 64 segment rating. The creative finish was a failure, and the match was too short. So there we know. We need to know now that main events need to be longer than 18 minutes. A dirt nap from Frankie Boy Fernandez gets the victory, and he makes his first defence of his title. They both put in strong performances, 72 and 56. That's quite good, really. A 64 overall rating for the segment. And as we said, the creative finish did not go down very well, so it could have probably been a better rating if we hadn't put that finish in there. That shows us that we aren't that creative. And again, too short, so okay. Longer main events, noted. But there we go. That was our main event. That's our first show, and it's really good. 57 overall rating because we've got worse production values than some of our rivals. So the music, the live event experience, and the production values itself, bringing down the show, gives us 57 overall rating, but that increases our popularity in 18 regions, which is, I think, every region it's been shown in. Probably looking at the ratings, we should have got a little bit higher than 57 overall, but I think that's a good start to proceedings for Revolution. We'll go through the post-show. We're not going to address the locker rooms now. There's no injuries, which is good. Quick look at financials, and we've made a profit of $21,000 for the show, all on ticket sales, essentially. Broadcast revenue was just about there, which is all broken down by, just because it's advertising, from the broadcaster. Worker costs are the big one, 10 grand, 11 grand on work costs, but nearly 30 grand on ticket sales means we have made a profit on the show, which is suggesting we should definitely do more shows, which is good. Popularity recap everywhere in America and Canada, up, but not up enough to change the rating. So we're still 30 in the Northwest, 44 in the Southwest. So that show rating of 57, keeping us ticking along nicely in all regions. Excellent. No media scrum needed, because who's going to come to a media scrum held by us? And that's it. That's the post-show. We've done a really good debut show. Started a few things, kind of ticked over and got into the swing of things rather than setting any big stories going. But we'll try and do that as we go through further. We'll have a quick look through now. Viewing figures, got 40,000 views nearly on Wrestle World, which is good. much more than who were in attendance, that's for sure. Obviously showing the national reach of the broadcaster. As I was saying, we'll go through the events now. So we've done Revolution already. Next up is Vendetta, but that's been brought forward to early February rather than mid-February. Uprising brought forward from March into Feb. Spring Break Batch, again, brought forward a month. And then we've got 2 new shows added in. So the Riptide Rumble, which, as I said, is kind of like a big Battle Royal, the big Royal Rumble to give us a title match for our main show of the year. Coastal Combat is then added in. And as mentioned, Welcome to the Coastal Zone is now a 2-night event, taking advantage of the multi-day show feature. And then Surf Slam Tidal Takedown added in at the beginning of July, just before Battle on the Beach. Wave of Fury still there in August. And then we've added Coral Clash before the Reach for the Sky, which has been kind of rebranded to that ladder match, as we mentioned. Carnage at the Coast to keep that theme of shows. And then finishing the year with Hardcore Halloween, Showdown at Sundown, and Christmas Cage Chaos, as you would in the default data. So I've kind of made it so we've got shows roughly every 3 weeks, apart from the double header at the end of May, and a bit of a slower end to the year as we get through towards Christmas. So they are the shows. That's the first show of the series. We've got 3 weeks, 20 days now until Vendetta, so we'll build the card up, post that on the community page, and get back with the next episode very, very soon. If you've enjoyed this, please like the video, subscribe here on Spike Piledriver, and we'll be back very shortly with Vendetta in the next episode. Let me know in the comments your thoughts on the show, where you want to be going, who you want me to see booking as well, and pushing, and all sorts. And let me know your thoughts on who should be champions, and maybe we'll have a look at making some changes as we go through the year. But thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Hello and welcome back to Coastal Zone Championship Wrestling with TEW 9 here on Spike Piledriver. My name's Anders and welcome to today's show. In this episode we're going to go through the Vendetta event. We're going to book it and run it and see what's happening. It's our second show of the save, and we've got some fallout from the last show as well to go through as we set up the card. You will have seen the card been posted on the community page and on the Grey Dog forum, so we'll get straight into things. Some things that have happened that weren't covered in the last episode, so company relationships. We have been basically given the developmental contract with Empresa Internacional de Lucha Libre from Mexico. We haven't actually had any new workers come in on development deals yet, but that is something we can look out for in the future. It does mean we have relationships with pretty much every company in Mexico, which is good for a company that's close to the Mexican border. So we will eventually start using some of these relationships we've got with EMLL, CILL, and obviously the new one with EILL. We've also got relationships with IPW and Mid-Atlantic as well, but they, I think, are both members of the Confederation of the Territories, which obviously we are as well, which we're going to actually use the title in today's episode as well. So that is what we're going to do. We're going to go through Vendetta now. We've pre-booked a load of things as well, but we're going to go through, set the show up, because we didn't do that in the last episode, and book the card as well, add some angles in, and get through the show. We're not going to give anyone the night off, because anyone who's not on the main card gets chucked on the pre-show. We're going to go to Anaheim. That's what the game is suggesting for tonight's venue. Fine, that's okay. Broadcasters, again, this is just going to be using WrestleWorld, because they are our only broadcaster. It's a very small internet subscription service, on demand, basically everything in there. Use that selection. Yes. Okay. So the show will be on WrestleWorld. Booking team. I didn't mention, actually, let's have the booking team. I've added the Guru to the booking team as well. Let's see if he helps with booking. Because this creative idea that Fox Mask, my character, came up with last show wasn't particularly good and didn't work. So we've got plenty of stored creative energy to use. We're going to use that today on an angle idea, I believe. I've got an idea. Let's use it. It's a big gamble, no restrictions. So we'll see how it gets on. I'm going to use that in one of our angles that we're going to book for tonight's show. But that's used 40 creative energy, so we should still have about 50 left. Locker room incidents. This is where hopefully our head of talent relations comes into his fore. Blue Dragon has turned up and requested they be allowed to hang out backstage. Yeah, he's got no problem. I've got no problem with that. I mean, does he want to work or is he just going to hang around? Okay, sure, no problem. Crack on. Fox Mask 2, entertaining with a poker tournament. Excellent, well done, good for you. Yeah, fine. Great. Bullseye and Altitude getting into a bit of a fight over a rental car. Pee-wee's giving them a stern warning. Well, giving Bullseye a stern warning. Instant small positive impact on him. Morale boost. Brilliant. Frankie Boy Fernandez is trying to bring Eureka LaBelle into some backstage team bonding, but only annoyed him. Never mind. We're trying. Altitude then got into it. Altitude's not having a good day. Getting annoyed with Frankie Boy Fernandez. Never mind. We'll work through this. American Flash. He is... Oh, okay. He's been talking to Robbie Apex, influencing his behavior. That's a positive. Mas Cougar's actually here. He's not in Japan, so he's helping train 5 students of Kirale, Ere Sire, and Juliet Balconi, who's back as well. Ellie de Grazia and Amy St. James. That's good. Well done, Mas Cougar. Similarly, Frankie Boy Fernandez has been helping out 8 people as well on their basics and safety. Nice, relatively straightforward backstage. I don't really... We'll address... We'll inspire them. Should we inspire them? No? There's nothing else to... We'll do with that. We'll go inspire. 60-day waiting period. Okay, that should give us enough time to inspire again by the end. Oh, the locker room is buzzing and fired up. So we'll be able to do that again before our season finale, which is good. Pre-show complete. Let's get into things. We've got 8 segments, 8 matches booked on the card tonight. We're also going to have a couple of angles as well. Backstage, pre-taped angles, though. We're not making the same mistake as last time. And that is what we're going to do first off. We're going to add an angle. And we're going to go through the quick angle adder because that's just easy that way. Backstage, interview. That is what we're going to do. So, interviewee, we're going to have Frankie Boy Fernandez being interviewed by the Guru, as we did last time. And he's going to be talking about Frankie Perez. And we're going to have Frankie on Frankie. Excellent naming. We're going to call it just a couple of minutes, so maybe we'll go 3 minutes for that one. Fill in angle. Yeah. I'll write up the segment output. Not on screen. You can watch it in the next one, but for now, we'll add that in here. We'll do the road agent notes of the angle idea. A big gamble. We'll stick that on. Excellent. Brilliant. I'll come back and write the segment output in a minute, so you can see that on there. That's one angle. I also want to do another angle where the guy who was basically screwed out of a title match last time around, Miguel Rivera, also being interviewed by the Guru. He's going to lay a challenge out to the winner of the Frankie on Frankie match because he should have faced Frankie Perez last time around. Rivera makes challenge. We're going to cut that again. Backstage interview, 2 minutes. He's basically not happy that he missed out on a title match for the COT title, and now he's not going to have a title match tonight either, so he's just not very happy. Again, we'll add in the segment output, and we'll make it. In fact, we need to make it pre-taped. We need to make the other one pre-taped as well. Yes, save that. We'll go back in here and make that pre-taped. And save details. Content type, what does that do? Okay. Just generic, that's fine. Okay, we're not going to go into too much detail on the angles. And we also need to make one more angle as well. This one, again through a quick ad, should be backstage contract signing, because we're going to have the winners of the tag team match last time, the four-ways match last time, the first team that have won. So that was Bullseye and Waylon Walls. If I can type a W. There we go. They're getting their title match against Chet Chavez and Simon Waves tonight. The other winners will get them in the next show. So they'll face the winners of this one in here. Just to, there we go. Tag. Oh, my hit. Tag. There we go. Hit caps lock. There we go. Not going to do too much. And we'll again have the Guru, because he's just, why not? We'll stick him in everywhere. Yes, fill that in. We don't want it live. We want it pre-taped. It's an angle. There we go. Backstage. Any other options? No, just backstage. Right. Save details. Excellent. Again, we'll write the segment output later on. So there are 3 angles. Now we're just going to go through the pre-booking and add on all the matches that we've pre-booked. I'm not going to... Well, I'll just add on the main event. Why not, whilst we're here? So Frankie Perez, Frankie Boy Fernandez. Add to booking sheets. Again, we need to add the title in. I need to actually, before we do that, cancel, go to Alliances. Where is Alliances? Alliance titles here. We want to borrow the COT World title because that's going to be part of our main event. Title for title, main event. There we go. I mean, what's the borrowing cost? No cost because Frankie Perez is already on our roster. Excellent. So we borrow the title for tonight. Now we can go back in to pre-booking and add that title for title match into the booking sheet and make sure we select both titles here. There we go, COT World title on there along with the Coastal Zone Championship. Ignore what it says over here about Victor and whatnot because we'll see that later. But that is our main event, title for title match booked, and we'll actually make it the main event as well. Let's move it to, there we go. So I'll go through now and add the descriptions for the angles, add the rest of the matches that we've pre-booked, and we'll be back with the show in a couple of seconds for you, minutes for me. See you in a sec. And we're back, right, the Vendetta pre-show. We're in front of 2,000 people in Anaheim, actually. That's more than last time out, 3 weeks ago. But the Vendetta pre-show sees Zell Quinn get a victory with his magic trick, designed to work the crowd, 38 segment rating, 48 wrestling. He was off his game, but he still put in a good performance and got the victory in the opener on the pre-show. And then the Chuck Everyone Else Who's Not on the Card match was a 5 vs 5 tag team contest. And Miguel Rivera, obviously we're keeping him strong. He won for his team. Got the shot in the dark on Fox Max 2. Crowd was not bothered by it whatsoever, but the wrestling was decent. Segment rating, again, 48. Not a bad start to the pre-show. Fox Max 2 was off his game, but everyone else put in a proper solid performance. Now we're going to get into the actual show, and we're going to open up again with an altitude match. We're going to use him as our little prep project, despite the fact he's creating a few issues backstage. We'll see how we get on. But he was kind of overshadowed by his opponent, Viento Negro, today. But he's still got the victory with his 720-degree splash. Segment rating of 34. Crowd kind of put off by a little bit. But the wrestling was decent at 31. We'll see how we can get on. We might have to can Altitude in the future and start with someone else. But he is our current pet project to try and work his way up the card. Maybe in about a year's time he'll be somewhere near the Extreme title. But we'll see as we go through the show. Then we're going to have our first angle of the night. Again, Chet Chavez and Will Arrow, an awkward pairing. We might just want to slap that one off a little bit. But the Guru hosted backstage. And after winning one of the 4-way #1 contenders matches at Revolution, the Gangster Nation won the coin toss and will face the Beach Boys for the tag titles tonight. They sign in the contract right now, and the winners will face Thunderstruck at Uprising later on in the month. So that is a 33 rating, not a bad angle. I made it not improvised, scripted, that's the word. So, because last time out we had some of these guys in an angle and they were improvised, and it went down like a lead balloon. This one's gone a little bit better though, 33. And then we go into our first tag match of the night, the Wildcats ticking over with a victory over the Inner City Express. This one actually was incredibly good in the ring. 60 rating for the wrestling and a 63 overall. A great showing from both teams. I like the Inner City Express. I think they've got a lot of upside. Wildcats are obviously one of our stronger teams as well. They're going to get into the tag title hunt at some point. So victory here helps them out in that one. Tiger Savage, that guy. Tigra. He got the victory with his suplex. There we go. Next up, a 3-way match. This one possibly having future implications on the Extreme title because they're all sort of in the mid-card. Kira Lee getting the victory over Huda Ask with a flying knee strike. Again, a 63 rating for this one. Great in-ring. Even if Johnny Perez was the weak link, he still put in a good performance, keeping the show ticking over with a white-hot crowd right now. This is going to be... This is... If our undercard is performing like this, we're going to have a good future. Right, next up, an angle. Miguel Rivera needed a script. Never mind. Didn't help. He's upset with his title opportunity being missed out of Revolution, and then he's overlooked completely tonight. So he's laying down the challenge to whoever wins the double title match tonight. The Coastal Zone, COT, double champion. He wants them at Uprising. Basically, this is a bit of a make-do because he kind of was supposed to just be a nothing challenger for Frankie Perez in the first show, and then Frankie was in Japan and he's kind of missed out. So we're rolling with it. We're rolling with the punches, but a 26 rating for this angle is not great. It's brought the crowd down a little bit. He needs a script going forward. Then we've got American Flash and California Love Machine in a bit of a make-do team, beating the Apex Twins nice and easily. American Flash once again showing how good he is in the ring with a 72 performance, bringing the wrestling rating up to 50, even outshining California Love Machine, who's one of our main stars as well. So American Flash laying his flag down in the sand, or some beach reference here, because he's going to be one for a title shot in the future, no doubt, with performances like that. Far too short, though, for an important match. I didn't think this was that an important match because it got the Apex Twins in. But duly noted, fans, sorry. Next up, again, this one's a little bit too short. But it's okay. I think it's because it's got Masked Cougar. And this is the three-way for the Extreme title. So Carlos Barrera, once again, making a defense, beating Eureka LaBelle with a Curb Your Enthusiasm. Masked Cougar being involved has obviously made the fans think it's an important match, so it needed to be longer. So it's been dinged a little bit, but still 64 rating, which I believe is match of the night so far. Hopefully won't be match of the night by the time we get to the end of the night. But Carlos Barrera picks up a victory, defends his title. Masked Cougar not involved in the pinfall, though, so we'll keep that one in mind going forward. Maybe that is a future title match with a bit of a grievance on Masked Cougar's part. Next up, we're going to bring down the heat a little bit. But not really that much. Obviously, 58 segment rating here. But Juliet Balconi is back from filming whatever she was filming, and she gets a nice little victory over Onslaught. Strong connection with the young female demographic, though, so she is definitely going to be pushed. She's getting some good reactions from the young girls in the audience. Then we're going to move into our two main events. The tag title match, once again, trying to use this one as a steal the show, and it's done decent, 56. It's not stole the show, though. The undercarders stole the show. But the Beach Boys have retained their titles once again. Simon Waves pinning Waylon Walls. 56 rating for the segment. Crowd is buzzing, though, at the end of it. Crowd rating of only 25, but match rating overall very good. And then we're going to have an angle, and another angle idea being an absolute failure. Never mind. 47 angle rating, though, in the end, not horrific. But basically, after calling out Frankie Perez last time for ducking his challengers, Frankie Boy Fernandez is looking forward to tonight's title versus title main event. He's going to prove he's the best Frankie in CZCW, the best champion, and then the best wrestler in independent wrestling today, because obviously he's going to win his title and wants to win the COT title as well. But we'll see how that goes in a second as we get into our main event, which has got a 79 rating. 79. Ignore everything else. That's incredible. I don't know if that is, incredible for everyone else's standards, but for us, 79, wow. So Frankie Boy Fernandez with the dirt nap in 24:48, so 25 minutes. Long enough, good. The best Frankie is Frankie Boy Fernandez. He's made his second events of the Coastal Zone Championship, and he's won the COT World title, so we can send him out around other territories as well to pick up some more experience. But a 76 rating for the wrestling, 79 for the segment. Just let that sink in. Our overness or popularity or whatever it's called these days is like a lot lower than 79. So that is going to help drag this show up even higher, drag our popularity up even higher. And let's just have a look. Overall show rating 66. We got a benefit from having a wide selection of angles. And obviously we know our production, our music, our live event experience is a little bit worse than RIPW, but they're bankrolled by the SWF, so we're not going to be able to keep up with them. But that main event standing out as an absolute match of the year candidate for us. I don't know if we're going to be able to top that one, but we'll obviously try as the year goes on. 66 rating overall. We'll go through. We'll address the locker room. Let's just Frankie has called out for a great performance. Where's the other Frankie? You. No, that's Gabe Apex. You are praised for a great performance as well. And American Flash put in a great effort as well. We'll put him up there as well, given a compliment and a good performance. Make the speech. Everyone's going to be happy about that because we've not slagged anyone off. But excellent. Right, financial report. We've made some money. 23 grand again on the profit for the show. This is vindicating the idea of going for more shows through the year. We're going to make more money, hopefully increase those finances and do a bit more and be able to afford better production to make the shows even better. Victory cycle, that's what that's called. Popularity recap, everything's gone up. Our Southwest is up to 45. Southeast, Northwest, Midwest, Mid-South all going up one as well. Everywhere is boosted by being on WrestleWorld. Again, a couple of things in Canada jumping up as well, one level. But overall, all of those improvements in those 18 regions cannot go wrong at all. What a great show. No media scum needed. But a 66 overall rating for the show is fantastic. That is not going to be topped, I don't think, for a while, unless we start just spamming Frankie Boy Fernandez against Frankie Perez, because that is clearly working. We've got some other things moving around in the future that we're going to look to do at Uprising and beyond. And if we remember, if we go back through our... That's not the right page. If we go back through our events and TV, we've got Uprising and then Spring Break Bash before we get to our Riptide Rumble, which is a new event that I've introduced. And it's not going to be long until we're welcoming you to the Coastal Zone for our show that takes place over 2 nights, our season finale, the biggest show of the year. But it's Uprising coming up next in the next video. Look out for the card being dropped on the community page very soon. And I'll see you then. Thanks a lot for watching. Welcome back to the Coastal Zone here on Spike Piledriver. It's the TEW 9 Let's Play series and we're on to show number 3 in the default database. Thank you for joining us. Please like this video and subscribe if you are enjoying the series. Follow along the thread over on the Grey Dog forum as well. I'm posting all the prediction cards over there, as well as on the community channel page, community page, whichever way around it is. Anyway, today we are ready for Uprising. It's show number 3. We're at the end of February, our second show of the month, and we've got some Alliance news for the Alliance as well, that we are in the Confederation of the Territories. So first, you can see here the number of companies in the Alliance has increased. We've added All Canada Pro Wrestling and Freedom Caribbean Wrestling as well, to add a little bit more of variety to the Alliance. We also, as our champion, our Coastal Zone champion is also the COT World champion as of last episode. You can see here he's had 2 defences already. If we look at the defence, you can see obviously he won the title at Vendetta, and then a week later defending it in New York, and then straight away, as soon as ACPW came on board, they hosted a title match in their very next event. So he's been quite busy as Frankie Boy Fernandez, 2 defences of just the COT World title, whilst he's not been in the Coastal Zone, but he's back again tonight and he's defending both championships because obviously he is our current Coastal Zone champion. As you can see here, he's defended that one a few more times, but he's defending that one again tonight. We'll get through that one in a second. Also, our tag team titles will be on the line. The second team who won one of our 4-way matches back on our first show, which you can see here on the channel, they'll be having their title match tonight, and there will also be an Extreme ladder match for the Extreme title between Carlos Barrera, who is the defending champion, and Masked Cougar. Right, that's kind of the last bit of housekeeping. I don't think anything else has happened in the 3 weeks since the last show, so let's go straight into Uprising and have a look at what we are going to do on tonight's card. Right, we're not going to give anyone time off because I'm not nice. Location, Fremont, California. We'll just go with that. Why not? It's the 3rd different location. Broadcasters, obviously we want to use WrestleWorld again. It's working nicely for us, allowing us to get that extra bit of bump from around the nation. Booking team meeting. Plenty of more creative energy. It's been useless so far because we've not managed to do anything, but we've got plenty of stored creative energy. We'll do a creative finish, why not? And that's a big gamble, so that's going to work well. And then angle as well, just to try. Oh, a Masked Cougar angle idea. Okay, we'll use that one tonight. Why not? Let's go for that. Here we go. We've used a bit of our creative energy. I'm still not convinced it works very well because both of the ones in this save have flopped. Locker room incidences. So Remy Sky's rocked up. Okay, he's got a bit of a history here. Last worked here in 2014, so nearly 10 years ago. He's a cult favourite. Well, crack on. Come on in. Why not? Masked Cougar has been running some drills for the women's locker room, helping with their basics and safety. We'll get this one every time. Same with Frankie Boy Fernandez. Altitude, clearly not happy with his efforts as morale officer, being a bit of a prickly knobhead. He's currently pleased though, so why not? Why is he just not happy? Fox Mask, me, passing on tips, psychology tips to Fox Mask 2, obviously. It's protege, so that's fine. Well and Walls Oaking Poker Tournament again, another gambling tournament going on. Bullseye forgot to show up to his meeting with the road agents, probably Fox Mask, so that's not very good. But Pee Wee Jermaine gave him a stern warning. Incident handled, nothing noteworthy. Gable Apex getting into a bit of an argument with a fan. Not great. Malik Cash failing to show up for a road agent meeting. Again, not great. He's He's got a small positive impact, and his morale has been boosted. And that is the end of the locker room incidents pre-show. I'm not going to address the locker room today. Let's continue. We've got 9 matches booked on the card so far. There'll be a couple of new names that you will not have recognised from the previous episodes. They are on loan from the rest of the Alliance to try and just bring some people in and try some people out and just have a few different people on the card. But we will get through this show and we'll start booking it because we're going to. That's the point of the video. We're going to add an angle straight away and go through the quick angle ad because we've got that angle idea with Masked Cougar. So we'll try it out. Again, we'll just do an interview backstage because that's the kind of angles we are doing so far. It's going to be with a Guru again because he's there and obviously he's facing Carlos Barrera for the Extreme title. And we will call it that. And once again, as we did in the last video, I'll write the angle up when I've got a bit better idea as to what we want to do with it. I'll write the segment output as well afterwards. So we'll add the angle idea in there. Excellent. It's just a bit of a gamble. We'll try it, see if it helps. Put that angle there. As usual, I want to do another angle with our main champion. We're going to go backstage again. I need to make sure I've done that backstage actually for Masked Cougar just to pre-tape. And then we'll go Frankie Boy Fernandez and the Guru. He's going to talk about how he's looking past Miguel Rivera tonight. Frankie, confident champion. There we go. He's champion for the long term. I think it's fair to say. I don't think it'll come as any surprise that the main event tonight will probably be a title defense, but we'll obviously cover that when we get there. And also, I want to have, when I've added some matches in, let's have a look. So we want to be backstage again because that is what we do. Juliet Balconi, she's going to be interviewed by the Guru, and it will become clear why in a second. But I'm going to have her have an interview about Frankie Perez. Balconi targets Perez for future. There we go. We'll fill in the rest of the details later on once we've done the rest of the booking of the matches. But why that makes sense is, well, we'll just do the pre-booking here. So we'll add in this match to the booking sheet. Juliet Balconi is going to beat Johnny Perez and then lay out a challenge for his brother. So for a future show, so that's why that's happening. I'm going to add all the rest of these in, maybe another angle as well with Frantic Ali, has come in on an Alliance loan, and then we'll be back to run the show and go through what happens on the card. Stay tuned. And here we are then, the pre-show of Uprising featuring I haven't bothered to book you. Here's a Battle Royal for 10 of the remaining roster members, and I just kind of chucked them all in, and Onslaught ended up being the victor, so maybe we'll book him next time around. Interesting to note, we've got even more people in attendance than last time out, 2,259 here in Fremont, California. But yeah, Onslaught wins the pre-show Battle Royal. It builds the crowd up a little bit, decent segment rating. On to the main card, where we're going to bring it straight back down again as the Apex Twins facing a makeshift team of Altitude and Viento Negro, who were opponents last time, but it didn't work very well. Their timing was all over the place. They don't work well as a team, and Robbie Apex was off his game. Altitude was off his game. This is being a bit of a failed push, I'll be honest. 35 segment rating, though, so it's going to boost his popularity. We'll get there in the end with Altitude and his 720-degree splash, but it won't be tonight. Next up, back into some actual good wrestling. American Flash defeated the loaned Frantic Ali in just under 11 minutes with his high velocity senton. 56 segment rating. The crowd wanted it to be longer. Sorry. But it's a good match. Boosted by American Flash's being in amazing form, and the crowd is getting hotter and hotter. Thank you for joining us, Frantic Ali. Sorry we haven't given you the victory. Next up, speaking of giving someone a defeat for joining us on loan, it's Mitchell Aldred losing to Swipe Romero, and he's got a stale gimmick, but that's not my problem. It's the first time I've booked him. 51 segment rating. It gives Swipe Romero a nice little boost as well, and the former Architect coming in and doing the job for us. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Juliet Balconi, who we mentioned earlier as we were booking the show, beating Johnny Perez by submission. Segment rating of 53. Both putting in a decent performance. Again, that strong connection with the young female demographic in the audience is really helping her. We'll probably hear about her later on as well in the show, because we've already booked an angle, which you will have already seen. Next up, it's a 8-person tag team match, 2 sets of tag teams on each side, the Wildcats and the Gangster Nation against California Dreams and Inner City Express. And it's the latter team, thanks to Kira Lee pinning Bullseye following a flying knee strike. This is probably going to have title shot implications, with the California Dreams recently losing a title fight at Revolution. They might be back in the hunt straight away, and it kind of cools off the momentum that the Wildcats were having, but they've still put in a very good performance. A segment rating of 61, keeping the crowd nice and hot. Next up, we go into said tag team title match, and the Beach Boys once again defend their titles with a beach break, and Amy St. James of Thunderstruck is losing. So they tried to steal the show. Has it worked? Probably not. I'm going to stop putting that note on all their title matches because it's not working. Chet Chavez and Willow still are all comparing, but everyone else did good. The great chemistry on show between Thunderstruck as well, helping the match. But another title defense, and they'll probably be facing California Dreams next time out. But we'll get to that one when we get to that one. Okay, Chet Chavez doesn't want Willow as manager anymore. Fine. I'll try and remember to do something about it. As we saw previously, Juliet Balconi not happy and not celebrating her victory over Johnny Perez because she knows, and all of her fans know, that she can do better. So she wants to be in the main event, and she's going to prove it by challenging Frankie Perez to a match next month. She enjoyed being off-script, performed well, segment rating 42. She's one for the future, I think, but we'll see how she gets on against the other Perez brother next month. Right, speaking of, Frankie Perez has just dropped a defeat to California Love Machine, and again, it's too short. The fans wanted a longer match, but sorry. California Love Machine can't wrestle for any longer than 12 minutes, 13 minutes. So that's what you get. 56 average segment rating, not average rating. That's a different game. But again, California Love Machine bouncing back from his title defeat a couple of months ago. Frankie Perez slumping down a little bit with another defeat, but we'll just see how he gets on in the future with that one. Now we're going to have our angle idea, which was another complete failure. This creative energy is not working very well, but Masked Cougar, clearly enjoying the freedom of no script, and he's full of respect for the Extreme Champion after Carlos Barrera won the 3-way at Vendetta, but Cougar's been Extreme Champion before and he wants the title again, and he's going to climb the ladder to get the job done, just like Bob the Builder. That's something entirely different. 48 segment rating, and we're going to see what happens in that title match, because Masked Cougar does indeed become the Coastal Zone Extreme Champion. Great pretty good chemistry at least between the pair of them. A segment rating of 70. Match has been lifted by that chemistry, and we'll probably run this one back again. But Masked Cougar wins in a ladder match to retrieve his second Coastal Zone Extreme title. Thank you very much for your service as champion, Carlos Barrera. You've been wrestling very well, and you've earned a good run with a belt. Maybe in the future a title shot at the Coastal Zone Championship will be in said future. Your former tag team partner is in the main event tonight, and we don't think he's got a very good shot at beating our double champion, and neither does said double champion, as Frankie Boy Fernandez has been defending his COT World title each and every week since he won it. That's 2 weeks, by the way. Continue long after tonight's double title main event against Miguel Ferreira. Basically, he's looking past his challenger, and honestly, he's probably right to, because he's only really in this position because he missed out on a title match when Frankie Perez was in Japan, and that's kind of where he was off his game as well. He gets his big shot and he's off his game. Never mind. Frankie Boy Fernandez, as you would probably have expected, defends his title in 22 minutes with a dirt nap, makes offense number 3 of both championships. Another 70 rating though, despite Miguel Rivera being well and truly off his game. 39 for his performance rating. But Frankie Boy Fernandez gets a good, solid title defense under his belt, and the match rating didn't suffer because of that poor performance. But that's kind of Rivera's last part of the spotlight, because he's not really supposed to be here. It's just kind of by default that he's managed to fall his way into a title match in the main event. But 2 70 rated matches give us a 62 overall, again increasing our popularity everywhere that this show has been seen, and it's another good to great showing. Another couple of great matches in the 70s, Excellent. We're not going to do a locker room address today. You don't have any injuries. Financial report, once again, making plenty of money. We've made a lot of money this month because we've had 2 shows, which is good. Popularity recap, again, everything going up. Everything continuing to rise. Brilliant. We are going to be medium soon. Well, maybe not quite soon, but we'll get there. We'll get there pretty quickly. We'll have a look at the size, actually, just to sort of give you a bit of an idea of what we need to do to move up size as a sort of a promotion size, because we're still small at the moment. But I think we need to be in the high 50s in the southwest. Again, let's have a look here. So Francescali and Michel Alder are gone. Frankie Boy Fernandez likes Carlos Barrera. Can only get better with time. Maybe a title shot between the pair is not going to be too far away. Another 45,000 viewers for Uprising. If we go through and have a look at our size page, you can see here, obviously, we've got 46 in the southwest. We need 59 to move to the next size with 35, which we're going to get in mid-south and northwest pretty quickly, I'd imagine. And everywhere else is slowly building up as well. So medium's not going to be out of the question in probably about a year's time. But we shall get there. We shall get there. What's this showing here again? So Francescali's gone. Okay, brilliant. Michel Alder's gone. Yeah. Is there anything you want me to do about these things, or is he just telling me I've not read them properly? Okay. Yes. Okay. Fine. Thank you. That match might be coming in the next couple of episodes. We've got Spring Break Bash coming up in 20 days. It'll be here right on the channel, and you can watch it along with me. Thanks again for taking part with this episode. Please let me know in the comments down below your thoughts on how we're booking, how the shows are being formed, how the episodes of videos here on YouTube are going as well. Any, tips for how to make these better and more interactive for you as a viewer. I've been Anders, and I will catch you next time here on Spike Power Driver. Get back in the Coastal Zone very, very soon. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Spike Pile Driver. My name's Anders, and today we're continuing our Coastal Zone Let's Play on Total Extreme Wrestling 9. If you've enjoyed this series so far, please like this video, subscribe to the channel, and check out more content here on Spike Pile Driver. We're coming out with guides, experiments, and of course this Let's Play series. We'll be doing a real world Let's Play series when some more mods have been released for the game. Right, without any further ado, we're going to do Spring Break Bash tonight. It's the 4th show of the series. We're in late March. We're getting towards the Riptide Rumble, which is kind of our Royal Rumble kind of event, which is going to help set up the card for our big season finale, the Welcome to the Coastal Zone 2-night event, which is coming in May. So we're a couple of months away from that. We're kind of on the road towards there. We're going to have a couple of championship matches tonight, which is going to run through our champions quickly. Frankie Boy Fernandez is still our Coastal Zone champion. He is also the Confederation of the Territories World Champion as well. He's been defending that title out and about in various promotions. Our tag team champions are Chet Chavez and Simon Waves, the Beach Boys. They've been champions since October of the previous year. And last time out, we crowned a brand new Coastal Zone Extreme Champion, Masked Cougar, getting his 2nd reign with that championship belt, beating former champion Carlos Barrera in a ladder match. If you want to check out that show, obviously the playlist is here on the channel, the videos are here on the channel, go and check them out. Tonight we've got Spring Break Bash, and we're going to go straight into the show. We'll run through a quick look at how we're going to book it, and then we'll go through the results as well. So we're not going to give anyone any time off tonight. I don't believe in that. Basically, if you don't get booked, you get shoved on the pre-show, and we'll just have at it there. Salt Lake City, Utah is the preferred venue tonight. So going outside of California, do people do spring break in Salt Lake City? I'm going to make a change. I think we should go somewhere else. Where is good for spring break in California? Looking through the list, we'll go. Is Long Beach? They have a IndyCar race there. We'll go with Long Beach. Why not? We'll select Long Beach as the venue for tonight. Why not? I don't think Salt Lake City is kind of spring breaky enough. Anyway, let's look at the broadcasters. Obviously, we're going to use WrestleWorld because that's our only broadcaster, and we get some coverage all around. No, I don't want to do that. Use selection. I get coverage all around America and Canada as well. Booking team. We've got a load of creative energy, and nothing ever works. So I'm just going to try again. We're going to go for creative finishers, a couple of them. Excellent. We'll call that V1, or the C1 apparently. It's likely to succeed. Let's try another creative finish because we've got plenty of points. Yes. That's a big gamble. And it's just for Frankie Boy Fernandez when he's going to be the victor. So maybe we'll be able to try that one out tonight as well. Let's see. Right, we're down to just 26 creative energy left. We'll go with that. We'll carry the rest over for the next event. Locker room incidents. Mark Smart has turned up. Why not? I've got no issue with him being here. Crack on. Hang around backstage. California Love Machine pulling ribs. He's got a wild personality. Everyone loves it. Great. Fantastic. Tigre Salvage he wants to become a locker room leader. Any notable... I mean... Yeah, why not? Crack on, mate. Crack on. Masked Cougar is helping out 4 trainees this time in the women's division. It's down from 5, so I can't remember who else was in there who's dropped out, but that's the case. Frankie Boy Fernandez doing the same for the men as well. Eureka Bell has got an idea for enhancing his character. Okay, come, well done. Let's go for it. Why not? And he's not happy with Frankie Boy Fernandez either, which is less good. So please stop that. And that's the end of our incidents. We're not going to address the locker room tonight. I've got nothing interesting to say. There are pre-booked segments. Obviously, when you are watching this video, the card for predictions will probably have already been posted. Hopefully, will have already been posted on the Grey Dog forum and on the community page here on YouTube. So you will be aware of what's happening in tonight's show. But there, it's on screen if you are trying to get a sneak peek. We will, however, quickly go to our Alliance titles and make sure we borrow the COT World title. Obviously, if we have a look at the defences, since Uprising, he's been to New York. Frankie Boy Fernandez has been to New York in the intervening weeks and defending against Brutus Milano, Beasts of War. So good. He's racking up the defences there. He's a good, solid champion for the Alliance and obviously for our company as well. Right, let's go through pre-booking and just chuck on through our main event. So obviously the main event is going to be the title match, a 4-way. We're going to add it to our booking sheet. Don't look at the road agent notes. It will tell you who wins, and that will spoil things for you. If we quickly go through to creative finishes, we've got a creative finish here that Frankie Boy Fernandez is a big gamble. So hopefully it adds a nice bump to our match rating. That 4-way match is going to be our main event, 20 minutes long. Obviously, former tag partners colliding in a 4-way against a tag team. There's going to be an angle of, in fact, yes, I need to add in the COT World title as well, just to make it double title, because that's the way we're going at the moment. And before that, we're going to have our angle. We've already pre-booked some angles, by the way, which is different from what we normally do. I basically got a little bit more prepared. Basically, we're going to have Frankie Boy Fernandez having a bit of a pre-match interview, pre-taped backstage with the Guru. You'll get what happens as we go through. Our semi-main event is obviously going to be for our Extreme title. Again, don't look at the results because it will give away what is happening. We have got a creative finish. Which one? That's a big gamble. That one is likely to... We'll go for another big gamble. We're going to have 2 big gambles in our creative finishes. So we'll try that. And we've also got a Masked Cougar interview, which we're going to have here. Do we have anything we want to add on to the road agent notes? Is there anything we can add on? I don't think there is. No, there aren't creative ideas for angles apparently. I thought there were. I'm confused. Anyway, basically, Masked Cougar's praising his the former champion, and then gets interrupted by his challenger tonight. So that's good. And then I did want to add in the tag title match as well. But what I'm going to do, I'm not going to go through so you see all of the spoilers. We'll cut forward now as the show has been running. But basically, we're going to have 3 angles and a load of matches. I think 7. And maybe I'll add another one in, depending on how much time we've got left. And then we'll do the pre-show with everyone who hasn't been booked. And we'll crack on from there. And basically, you'll see what happens. So join me again in a second. And here we go. We are in the pre-show of Spring Break Bash, our 5-on-5. We haven't bothered to be booked. Match is here, and we've got a massive attendance. 3,429 people have turned up to Spring Break Bash, and the reason for that is we've given, I don't know if it's free tickets or really cheap tickets for Spring Break. We're kind of basically trying to get as many people in the building or on the beach, depending on where it's being held, anyway, to fill out and get a bit more of an atmosphere. The opening contest in the pre-show gets a 41 rating. It's won by the team of Swipe Romero, Heartbreaker, Amy St. James, Elliot Grazia, and Johnny Perez. The other guys lost. You can see on screen who they were. But basically, everyone seemed to be okay. A few people off their game. Could have done a better job of putting the match together. Okay, fine. Okay, next segment, please, as we start the show proper with a 4-way chuck people together and hope for some decent chemistry. Why not? Tag team match. We've got Air Raid Siren and Altitude, who defeated their opponents. Hugh to Ask and Zell Quinn, Eureka LaBelle and Tony the Wonderful, because they've both got similar sounding names. Why not? And Viento Negro and Onslaught. So the first team eliminated was Hugh to Ask and Zell Quinn. Then Negro and Onslaught and La LaBelle and the Wonderful were the final team gone. Looking at the Road Agent notes, Viento Negro has broken his jaw and he was slowed down due to that injury. Nobody had any chemistry notes, but Hugh to Ask did put in a standout performance compared to the rest of his opposition. Looking at the ratings, Altitude still with a 32. But he gets the victory along with Air Raid Siren because we're still trying to push him for some reason. Right, next up, an actual tag team contest between two teams. The Inner City Express getting one over on the Gangster Nation, bumping them up the rankings in the tag team division with a rocket launcher for the victory. A 53 rating for the segment. Pretty good, solid performances all around by everyone. Malik Cash being the top performer. Getting the crowd hotter as we go through. They're trying to work their way up the tag team ranks to get an ultimate tag team title shot at some point in the not too distant future. Then we had a battle of former tag team partners as Carlos Barrera rebounds from losing his Extreme title with a victory in just under 11 minutes over Miguel Rivera, who obviously main evented quite recently in a double title match, but obviously that was just by default, kind of, because he got screwed in the first show and missed his title shot against Frankie Perez. But anyway, Barrera gets the victory. 60 as the segment rating. He's much better in-ring performance than his former tag team partner, and there's a reason he is the one who's being pushed out of the former team. Then we have got Frankie Perez taking on Juliet Balconi, who did the challenge last time after beating his younger brother Johnny. She basically wants to move up in the world. She put in a good performance, but ultimately the P-Clutch got the submission victory for the much more experienced and well-rounded Frankie Perez. 44 rating for the segment. The Road Agent didn't do a great job. I think he's been overworked, was one of the worries earlier on in the pre-booking, and the match was a little bit too short for someone like Frankie Perez being in it. But after the match, Frankie Perez extends his hand to Juliet Balconi, and the pair shake and show their mutual respect. Balconi looks to fight another day. If there's the early formings of a potential partnership between the two, that might be a spoiler, maybe not. We shall see. 45 rating for the angle. It was just a quick minute in the ring. Next up, if I can hit the clicking button on my mouse, the California Dreams have defeated the Beach Boys to capture the Coastal Zone tag team titles. Kira Lee putting in another solid performance. Again, Chet Chavez and Willow, awkward pairing. This may be leading to the breakup of the team. We're going to see if that happens. They have got pretty good chemistry, though, so maybe we just boot Willow out and see how we get on. But Kira Lee putting in the standout performance. The California Dreams have been cutting some good performances as we've gone through the last few months, and they are rewarded with a tag team title victory. A dream drop, putting Simon Waves away. We have new tag team champions. Congratulations to Kira Lee and Sky Hermosa. Next up, thank Mas Cougar, the new Extreme Champion, thanks the former champion, as he's interviewed by the Guru in a pre-tape. Pushed him all the way to the limit at Uprising, but he's looking forward to a new challenger tonight. And just then, American Flash interrupts and tells him that he is his challenger. He will put the title on the line, and American Flash will be the new champion as well. But he didn't do very well without a script. Mas Cougar loved it, though. He improvised well. 46, again, that's okay for an angle for us. And the match is much better, but Mas Cougar gets the victory. A little bit too short. The creative finish was a failure once again. Why are they all terrible? How is that a little too short? It's 20 minutes. That's long. It's quite long. Mas Cougar makes his first defense of the title anyway, the Extreme Championship. American Flash was in form, so that gave it a little bit of a boost. But the creative finish once again screws us over. Fantastic. Now, as we head towards our main event, our double champion, Frankie Boy Fernandez, he's not phased by having to defend his title against all comers. He's got 2 titles. He's facing everyone all the time. He's got his former tag team partner in California Love Machine, who he beat a couple of months ago, and a red-hot tag team in the Wildcats. But he isn't worried, and neither should you be. Welcome to the Frankie Zone. He struggled without a script, though. Multiple takes. It was pre-taped. That wasn't very good. I doesn't normally do that. I don't think he normally does that. 48 anyway for the rating. And now, hopefully, this card is going to be made by a great main event with a great creative finish. If it's not in the 70s for the segment rating, I'm going to be disappointed. So, it's 60. Okay. The creative finish was a failure. We might need to get a second road agent because Dylan Siddle has not done very well all night. 63. This is going to be our worst show, I think, of the series. But anyway, Frankie Boy Fernandez defeated everyone. Pinned El Jaguar with a dirt nap. Made defense number 4 of the Coastal Zone title. Defense number 5 of the Cot World title. Carried the match. He's definitely our top star. But a poor finish and a slightly poor road agent performance gives us a 63 rating for the segment. Was that even match of the night? I've not been keeping track. It was just 55 rating overall. That is the worst show we've put on, and it's taken 3 months to put on a bit of a stinker, but still it's increased our popularity in 18 regions, so it's not bad really. This is the benefit of playing as Coastal Zone. You can have a bit of a stinker and still improve your popularity and increase your popularity and move on. So ultimately, a bit of a downer, but Carlos Barrera put in a good performance, so we'll do that. We're not going to address the locker room. Injury review. Viento Negro's got a broken jaw. He's out for 25 days. He's working through it. Doesn't need surgery. He might just miss the next show just to give him a bit of a break. We shall see. Financial report. Still made a lot of money. Nearly 30 grand for the show. Loads of ticket sales, even though... So they weren't free. They were just cheap. Just to show that in. So there we go. That's worked. That's a good. Popularity recap. We've increased popularity everywhere. Well done. We're slowly ticking up around the nation, so that's good. Keep an eye on that as we look towards moving up in size. That's the end of the show. Hopefully it's been more enjoyable watching than the ratings suggest. It's not been our best show, and next time out we're doing a Battle Royal, the Riptide Rumble, and I'm not sure how they work in the new game because I haven't done one yet, so we shall see. Just to mention, which I didn't mention before, we've got a few people joining, going on tours basically. So Ellie DeGrazia and Kira Lee are now off on tour in Japan, so they may miss the next couple of shows. We shall see. Frankie Perez has got a good opinion of Carlos Barrera. Yes, thank you. I do as well. 44,000 people watched Spring Break Bash on WrestleWorld, and as we mentioned, Viento Negro injured currently with his broken jaw. So there's the news. That's the next signposted where our next show is going to be. We are going to the Riptide Rumble, which I haven't made a logo for in game yet, but I probably will have one at some point in the not too distant future. That is in 3 weeks' time, but obviously that's 3 weeks in game, not 3 weeks in real world. So we'll see you there in a couple of days' time as we get to that show. Again, let me know in the comments your thoughts on the booking we've gone through. If you're enjoying the sort of style of watching me do a little bit of booking and then going through the show as a whole, and how that's working out for you. If you want to see some changes there, I'm all ears for ideas. And any other things you want to comment on as well, let me know in the comments. Please subscribe to the channel, and I will catch you on the next video. Thanks a lot. My name's Anders. See you then. Welcome back to the Coastal Zone and the TEW9 Let's Play series, where we're booking Coastal Zone Championship Wrestling in the default database. Today, we are joining for the Riptide Rumble, which is definitely a Royal Rumble knockoff. I hope you enjoy it. It's the first time I booked a Royal Rumble on the new game. There's some new things included in how to book a Royal Rumble. So if you haven't booked a Royal Rumble, or a Battle Royal at least, check out this video. And please, while you're here, subscribe to the Spike Piledriver channel, like this video, and keep watching more and more content here by me. My name's Anders. Thanks for joining me. Right, today, Riptide Rumble. Let's get straight into things. We've pre-booked a few things. Obviously, we haven't pre-booked all of the details of the Riptide Rumble. We've just chucked everyone into it, so it's on the pre-booking sheet. We're not going to give everyone the night off, because if you're new around here, I don't believe in giving people the night off. There you go. They just go in the pre-show. Sorry. The Grissom Auditorium in the southwest region. Now, I don't know how big that is. How big is that? Can we fill it out? 2,000 capacity. Okay. We'd expect more than that today, so let's not do that. Should we go to Fresno? Let's go to Fresno instead. Use this location. Yes. There we go. Finalised broadcasters. Yep, we want to be on WrestleWorld because, you know, that's where we want to be. And booking team meeting. Let's have a look at the booking team meeting. We've got some stuff. Now, creative energy has given me basically no ideas that ever work, so I'm not going to do anything about that today. I just want to do the show. Locker room incidents. Now, hopefully there's nothing too dangerous here. I've been passing on some microphone skills to Foxmaster 2 because he's my protege, so hopefully he will get better as time goes on. He hasn't so far. Mas Cougar helped 6 students in the women's division with his head trainer. Funky Boy Fernandez doing 8 for the men, and that suggests there's not much going on. Komodo Dragon. Oh, by the way, we've got 2 new graduates from the Coastal Resort, Komodo Dragon and Snapdragon Jr. They'll be featured tonight. But he's already got into a bit of heat after pulling a tasteless rib on everyone backstage. Well done. Good way of making yourself known to the locker room. Thank you. Rumour Bill in overdrive. Apparently, Frankie Boy Fernandez and Tony the Wonderful in a heated argument. Thank you. And that's it. All right, I'm not going to address the locker room. We're going to go into the show. So, as I said, yes, not Frankie Boy Fernandez, Snapdragon and Komodo Dragon, Snapdragon Jr. and Komodo Dragon are our new graduates from the Coastal Resort. We have, in fact, brought them up. So on the card tonight, we've got our main event double title match as we brought in Frederic from Freedom Championship Wrestling on Puerto Rico to challenge for our 2 titles. There is also the 20-man Riptide Rumble and then a couple of tag team matches as well. Obviously, our title match with our new champions, California Dreams, defending against Inner City Express, who won on the last show. It wasn't officially a number 1 contenders match, but we've given them the shot anyway. Pre-booking, we are going to stick our main event in first. And I think Frankie Boy Fernandez and Frederic, the point I brought him in for a one night is because I think he's going to get a great match. So I'm going to use that one as our main event. And understandably, because he is only on here for a single night, he is not going to win the title. And I forgot to get the Cot World title in as well. So I'll add the segment. Frederic doesn't want to... Why? Why? Can we keep him strong? Because this is going to backfire immensely if we can't. Will that help? No. Damn. This has backfired already. Can we make it a DQ victory? Is that going to screw us over? Dusty DQ finish. Loser believes they've won only for a referee to get... Yeah, we'll go with a dusty finish. See if that helps. Is that going to help? Nope. No. Right. Change the victor to Frederic and give it as a DQ. Hang on. Remove the dusty DQ and just can we go? How about a time limit draw? Shall we go for a time limit draw? Let's go for a draw. See if we can get a draw, and we'll add that in. 30-minute time limit. Try that. Blocked it as well. He's not going to want to lose, is he? I'm going to see what I can do and come back to that because that's not good. Also, whilst I'm here, I'm going to bring in the Cot World title. Maybe I just do it for the Cot World title and not the Coastal Zone Championship as well because... Oh dear. Right, we'll do the Rumble next because that's what I actually wanted to focus the booking on as part of this little pre-part of the show. We're going to add that to the booking sheet and we've got we're using creative finish as well on this and we've got 20 men already included. The Riptide Rumble title is there. What we're going to do is we're going to go through and do the Battle Royal elimination. So you can go through and essentially say these are who I want to be eliminated when. Doesn't tell you who's eliminated them and anything like that, but you can do that. Is there still the... where are the rest of... Wasn't there like a most eliminations, longest person in there? Is that not there anymore? Maybe that's not there anymore. You used to be able to have a few extra things in for a battle royal, but never mind. We'll go with that. We'll go with the elimination order first, so we can just basically pick whoever we want to be eliminated, and when we want to be, you can do that. Okay, so who we want to sacrifice someone as the first elimination, and I think it's probably going to be Altitude because he's not very good. So there we go. Then is it going to get rid of him on the list? No, it's not. So that's going to be it's going to be tough to track, isn't it? Who do we want? Let's go reverse way. Who should be the last person? So Carlos Barrera, by the way, is winning. I don't know if I mentioned that or not, but he's winning. So he is going to be the last eliminated. I want California Love Machine in there as well as the last. No, so he's going to be the last eliminated. Carlos Barrera is going to win. California Love Machine needs to be up there. American Flash needs to be in there as well. Who else do we need to have in there? Probably one. We'll go El Jaguar, and then his teammate can be next. We're kind of doing it in a reverse order of who we want to be. You know, who's best. We're going to then bring in Hugh de Ass, because I've got ideas for him in the future. I'm going to give him a good run here. He can be the 15th elimination. 14th elimination. He's kind of Juliet Balcone's there as well. Frankie Perez. I think those two should be around about here. 13th. We'll go for Johnny Perez. We'll do a back-to-back Perez elimination. There's Frankie. Kind of just working the way. See, I thought you. In my head, I thought you were able to add on who did the eliminating, but you can't. So it's kind of a little bit less cool as I was expecting it to be. Down to what have I missed here? Have I missed 3? What's happened? They're not added in. So 14th Balcony, 13th I want Johnny Perez. Why is that not added? Okay, now it has. 12th Frankie Perez. Yeah. Thank you. Now who did I have as 11th? Bullseye? We go Bullseye. 10th. We've got now Miguel Rivera. Then we want one of the former tag champs. Has that not gone in either? Nat's not. There we go. It's hit and miss as to whether the button works, apparently. Zell Quinn, you can have a little decent run. Why not? Swipe, you can be there. Who's even left? Waylon Walls, I don't think has been eliminated yet. No. 5th elimination. Luz Montero Jr. Yep. I think Heartbreaker's still not been eliminated. Eureka LaBelle. There we go. We're getting there. There's not many left. Chet Chavez. And then Heartbreaker. And that should be everyone. Let's just make sure we've got 1st, 2nd, 3rd. No one's being repeated. No. 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. I mean, if we were missing one, it'd be fine. 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th. I've just counted to 19. Excellent. We've got creative finish. Carlos Barrera is going to be the victor. I'm disappointed there aren't choosing who will be eliminated and by who, rather than just the order of eliminations. There's not an order of entrances either, which is disappointing. But that's how you book a battle royal and a Royal Rumble in this one. Excellent. Right, I'm going to try and tackle that issue we had with Frederic and his creative control, and see if we can somehow manage to get a match out of these pair, which isn't an absolute mess. So we'll be back in a second. Okay then, here we go. It's the Riptide Rumble, the pre-show. We managed to just about fix what's going on in the main event, so hopefully it doesn't seem as too much of a cop-out. But in our pre-show match, the only 2 people not booked on the card, apart from Viento Negro, who's still got his jaw injury. Air Raid Siren defeats Killian Catsby in a bit of a poor showing. They don't have any chemistry. Awkward bout, but she gets the victory, and that is our pre-show done. 31 rating, not great, but it's getting the crowd slightly building up. And then we start the show with Masked Cougar in a pre-tape. He's not able to take part in the Riptide Rumble because he's the Extreme Champion, but all his worthy challengers are in that match, so he's got nobody to face. He's made an open challenge for anyone remaining on the roster to step up tonight. 47 rating for that one, and the challenge is by Fox Mask 2. It's not nepotism, but it doesn't seem to work because they don't click. They've got bad chemistry, awkward bout. I Am Cougar, Hear Me Roar, though, gives Masked Cougar his second defense in his second reign with the Coastal Zone Extreme Championship. 45 rating for the segment overall. The crowd are now hot and rising as we build through into our next contest. They've got excellent chemistry pairing together. Get in. Double Dragon make their debut. It's Snapdragon Jr. and Komodo Dragon, who we mentioned in the pre-show. They faced Onslaught and Tony the Wonderful in a makeshift tag team, and the Dragon Drop, which I believe is what I've called it, is a brainbuster into a splash. Onslaught put in a great performance in the ring. The two Dragons slightly lower off their game as well, but they've debuted decent or very good and great gimmicks, and they've got excellent chemistry, so that's just a match made in heaven. Thankfully, that is good. So there's another new tag team for our tag team division. A 46 segment rating gets the crowd up to white hot as we move through to our next contrast. It's basically another tag team match. Thunderstruck get a victory over the Apex Twins. This was kind of just to give both teams something to do because none of the four competitors were in the Rumble. So there we go. Great chemistry once again. Well, excellent chemistry. Sorry, I can't read for Thunderstruck. 48 rating. The Apex Twins doing the JOB in just under 9 minutes. Excellent move forward. Very hot crowd. Tag team title match is a little bit let down. 3 of the 4 competitors off their game. So not great. Still a 59 rating overall. There's California Dreams with a dream drop. Sky Hermosa picking up the victory. All Out stole the show, maybe, maybe not. But they make their first defense of the tag team titles against the Inner City Express. And as we mentioned, there's a new tag team on the scene, so the tag team division hotting up. But the champions make their first defense, 59 rating, and then we're going into the Rumble match. And it's a 70. Excellent. The creative finish was a success. Altitude off his game again, great. American Flash benefiting from being in amazing form. 45 minutes for the Rumble. Altitude out first, then. I'm not going to read through them all. You can read through them all. But Carlos Barrera eliminates California Love Machine to win the first ever Riptide Rumble. 52 for the wrestling, 70 for the segment overall. Is that a bump for being a Battle Royal? Potentially. Is it a bump for the creative finish? Also, potentially. But either way, a creative finish has actually worked. And the Rumble match got a 70 rating, which is good. I should have put that on last. Never mind. We go into our main event. And I had to do it by count out, and the fans absolutely hated it. He wouldn't even accept a draw. This has backfired immensely. I should have gone through and changed the match order, shouldn't I? But Frankie Boy Fernandez retains both titles by count out. Frederic wins because he's a stubborn son of a gun, and it gets a 52 rating overall. This is on the opposite way of what I wanted this to do. I brought him in to give us a decent match rating because I thought the Rumble might be substandard, and he's ultimately been a complete waste of time and money. After the match, though, Carlos Barrera comes out. We're going to ignore the fact that Frankie Boy Fernandez lost via countouts. And our main event for Welcome to the Coastal Zone has been set. Carlos Barrera will challenge the Coastal Zone champion, who is currently Frankie Boy Fernandez. And let's be real, he probably will be by the time we get there in a couple of, weeks, 6 weeks or so. But that is what our current title match at the big show is going to be. And it's a 50 overall because of that main event. I should have put the Rumble on last, even with all of the misgivings about Frederic and his creative control. I should have changed that main event order around, shouldn't I? Damn, never mind. 50 for the show. That's probably going to lose us the regional battle, but I think we've got another show in April as well to hopefully pull that out. Can I make a comment about Frederic being a moody git? Let's see. I want to verbally... I'm going to repeatedly insult him. That's all I want to do on this speech. Didn't seem too concerned. Oh, okay, fine. Sodja. Financial report. Again, good. We made another profit. We're making money. That's good. Popularity recap. Again, the show rating has made us gain everywhere apart from the Southwest. So it's been positive all around, and nobody's coming to a media scrub. So there we go. That is the end of the Riptide Rumble. We'll be back with our next show, which I can't remember the name of because it's a new one, and I can't remember which one I put in April. But once we've gone through, I'll show you what it is. It's the Coastal Combat in 20 days' time. So it's still in April. It's the end of April, so we can turn around the regional battle and not completely mess things up. Frederic, thanks for coming. You've really not been very good. Thank you for nothing. and FCW, because of Frederic, they've lowered their live event experience to volunteers. So good. Not happy with him. Not going to bring him back in again. His overness was supposed to be something as a tool to get Frankie Boy Fernandez more over, but it's just backfired horrifically, and that's what you get for bringing in outside wrestlers for your main event. Not doing that again. Thanks a lot for watching. If you liked the video, subscribe. If you liked how to book a Royal Rumble, it's kind of not as great as I was expecting it to be, honestly. But it was good anyway. We might do a video on how to just book a Royal Rumble match, just as a separate video, and see what we can do there. But thanks a lot for watching. Please subscribe if you haven't already, and I will catch you on the next video, which will be Coastal Combat. See you then. Welcome back to the Coastal Zone and the TEW 9 Let's Play series here on Spike Piledriver. Thanks a lot for joining us. Tonight we're going to do CZCW, Coastal Combat. I need to figure out how to say Coastal Zone Championship Wrestling as an abbreviation in a way that doesn't sound like I'm just saying ZZZZZW. Anyway, tonight's episode is the Coastal Combat Show, the first one of the Coastal Combat event, and we are on the road to Welcome to the Coastal Zone, which will be a 2-night season finale. That's in May. This is the end of April, so we are not long away now. It's the final show before the 2-nighter. If you're enjoying this series, please like this video, like the other videos in the series as well, and subscribe here on Spike Piledriver. My name's Anders, and let's get into tonight's show. And there's not much really to tell you other than at the last event we had a bit of a poor showing, so we are probably definitely in need of a good event tonight so we don't lose the regional battle. Now we're going to head to Stockton tonight because the Grissom Auditorium is being suggested, and it's not quite big enough. I want more than just 2,000 fans in attendance. We're going to use Wrestle World once again, as is standard. This is becoming pretty familiar. I'm going to skip the booking team because I'm not going to get any creative energy spent today. I'm going to save it for the next event and buy a load of stuff there. Locker room incidents, right. Tony did wonderful. Kicking off backstage with Frankie Boy Fernandez. Not great. Well done. Okay, maybe it's Frankie Boy because Eureka LaBelle is doing the same. Okay. Oh, we've got 2 more graduates from the Coastal Resort. One of them is this guy, Jonathan Frost. I think these are generated characters, by the way. I don't think they are proper characters because I think this is just a regular photo. Anyway, California Northern Machine has been talking to him and giving some influence over his behaviour, which is strange because one of them's wild and one of them's a bully. That'll be interesting. Then we've got Waylon Walls and Frankie Boy Fernandez creating fun and having a karaoke machine and pre-show competition. Their over-the-top duet was the highlight. Well done to them. Excellent. Killian Catsby very late. Pee Wee Jermaine gave him a stern warning. Nothing noteworthy happened. Heartbreaker and Carlos Barrera now travel buddies. And Masked Cougar doing lots of training backstage for the women, and Frankie Boy Fernandez doing the same for the men. That is tonight. No addressing to the locker room on this time. We've got 6 matches pre-booked. Quite a lot of title implications. We've got a #1 contenders for the Extreme title, for the tag titles, and we've got a title match for both the world title and the Extreme title. You'll notice as well, Frankie Boy Fernandez versus Frederic is back on the card. Now, I've done something probably a little bit naughty and gamey, but I want him to get his win back, so we'll go through that as we book the show. And speaking of, we're going to book that one first, because that is the main event. So what? In fact, no, we need to do this first. We need to get the Alliance title in as well, because he's been defending that around various... He's done 7 defenses already as well, to be fair. So he's defending that around the houses as well. So, pre-booking, let's drop the match in, and I'll tell you what I've done. So if we add it to the booking sheet, you'll notice here... I've signed him on a handshake deal for 2 appearances just so he can come in and lose. I'm not ashamed of doing that. He used his creative control clause, and I don't understand why, because he's 47 and he put in a bit of a stinker. His popularity is 56. Frankie Boy Fernandez is 48 in the Southwest. So I don't understand why he didn't want to put him over. So I'm going to force him. Basically, I've hired him just so he can do this job. I've got no shame. I'm going to book it. He's going to kick off. I don't care. Don't care. That is what you get. And if he stays around for his final appearance, I'll probably job him out to Altitude or Foxmaster 2. And I'm not even joking. So that's what you get for pulling your creative control clause. And you'll probably never wrestle here again, so never mind. Anyway, we've got something else in store tonight. Speaking of someone who's probably a little bit off the rails. Remy Sky's back for a couple of appearances. We're just going to bring him in. He's not going to hang around for too long. I just want to basically get some of his popularity in the Southwest onto the rest of the roster. We do have our co-main event of Mass Cougar and California Love Machine for the Coastal Zone Extreme title. That's going to be second to last match. We'll drop in Carlos Pereira versus Remy Sky, but he can only go 10 minutes, so it's not going to be as long as some of the other matches. Speaking of number one contenders matches, which I did earlier, American Flash is facing Hugh to Ask. Winner gets themselves an Extreme title shot. And the tag team titles, we're doing something a little bit different. We're having a 6-way between the individual members of 3 teams. Whoever picks up the fall, don't look, it tells you there, don't look. Whoever picks up the fall gets a title match against the California Dreams on night 1, because on night 2, the winner of this match between former champions Beach Boys and a team called Respect, who are Frankie Perez and Juliet Balconi, they're officially a team. The winner there gets a title match on... What have I pressed? That's not gone on to the... Hang on. Add to booking sheet. Book segment. There we go. The winner of that one gets a shot at night 2. So we're stacking title defences for our tag team champions over the 2 nights. We need to add in a couple of angles. And... What's cracking off with it? Oh, yeah. He's angry. Okay. That's fine. We've got a lot of people not being used on this show, actually. Maybe there's going to be some sort of massive couple of battle royals going on. Anyway, we'll be back in a few minutes when I've added the angles, added in a couple of potential other matches, and we'll get through the show in a second. And here we are then, the pre-show. I'm not sure what that was, but I'll start again. Okay, and here we are for the pre-show of Coastal Combat. We basically just chucked a couple of 4-on-4 tags in the pre-show because we had 16 people not booked for tonight. The first one sees Eureka Bell pinning Tony the Wonderful with a Diamond Dust after 10 minutes in the first contest. It was just a jumble of wrestlers on each side. 43 rating for this one. Second one, 51 rating, which saw the tag champs who weren't booked for some reason teaming with Foxmass 2 and Altitude to get a victory over another makeshift team. The tag champs were, unsurprisingly, the ones who pulled out the best performances. 51 rating for that one, and on to the main show, which kicks off with a 4-way tag team match. We have Jonathan Frost and Victor Kim, who are our new Coastal Zone graduates. The previous new Coastal Zone graduates were Double Dragon, who got the victory, and other teams involved were Apex Twins and Inner City Express. A 42 rating for the match, the 2 newcomers being the weakest links, unsurprisingly. But that is another bit in the push for Double Dragon. They move forward with a victory. Not quite ready for a title shot just yet, don't worry. But 42 rating is not bad at all. Then we move on to an actual match that will have title implications as Juliet Balconi pins Chet Chavez, the former champions, losing to the new team of Frankie Perez and Juliet Balconi. A 54 rating for that one. Good match. Again, Chet Chavez and Willow, awkward pairing. That's going to have to be ending soon. I imagine we'll probably split the Beach Boys up and get them to have a fight against each other. Next up, another one with tag team title implications. The 6-way free-for-all between 3 teams. El Jaguar getting the title shot for the Wildcats in this one, pinning Amy St. James. 53 rating. The road agent could have done a better job. Have I overbooked my road agents again? Hopefully not. 53 rating for that one. Moving forward, so we've got 2 new number 1 contenders for the tag titles. American Flash doing the business against Hugh to Ask. Again, pretty short match, and the road agent notes are... I'm going to have to go... I'm going to go back and make sure we've not got the same road agent doing every match that's left on the card. So let's just quickly make sure he's not. He's doing that one. Okay, Fox Mask needs to do that one. This isn't good. Staff, again. Yep, same road agent doing it by default. And we'll do this one as well. Make sure that the last 3 matches are all done by me, because that's just... Yeah, okay, you know, you're still not happy. Continue the show! Right, Remy Sky is back. Sorry for that little interlude. He's a little bit out of it. But he talks up the abilities of Carlos Pereira, and he's loved to fight him in his return match tonight. He's got Surfer Do Dimmick that's got a rating of poor. 39 segment rating, but hopefully the match will be better It's a little bit better. It is 59. Carlos Barrera dragging a good performance out of Remy Sky and the pair, trying to steal the show in 10 minutes. Hopefully that does a nice little boost to Carlos Barrera's overness as we move towards our main event in a couple of shows' time. 59 rating for that one. Thank you, Remy, for coming in and doing the job without complaining. Next up, the Extreme title match. Masked Cougar getting the victory. California Love Machine not being able to go more than 15 minutes kind of hindered this one a little bit. 56 rating, but it's defense number 3 of the Extreme title, and it sets up nicely the fact that we got American Flash challenging Masked Cougar for the title at Welcome to the Coastal Zone Night 2. 52 rating for that one. The crowd nice and hot as we get into our main event, and hopefully this one doesn't flop as badly as the last one. Oh no, that's just the angle. Oh, that's just the angle. I thought the match had tanked. No, okay, it's just the angle. Fine. Frankie Boy Fernandez doing without a script, not very well. He's basically furious that the count-out prevent... I forgot I'd booked an angle. Frankie Boy is furious that the count-out prevented him from officially retaining his title earlier this month. So he lays down the challenge, and Frederic turns up, accepts, and we will run this one back. And he's probably going to regret accepting it. But we get a 74 match rating, so it was worth it. Thank you. He's probably going to be furious and walk out. But that's not the point. Frankie Boy Fernandez gets his win. 25 minutes, dirt nap, defense number 6 of the Coastal Zone title, number 8 of the Cot World title, an 81 in-ring performance. I mean, Frederic's got 48, so what is he complaining about? It's his time to do the job. 74 match rating overall. Excellent. Thank you. That has gone some way to redeem the mess of last time. It's only a 61 overall because the rest of the card was a little bit weak. We've only got one match that was actually above 60. But it's dragged the rating up overall. Not sure what I'm doing with my hands, but we can ignore the fact that Riptide Rumble flumped. Either way, we're not going to address the locker room. Injuries, nothing happened. Finances, we made 25 grand again, as we're seeing here every time. We've bumped up to 47 in the Southwest as well, and plenty of other regions around the country are improving as well. Excellent. Media scrum not happening. I want to see if Frederic is going to walk out or not on his final date, because I would not be surprised if he did. We'll get there in a second as we go through. Obviously, I've been a little bit naughty bringing him in on a normal contract after he used his creative control in the other one. But we'll see. Pay right. Oh, no. Frankie Boy Fernandez, what's pay right? Well, okay. What you on and what do you want? Oh. He's on 40, wants 110. Accept. Of course, you can have that. Easy. No problem whatsoever. Now. Oh, okay. Oh. He's not left. We have won the regional battle, though. Thank you. Thanks to that event that's just happened, so that's good. And we've got plenty of viewers as well. Let's quickly look at the regional battles, because I don't think I've looked at the screen yet. But 61. See, yeah, if we'd left with the 50, would have come third again, like we did last month, which was disappointing. But a victory here means we get a boost to our attendance for the Welcome to the Coastal Zone double night extravaganza. So there we go. 19 days until night 1, and obviously 20 days until night 2. We might do them both in a single show. We'll do the booking for night 1, then run through night 1, and then run through night 2. I mean, if we look here, Frederic's got big morale issues. Never mind. He's angry. Well, we're going to job you out in the next match, and you will never see us again. There we go. So yeah, Welcome to the Coastal Zone. 2 nights will be in one video. We'll book all of night 1, and then we'll run through the results of night 1, and then run through the results of night 2 to keep some intrigue about what happens in our multiple title matches on that second night of the doubleheader. Either way, if you've enjoyed this video, like it, subscribe to the channel, get ready for the next video here, and we'll see you next time. Thanks a lot. I've been Anders. Welcome back to the Coastal Zone, and welcome to the Coastal Zone, the 2-night special for our season finale here on Total Extreme Wrestling 9. This is a Let's Play series in the default database. If you enjoyed this video, please remember to like it and subscribe to the channel here on Spike Piledriver. My name is Anders, and let's get into things. Right, before we get to our night 1 of our 2-night special, which we're going to cover all in a single episode, 4 wrestlers have handed in their notice, and they will be gone in 18 days, which is a bit gutting, because Swipe Romero, he was, coming along nicely. Eureka LaBelle, again, decent part of the undercard. But the key one here is Juliet Balconi, who is scheduled to fight for the tag team titles on night 2. And spoiler alert, they might have won them. She was also scheduled to face Remy Sky on night 1, and she was definitely going to win that one. But if she's leaving now, I'm not going to put her in that match. And she's going to be off to film a TV show at the end of the month as well. So, sorry, love, you are not getting your push anymore. And unfortunately, I had just officially made them a tag team. Frankie Perez and Juliet Balconi as individuals, but a tag team called Respect. So that's now going to be ending after one match officially. Well, 2, because they'll have the title match as well, which is unfortunate. Willow leaves. She's the manager of the former tag champions, the Beach Boys, but she'd only got good chemistry with one of them. So that kind of means I don't have to split them up now, I guess. And also joining is Snapdragon, who has recently left his job at EILL. So he's back in the Coastal Zone to provide a mentorship role for his nephew, Snapdragon Jr., and tag team partner Komodo Dragon as part of Double Dragon. So maybe we'll have some trios matches where we triple up the dragons. Triple Dragon seems fine, or Dragon Cubed, or however you want to go through it. But that is the latest on contractual issues going forth. We have got some things also happening with some very minor appearances on contracts. So Frederic, who we brought in just to screw over because he refused to job to Frankie Boy Fernandez, he's got one match left on his contract. He'll be jobbing to someone small and minor just to piss him off even more on night 1. And Remy Sky's got 2 appearances left as well. He's going to be on night 1 and night 2, and then he'll be gone. Also interesting to note for Frederic here, who refused to job to Frankie Boy Fernandez when he was on loan. Obviously came in, he was angry about it, but he did so. And then Frankie Boy Fernandez went to Puerto Rico and beat him anyway. He's nowhere near as over there as he is in the Southwest, but he had no problem putting him over in his own territory, which makes no sense to me whatsoever. And it wasn't a particularly good match compared to the one we had when I brought him on his little screw you contract. But never mind, that's what happens. Apparently, could only manage to beat him by count out the first time, and then he's done the job to him anyway. So whatever. I mean, if that's how you're going to play the game, that's how you're going to play the game. Speaking of the COT World title, Frankie Boy Fernandez has now defending it 9 times. If we have a quick look, I think that was the only defence between the shows. Yeah, so he's been to the Caribbean, basically, to defend it there for the first time. He's a fighting champion. He's defending it everywhere possible. So that's good. Right, on to tonight's event. We've got night 1, which I will go through booking-wise, add things into the show, add the angles in, run the show, and then I'll skip forward to running night 2 as well, because I want to keep some things a little bit secret as we go through and not ruin everything just before we get into them. So we'll go through into night 1 right now, and we're not going to give anyone the night off because I don't like to. Even though I could probably make some more money if I didn't make use of everyone and pay them all. But there we go. We're going to go to San Francisco as our region hosting venue place thing for tonight's show. Broadcasters, again, Wrestle World, because they are our broadcaster. Yes. And the booking team, yeah, let's have a look. How much stored have we got? Loads. Stored at the full capped amount at 250. Okay, we need to spend some creative energy then. Creative finish. Yep, that's a near certainty, including Frankie Boy Fernandez. That's good. Brilliant. Creative finish. Let's do another one. This one is a safe bet and there's no restrictions. And we'll do a final creative finish. So we've got 3 of them. This one, again, another safe bet. We'll call that V2 because it's going to have the same name. So there we go. 2 safe bets, 1 sure thing. Great. So that's 150 used. We've got 100 points left. We'll go with a couple of angles. Why not? That's a safe bet. Wonderful. And another angle. Also a safe bet. Right, that's version 2. Done. Okay, so we've got plenty of things that should work. They should, in theory, work. Let's see how they get on, because they haven't been doing very well for us so far. Locker room incidents. Frankie Boy Fernandez trying to bring in Eureka LaBelle for some team bonding. Didn't work. Just annoyed him. He's leaving anyway, so why bother? Backstage, rumor mill. California Love Machine and Miguel Rivera getting into a heated argument. Not great. Okay. Mascuga doing some good training with the women. Frankie Boy Fernandez doing some good training with the men. And that is nearly it. Oh, Victor Kim, who's one of the new rookies who's just joined us from the Coastal Resort, is getting on really well with Frankie Boy Fernandez, so that's good. Malik Cash doing a classic rib on Tigre Salvaje, and it's okay. Everyone's laughing. Brilliant. That's good. We like that. We're going to skip the addressing the locker room because we're going to do something big for night number 2. We've only got 4 segments pre-booked in this one for night number 1. We've got our double main event from night 2 in a tag team match because it's like WrestleMania. Why not? Foxmax 2 may be defeating Frederic in an opening contest, potentially. Not going to put any spoilers out there. Triple Dragon taking on in a trios match, and then a tag title bout. Obviously, we've got 2 tag title number 1 contenders, so we'll be doing that first one tonight as well. So we'll add all of those. In fact, we'll bring in the... No, we don't need to bring in the announced title tonight, do we? Because it's not a title match. We'll do the pre-booking matches first. So our main event will be this one. Add it to booking sheet. Yep, that is our... Maybe bump up the time a little bit. There we go, 25 minutes. Then we're going to bring in our tag title match. That one, excellent. And then our three-way, our trios match. Yep, getting the Snapdragons over. And spoiler, Foxmax 2 is going to beat Frederic. Not at all bothered. He's furious. Don't care. Sorry, you should have done the job when you were brought in to do a job, and we wouldn't have this issue at all, would we? No. If we look at pre-booking for night number 2, actually, whilst we're here, because we can, we've got more matches booked for night number 2. Hugh Dask is going to fight Remy Sky, Mask Cougar and American Flash for the Extreme title, Frankie Boy Fernandez with Carlos Barrera for the double title, California Love Machine against Snapdragon. It's sort of like a dream match, I guess. 4-way tag team number 1 contenders match, and also the tag team titles there as California Dreams would defend against Respect, because, spoilers, they're going to win against the Wildcats tonight. So that's what's in store for night number 2. We've got another half hour or so to book for night number 1, maybe about another 50 minutes actually. So we'll go through there. We've got loads of people who haven't been booked, but obviously we don't need to book everyone tonight because we can book them tomorrow night as well, because it's a 2-night event. So we'll go through and do something like that. Let's drop in a singles match first. We want to use, in fact, we'll exclude already booked. We're going to use Remy Sky here and see who we can give the rub to. Frankie Perez, I mean, he doesn't really need it. California Love Machine doesn't really need it. There's Remy Sky and the well-known. So someone on the recognisable list. Obviously, we've got Hugh Ask facing him tomorrow night. Maybe someone like Zell Quinn. Everyone else is in a tag team. Maybe we'll bring Zell Quinn in just to see if he can beat him. So Remy Sky is over of 38 in the Southwest. Zell Quinn at 22. Hugh Ask, 24, who we're fighting in the next night. So maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll get Zell Quinn in to beat Remy Sky. I mean, it'll be the start of a push for him, I guess. So we're not... Remy Sky's literally been brought in to do 3 jobs. So we'll try and steal the show with this one as well. Why not? And see if Remy Sky's happy to do so. He is, of course he is. Why wouldn't he be? We'll bump that one up there because it's obviously going to be better than the Fox Mask 2 jobbing over Frederic. So that'll be good. 81 minutes now booked. We're going to add in our traditional wild. We'll do another trios. We'll bring in a trios division. Why not? Let's see what tag teams can be chucked in here. So Respect are going to be included in the tag title match in night 2, so they can come in here and get a victory with the Apex Twins on the other side, and then we just need some singles people on there as well. Maybe we'll continue the failed push of Altitude, give him, the teaming with Respect on the three-man team on that side of things, and Eureka LaBelle's leaving, so you can go in here to eat the pin. There we go. Just set this up. We'll get Altitude to get the win over Eureka LaBelle. Why not? We'll drop that in there. See who's unhappy. Nobody. Excellent. So that's got us over the threshold for 90 minutes. We still want to book another sort of 20 minutes and then a couple of angles as well. So we'll do that. And if we go through and have a look now, maybe another tag team contest. We'll do another 3-way match. Just drop in some more teams in here as well, just to get things going. So Thunderstruck and Beach Boys, they can go. So Air A Siren can team with Thunderstruck, and the Beach Boys can have Onslaught on their team. And we'll basically just drop that in for 11, 12 minutes. Not put a winner in, and just let the road agent sort it. I mean, I'm technically the road agent, so I mean, no, Dylan's the road agent for this one, but we'll just go with that. We've got no preference over who gets the win in that match. And then we'll just drop in a couple of angles as well to round out the show. Probably pop something in the pre-show as well to heat the crowd up. And we'll be back in a second to go through the card for night number 1. And then we'll do the same for night number 2. Okay then, here we go with the pre-show for night number 1. It's only being held in front of 1,000 people, actually, which is disappointing. I think I've upped the tickets for the 2-night event, so that might be why. But never mind, we'll go with it. In the pre-show, we've just got a 8-man tag, basically. Viento Negro gets the win over Swipe Romero. 41 segment rating, Jonathan Frost being the weak link. We've just chucked in a load of no-names to try and fill out the pre-show. But onto the show proper. And our first no, not triple. I was going to say 3-way or triple threat. No, trios match sees Onslaught and the former tag champs, the Beach Boys, beating Air Raid Siren and Thunderstruck. So that's going to move forward nothing really. It's a bit of a throwaway to start the show, but we're not going to be on throwaways for much longer as Altitude gets the win when he teams with Respect against Eureka LaBelle and the Apex Twins. Obviously, Frankie Perez pulled up everyone's performance here because he's just so much better. 46 segment rating gets things rolling nice and tidily. We've now got a hot crowd as we move forward to the matches that really matter, and the first one of which is Fox Mask 2 absolutely humiliating Frederic with a Fox Hunter in just under 10 minutes. Gets a 34 rating. Doesn't matter, they didn't have chemistry, it was awkward, but it gives him a nice boost of popularity because why not? Frederic will never be seen here again. Sorry, not sorry. Remy Sky then does the deed for Zell Quinn, and this starts our impromptu push of Zell Quinn because, I mean, why not? I mean, Remy Sky was off his game, as he always is, but Zell Quinn put in a good performance. Gets a 49 rating, not a 79 rating. That would be incredible. They did okay. They got the crowd buzzing as they tried to steal the show, but the segment rating did okay and will bump Zell Quinn up, and hopefully he will be nicely primed for a push going forward. We might chuck him in a tag team at some point as well to see if we can get him up the card. Speaking of tag teams, Snapdragon is back, and I forgot to make this scripted. Never mind. It gets a 19 rating as an angle, which it was a success, the angle idea, but I forgot to script him, and he's not happy about it. Oh, well, I didn't do very well about it. Anyway, we see the return of the original Snapdragon. He talks about how proud he is of his nephew, Snapdragon Jr., and wants to lead him and his partner, Komodo Dragon, all the way to the Coastal Zone Tag Team titles. That road starts tonight with a trios match, and he's much better in the ring than he was on the microphone, and he helps the team get a victory over Johnny Perez and the Inner City Express. Perez takes the pinfall from Snapdragon Jr., who we will be pushing, obviously, as part of this tag team in general, but he does decently enough in the ring. The guys on the other side of the ring putting a better in-ring performance. Even Snapdragon at his old age can only manage a 37, but a 47 segment rating gets us moving nicely on that new storyline / angle. California Dreams have defended their second defense of the tag team titles, first over 2 nights by defeating the Wildcats. Kira Lee getting the victory of El Jaguar with a dream drop. As I said, second defense of the titles, 14 minutes gone. Crowd got nice and hot after this one. A 65 rating for our semi-main. I think it's the semi-main event tonight. It should be the semi-main event tonight, which is good because hopefully our main event will be even better and get that overall rating for the show nice and high in the 60s. Next up, we had a 2-part angle just before the main event. Frankie Boy Fernandez talks up his run as double champion, both COT and Coastal Zone. He's ready to defend his titles once again tomorrow night. And then we cut to Carlos Barrera, who's been on a roll after losing the Extreme title. He earned his shot in the Riptime Rumble, and he will be looking for the gold again tomorrow. 46 rating keeps us nicely in tune for our main event, which gets us 78. Frankie Boy Fernandez and Mas Cougar, the champions going into night number 2, are defeated by Carlos Barrera and American Flash. Barrera getting one back on Mas Cougar with a Curb Your Enthusiasm after losing his Extreme title to him a few months ago, and that is the victory there. Even with American Flash off his game, he's in amazing form, but he's off his game. A bit of an oxymoron there. Everyone got a good in-ring performance. Frankie Boy Fernandez leading the way. Segment rating of a 78 to finish the show in style. It did the business. Hopefully this means an overall rating of the show in the 60s. It does. 64 would be even higher with the production being bumped up, but I don't see the need of spending extra money on the production to match the RIPW when we're still getting gains everywhere on our popularity with shows like this. Yes, the overall show would be rated higher if we had those production increases, but we don't need them. Essentially, that's where I'm at. I don't need to address the locker room. There's no injuries. Financial report, money, not as much as normal because we've had less people in attendance. I think we've just upped the... I can't remember exactly, but I think we upped the ticket prices for the double show. So, okay, fine. Popularity-wise, it's gone up everywhere. We're up to 48 in the Southwest. Northwest at 35. Mid-South up to 30. Doing nicely in Canada as well. We're getting that little spill over into Mexico for 14s in the two northern regions there. So we're doing well across the board. I'm happy about that. And that's the post-show complete. Now, obviously, Frederic is gone. Sorry, not sorry again. And we're nearing the end of quite a few people's contracts. This will be the last show for a lot of people. So we'll send them out in style on their back looking at the lights. Obviously, Remy Sky is one of them. And all of the people who just decided that they were leaving. So there we go. Frederic gone. Kira Lee's off to Japan again on tour. Frederic gone. Good. Juliet Balconi talks well. Give her promo time. I would, Frankie. I would, but she's leaving us, so I can't. 50,000 watched on WrestleWorld. Excellent. And these are all the people who told me they were leaving at the beginning of May. We've covered them already. Right. What we'll do now is I'll go through and book night 2 in secret. And you'll be back in a second to see how we get on. Okay then, here we go for night number 2. We're back in San Francisco. We've got just over 2,000 people back in attendance again tonight. It's our season finale, and the pre-show sees 2 people who are leaving us. Swipe Romero and Eureka LaBelle going down to the Apex Twins. Gives them a nice little rub as they leave a 50-segment rating for the pre-show, which was nice as well. Obviously, the 2 guys leaving put in a better performance, but that doesn't matter because they're going. On to the beginning of the show, and Brendan Idol randomly turned up backstage and asked if he could have a job tonight. So we said, yes, you can do a job tonight. And he did one for Frankie Perez, who's missing out on a tag team title shot, which we'll cover more later in the show. But it was a good match, 50 again on the segment rating. Brought the crowd up nicely and gives Frankie Perez something to do on our season finale. Moving on to our already scheduled contests. The 4-team elimination match for a tag team title shot was won by Double Dragon. Excellent. And they've got good chemistry, as we've already covered. So, fantastic. It's Willow's last night as well, so we're not going to have that Chet Chavez note ever again. 52 rating. The Beach Boys were out as the last elimination. Gangsta Nation first, Thunderstruck in the middle. The Dragons doing everything they can to get a tag team title shot, despite Snapdragon Jr. being the weak link and struggling to keep up with everyone else. Never mind, we'll carry on. Going forward, Huda Ask pinned Remy Sky with his cutthroat driver. He got another victory. Remy Sky, once again, off his game. It's his final night. They tried to steal the show. 57 rating. Remy, thank you for coming in and doing 3 jobs. See you in 10 years. Thanks a lot. He's just like Jeff Hardy, isn't he, basically? Next up, Juliet Balconi has apologised to Frankie Perez for leaving. She's off to film a new TV show and try her luck wrestling elsewhere. She also references the fact that she respects the tag team champions who they should be facing tonight. But Kira Lee's off to Japan, and I kind of missed the fact that her tour started tonight. So, Juliet Balconi will face Sky Hermosa today in her final match, and she did well, 42 rating, but she's also doing the job to Sky Hermosa, who puts in a great show, gets a 61 rating for the match, and is kind of, by proxy, defends the tag team titles in a singles match, and they did a good job. Thanks for coming, Juliet. You're off now. Maybe again we'll call you back in the future, but thank you for doing the business on your way out. And then we have a bit of a dream match of sorts, not really, because it kind of everyone was off the game, and it got a 46 rating, brought the crowd down a little bit. It's a bit of a shame. But California Love Machine did a job, won over Snapdragon with an LAX departure, 13 minutes. It's a bit disappointing. Neither man put in a great performance. Snapdragon probably can't go very well in the ring anymore. But this is probably going to be last singles match. He's just going to be in trios with his tag team that he's now managing as well. But the 46 sets us up nicely for a fantastic finishing run towards the end of the show. Our double main event, our double title match. American Flash won the Coastal Zone Extreme Championship by defeating Masked Cougar in 21 minutes with his high velocity senton. Both of them put in a great performance. American Flash is in amazing form, and we had a creative finish. That was a success. A 79 rating for the segment. I think that's our best match so far, as our main event has the potential to outdo it. But we do have a new Extreme Champion as we go through our final show of the season, our season finale. Coastal Zone, welcome to the Coastal Zone night number 2. And before we get to our main event, Frankie Boy Fernandez reiterates what he said all along. He's double champion for a reason and will remain double champion forevermore. But can Carlos Pereira do the unthinkable and upset the apple cart and take both titles? No. In a ladder match, Frankie Boy Fernandez won. He got the title belts from the hook. Defense number 7 for the Coastal Zone Championship. Defense number 10 for the Cot World title. And they've got great chemistry. And they got a 78 rating, which would be fantastic if not for the fact the match before it got a 79. The creative finish was a success as well. And that is a fantastic closing run to our main show of the year. Got a 68 overall rating. Our 2 main matches delivered. They have been the stars of the show and the stars of this series so far. Once again, if our production was higher, that overall rating would be higher than a 68, but it's done the business. We are going to thank Frankie Boy Fernandez on a fantastic performance. We're going to do the same for Carlos Pereira on a fantastic performance, and American Flash as well. Sorry, Masked Cougar, I've only got 3 people that can praise. Anyway, thank you. Everyone's happy. Brilliant. Yeah, pleased. Very happy. Seem pleased. Brilliant. Financial report. Made a load of money. Excellent. 37 grand on this show. We're over 300,000 now. Popularity boosted everywhere. Once again, up to 49 now in the Southwest. It is on a roll. And there's no media scrum because that's just because we're a small company. Anyway, hopefully Welcome to the Coastal Zone has been a success for you, the viewer, as much as it has been for me, the booker. I've enjoyed booking this show. It's been great as an overall show. Remy Sky's gone. Yeah, we knew that. And 53,000, which I think is the most viewed on WrestleWorld. A quick recap of our champions. Frankie Boy Fernandez still the Coastal Zone champion. He's now going on for 155 days. 7 successful defenses. Tag team titles should really be on 3 defenses. I'm glad I put both title matches on the weekend. Never mind. And we've got a new Extreme Champion as American Flash becomes a 4-time champion. Excellent job in the main event of the night. In fact, we'll go for the top 100. That was definitely the best show we've done. What about best matches? Yeah, number 1 and number 2. So we've now got 4. Oh, it was equal actually with Frankie Perez and Frankie Boy Fernandez getting a 79 as well. I forgot about that one. I thought that was a 78. But we put in 2 great matches. Or 3, if essentially over the nights, over 2 nights. The 3 of the best 4 matches we've done this year came over this weekend, so that's excellent. We're losing 4 people at the end of the month. Frederick's gone, Remy Sky's gone. We're going to be down to 37 active wrestlers, which is still perfectly fine. Speaking of what's coming up next, though, we've got Surf Slam in about 3 weeks, which isn't very long at all. It's literally 3 weeks until Surf Slam, and I'm not sure who we're going to be booking where in that one. So I'll go away and I will have a look at what we can do for Surf Slam and put on a good show for you guys next time out. Once again, if you've enjoyed this video, remember to like it and subscribe to the channel here on Spike Piledriver, and I will see you next time. Thanks a lot for watching. Welcome back to the Coastal Zone, and this is Spike Piledriver, the Let's Play series in the default database, and we're going through to our new season. We're starting with Surf Slam tonight. Obviously, last episode was our double-header season finale, and we are basically taking Coastal Zone Championship Wrestling all the way we can. Tonight's Surf Slam event will start the new season, technically, I guess, but there's not really a real season. We're just going through it. My name's Anders. If you like the series, please like the video and subscribe to the channel here on Spike Piledriver. We're doing lots of fun things all the time. Right, tonight's show is, we're just going to go straight into it. It's going to be headlined by a series where we're going to essentially get to our next challenger, because when we left off at Welcome to the Coastal Zone, we didn't really have a way forward as to who was going to be challenging Frankie Boy Fernandez for his double championship. He's obviously the Coastal Zone champion and the Cot World champion as well, part of our alliance. We're going to go through, basically there's nothing much to do until we get to locker room incidents, and then he's got a creative finish. Thank you. done my job for me. Mask, in fact, that's about it, I think, by the looks of things. Max Cougar and Frankie Boy Fernandez helping out training. Huda Ask failed to meet up with a road agent. Probably me. I'm not happy about that. He gets a stern warning from our head of talent relations, Pee Wee Jermaine, who then pulled a rib on Waylon Wall and had everyone laughing. Well done to him. I've been passing on tips to Foxmax 2, and that's the end of the pre-show. Right, tonight's event has got 4, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, fatal 4-way matches or 4-way elimination matches. The winners of those 4 events go on to our next show, and the winner of that 4-way faces Frankie Boy Fernandez for the title. So in tonight's title match, Fernandez is defending against an Alliance loanee from New York Championship Wrestling in Masked Stranger. I think we might do that one just for the COT World title and keep the Coastal Zone title off the card until we have ourselves a new #1 contender, and we've pre-booked a couple of angles as well. So let's get into things. Before we do that, let's just double check. No absent workers tonight. I know some people have got tours starting in Japan again. And also mentioning Japan, whilst I'm here, we have agreed to take excursions from World Level Wrestling as well, which is kind of a similar size promotion to ourselves in Japan with a similar style. So hopefully we'll get a few people in there. We still haven't received any developmental workers from our Mexican counterpart yet either, but we'll see how we get on. Right, main event will be obviously Frankie Boy Fernandez. Before we do that, we need to make sure we've got the Alliance title, which we have. He's defended that one now 11 times. In fact, he's done one since I last checked. He has defended against Ox Mastodon and Bull Wrecker. He's been in the Caribbean once again in Freedom Caribbean Championship. No, Freedom Caribbean Wrestling. It's his just his second defense there. Okay, I thought it was more than that. But he has defended it once again. So we've got the title in. We can do the pre-booking and we can drop that one into the booking sheet. And what we will do is we won't make it for the Coastal Zone Championship. We'll just do it for the COT World title. And it's going to pop up and tell me that that's, yes, yeah, I am sure. And there we go. Before that, Frankie can do his angle here. We'll drop that one in. Add that. You'll cover that. Oh, that's all been used somewhere else. Okay. That's it. Are you sure about that? Okay. Fine. Drop that in. Why not? I don't know where. Maybe I've used that. Maybe I used it both on my 2 angles that I'm doing here. Then we've got 4 ways to basically determine who's going to be the next challenger. So we'll just sort of drop them in any old order because, let's be fair, they're all going to be good matches. And you might be able to tell from some of the participants who's going to win them. I'm trying to click through them nice and quickly so you can't tell. But then we're also going to drop an angle in here, which have we not already... Can we use that? Currently assigned. Why is it currently assigned? What's it currently assigned to? I'm not sure, but we'll book it. Maybe have I done a angle in a future anywhere? Is it? I'm confused as to what it's left. Okay, no, it's... Don't worry about it. It'll all make sense at some point, I'm sure. Right, we've also got our tag team titles being defended by the California Dreams against Double Dragon, who have earned themselves a title shot. And spoiler, they won't win. We do want to go back in here and use the creative finish that Frankie Boy Fernandez has created for himself. It's extremely risky, so we'll add it in just in next match. It's a little bit of a throwaway, but we'll go for that. Okay, yes. Brilliant. Right, we are pretty much booked for the night. A lot of people aren't being used, which is disappointing, but we do actually want to include American Flash because he's red hot, and we're going to drop him in a tag match with A-Cup. So basically all the challengers who could face him for the Extreme title are kind of wrapped up in the world title. It's not really a world title, is it? It's a Coastal Zone title, #1 contenders tournament. So we're going to just sort of drop in with this one. We'll make it to try and steal the show as well because we haven't got a steal the show in just yet. Well, American Flash can team with somebody. He's the only major star. Any stars? No. Any well-known? Snapdragon. He can team with Snapdragon. Why not? There's a bit of a... And we'll make him face the Apex Twins. No, we'll make him face Thunderstruck because it'll be a better match. There we go. We'll drop that in as a quick 8-minute steal the show, and American Flash can get the victory. Just as a bit of a warm-up for him, a tune-up match. There we go. Everyone else can be dropped in to a pre-show match. How many we got? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, we'll go for a pre-show 10-man tag and then a triple threat as well. And I'll be back in a second with the actual results of said show. And here we are in said pre-show. So our triple threat match in front of 3,338 people in Tucson, Arizona. Johnny Perez picks up the victory in a triple threat with a triple jump tornado DDT, beating Tony Wonderful and Louis Montero Jr. 47 rating, great, gets everyone on the card, gets everyone a payday. And then in our 10-man tag, Altitude, because we're still trying to push him, gets the victory over Victor Kim with a 41 rating for the segment. Also, something I didn't mention, we've had to replace the Guru because he's off to TCW, I think. So tonight's his final night. I think he's in one angle. But he's been replaced by Mac something, an Australian guy who has come in as a colour commentary, as part of the commentary. Anyway, in our first match of the actual show, American Flash and Snapdragon defeat Thunderstruck, with Snapdragon being the weak link, American Flash carrying the match as you would expect. And it's kind of just a bit to get everyone out. American Flash being in amazing form again. Thunderstruck with great chemistry. It's 54 rating. It's a good solid opener. Snapdragon is the weak link, as we would probably expect him to be, but never mind. Then we go forward into the tag team title match, straight into the thick of the action. A 56 rating. So the California Dreams have dragged Double Dragon up to a good rating. They get their third defense of the tag team titles because we didn't do 4 because of the other one. Welcome to the Coastal Zone, thanks to Juliet Balconi being a traitor and leaving us. 56 rating for the tag title match, another solid defense. We built Double Dragon up and they did okay in the spotlight, and Frankie Perez needed a script and I forgot about that. Never mind. After being distracted by his former tag team partner, who we shall not name, and their unsuccessful hunt for the tag titles, Frankie Perez is focused once again. He's got his sights on Frankie Boy Fernandez and both of his titles. He'll go through all 15 other wrestlers to get his shot tonight, and he should have had a script, even though we've pre-taped. Never mind. 41 rating. And the first of those matches, so we've got 4 four-way matches to determine the 4 people who are going to the number 1 contenders match next time out. This one was won by California Love Machine in 13 minutes, pinning Chet Chavez, a 58 rating for the first one. This is probably going to be weaker of the 4 matches. That's why it's up first, and it's followed by a match which was weaker than it. Cursed it. 56 rating saw Carlos Barrera taking his way through to the next round, again in about 13 minutes, this time pinning Waylon Walls. Moving forward again, okay, so the first one was the strongest rating of the 3 so far. Frankie Perez getting the victory over Bullseye, getting him to submit with a P-clutch. Another decent 56 rating. This is kind of going to show where the card's going to end up being ranked, unless the main event can drag it up. But I thought this one would be better. Again, another victor. Frankie Perez moves on, and then this one's dropped even further. What's going on? Masked Cougar with the victory. Pinned Heartbreaker with a high rise Cougar pounce. He was head and shoulders above everyone else, but still didn't drag it up. Match was too short once again. Maybe that's the problem. 54 rating, and now it all hinges on our main event. The first time, though, is an angle as Frankie Boy Fernandez addresses his challengers with the other 3 men who took part in the double main event at Welcome to the Coastal Zone. So the guy he beat, Carlos Barrera, the new Extreme Champion American Flash, and the former Extreme Champion Masked Cougar. He bested them all and will fight off any challenger who comes in his way, including New York Championship Wrestling's Masked Stranger tonight. And hopefully this one is a good rating and pulls the show rating up, otherwise this could be our worst show yet, and it's only a 69. His creative finish did not work. It was a failure, but he gets another defense of his COT World title in 25 minutes with a dirt nap. Frankie Boy Fernandez continues his role. And that's a lot of talking in a lot of time without much of a breath. A 59 rating, it's okay. Not amazing, it's not the worst we've done, but it increases the popularity once again. Everything is solid, if not spectacular. That main event could have done with being bumped up a couple of points by that creative finish, but never mind, it wasn't to be. No injuries to report. Finances, once again, lots of money coming in. 50k for the show. Popularity everywhere, boosting up again. Wonderful stuff. And then that's the end of that one. Right, it's kind of a bit of a filler show here at Surf Slam. not the kind of show I like putting on, but we're building towards the future. We've got 4 people left in our number 1 contenders series. And if we look at what we're doing next time out, the next event is titled Takedown, and that pre-booking is already in place. Masked Cougar, Carlos Barrera, Frankie Perez, California Love Machine. The winner goes on to whatever the show is after that, which is Battle on the Beach, to face Frankie Boy Fernandez for both titles. He'll have another defense of his COT World title in the interim at Title Takedown, which is just in 3 weeks' time. It's still in June, so we've got double event in June this time around, I think. Or is it just falling into July? No, it just falls into July. It's the 2nd of July. So it's only 1 show in June. But 2 shows in July, which takes us to the next month, obviously. I hope you enjoyed this one. Please let me know in the comments your thoughts on some of the booking in this series, who you'd like to see go where. Again, please subscribe to the channel, like all the videos you watch, and I will see you on the next one. Thanks a lot for joining me. Goodbye. Hello and welcome back to the Coastal Zone Championship Wrestling Let's Play series here on Spike Piledriver. Today we are going to show you the Title Takedown event, and we'll go through booking that event and getting through to our main card. Right, tonight we've got the final match in our Contenders series. Obviously, if you remember last time, there were 4 four-way matches, and now we have 4 contenders left. The winner is the number 1 contender and will face our champion, Frankie Boy Fernandez, at our next event, Battle on the Beach. But tonight, it's Title Takedown, and here, straight into the event. Again, as standard now, we don't give anyone time off. And we're going to Tucson, Arizona for Title Takedown. Yeah. Well, why not? Let's do that. I mean, tides in Tucson? I'm sure there is. It's alliteration at the very least. Broadcasters, obviously, will remain in the world because we do. And we'll go through. We won't do any booking team meeting today. But locker room incidents we will do, and some of them will have been dealt with by Pee Wee Jermaine, such as Bullseye getting into a bit of an argument and therefore a fight with our loney Knuckles, who, spoiler, will be facing Frankie Boy Fernandez for the COT World title tonight, and he gets into a bit of a scrap. Excellent. Killian Catsby does nothing on the show, but he's lifted the locker room with a silly game that he's created backstage. Good for him. Simon Waves and Snapdragon getting on backstage. Snapdragon already providing a positive stage environment. And speaking of not very good negative impact, Frankie Boy Fernandez, who was our morale officer, getting into a bit of a heated argument potentially with Onslaught. Don't like Masked Cougar doing some good training, and Frankie Boy doing some good for the men. And Killian Catsby's getting ribbed a little bit for some of the influence that California Love Machine is having on him, including some of his mannerisms. So there we go. That is the incidents. We're not going to address the locker room as we go into the show, and we go straight into things. These are the matches that we have got pre-booked. We'll go through those as we book them onto the card. We'll also have a few angles and potentially a few more matches to add. First, though, we are going to make sure our Alliance title. And speaking of the Alliance title, you can hear Frankie Boy has been out all throughout June. Obviously, he defended in FCW on the night before Surf Slam, defended at Surf Slam, and then went to Canada and Mid-Atlantic as well, and defended in some pretty good matches there, putting on show-stopping matches, show-stealing matches, match of the night. I'm not sure. I've not actually checked whether they're match of the night, but I assume so, with ratings like that. Still our champion. He's already defended it 14 times since February when he won the title, but there we have it. He's going to do tonight. But that won't be our main event of the night, because on be our 4-way match for the number 1 contendership, who, spoiler, it tells you on screen who's going to win it, but if you're listening, you won't have seen that one, so never mind. Then we'll have our match for the world title, which I need to make sure is for the COT World title. It is Frankie Boy Fernandez defending against Bulls. Yes, we're okay with it not being for the Coastal Zone title. Then in our other title match, well, we've got 2 more title matches actually. American Flash is going to defend against the guy he was teaming with last Yes, it was actually last month. It was a few weeks, 3 weeks ago. So American Flash defending his Extreme title against their veteran Snapdragon. Oh, I've not selected a winner. That's not very good. That note said there. I'll select spoiler. It's a defense of the title. Then we have also got a tag team title match and a tag team #1 contenders battle royal all in the same night. So 5 teams will go into a 10-man battle royal. The winning team, spoilers, get the title shot, and that is the title shot, which we will have make sure for the title. Yep, it'll be California Dreams against the winners of the tag battle royal. 2 teams that aren't in the tag battle royal though. Our new team, Tandem Offense, which is Who to Ask and Zell Quinn. Both of them picked up good victories over Remy Sky over the Welcome to the Coastal Zone weekend. They're going to do battle in, I think, their first official tag team match against Gang. Trying to remember whether I had them in a match at Surf Slam or not. And the aforementioned team battle royal also going to be stuck on at the bottom of the card to open the show. We do look like we might need to put on a couple, maybe 1 or 2 more matches, but a couple of angles as well. But what we'll do from here is we'll go through, make those final changes to the bookings, and then run through the card itself and show you what goes on at Coastal Zone Championship Wrestling Title Takedown, hosted in Tucson, Arizona, because for reasons I'll see in a second. And here we are then at the pre-show for Title Takedown. In the first pre-show match, we've got 3 of them tonight because we've got quite a few people, well, an odd number of people not on the card. So we've gone for a 3-way first, and it's Fox Mask 2 getting the victory over Luis Montero Jr. with Robbie Apex also in the match. All 3 of them putting in a relatively decent performance. Segment rating 43. The crowd is starting to warm up. Of our pre-show matches, the next one is a 4-way. Heartbreaker got the victory over Tony the Wonderful with Killian Catsby and Onslaught in the match. Onslaught head and shoulders above everyone else. Killian Catsby the weak link. Again, 45 rating, pretty good to keep the crowd. And then the last pre-show match was a 6-way with Gabe Apex getting the victory, pinning Victor Kim with a super kick. 39 rating. Victor Kim and Jonathan Frost obviously lagging behind everyone else as they are brand new to the wrestling business. But the crowd is just about ready for the show. With a very good Battle Royal getting a 59 rating. And if you didn't see the earlier part of the show, you won't be aware, but El Jaguar won for the Wildcat Snapdragon Jr. off his game, but the crowd getting nice and hot. Show off to a strong start with a 59 rating. The wrestling was pretty good as well. Crowd getting on their feet, hot and rising as we move to this contest, which brings them down a little bit but keeps them hot. Altitude beating Miguel Rivera after a 720 splash. The push for Altitude continues. Sorry, Miguel, you are the weakest link. But you're not going anywhere. 40 rating for that one. Let's move on to our and bring it back up again as Tandem Offense get the crowd buzzing with their victory. Who to Ask pinning Bullseye after the cutthroat driver. 58 segment rating. Nice performance from everyone involved there. Who to Ask and Zell Quinn now in the tag team division. Hopefully going to push themselves towards the tag team titles, or at the very least a tag title shot with that victory. #1 contenders, well, they might be now because it was the Wildcats, but they were unfortunately not successful as the California Dreams make defense number 4 of their tag team titles. A 62 rating, but Sky Hermosa, despite picking up the victory, sustained a sprained ankle and unfortunately was very much off her game, dragging the match down a little bit, but hopefully that injury is not going to hamper her too much going forward. Potentially they might be losing the tag team titles if she is particularly injured. We shall see as we get to the end of the show later. Oh, well, there's confirmation of the. We'll see what the diagnosis is after the show. But next up, American Flash defends his Coastal Zone Extreme title for the first time, actually, which I forgot because he didn't defend it last time out. He was in a tag match, but he beat Snapdragon and managed to keep a decent performance out of the veteran. We protected Snapdragon, but the match in the end ended up being a little bit too short for their liking. 52 rating gets the crowd up to white hot as we get to events. So first up, Mac Smith interviews. Mac Smith's our new colour commentator, by the way, replacing the Guru. Frankie Boy Fernandez has been interviewed and he talks about his challenger tonight, Knuckles, and he makes a joke because he thinks he's a Sega character. He's going to act like Sonic and kick his ass so fast that he won't know what hit him. I probably would quite like to work a Tails pun in there as well, but there we go, I'm not that good. Tonight is defence number 15 for the COP World Champion, and there is no doubt that he's going to walk out with the title. Well, with both titles, only defending one of them tonight. And it was a little bit disappointing. 65 rating for the segment. Knuckles can't go very long. He's not got that much stamina, so that's why it was quite a short one, just under 10 minutes. But the crowd wanted a longer match, and Knuckles has got a pretty stale gimmick, but that's not my fault. I don't book him week to week, so he needs to work on that himself. Another defence for Frankie Boy Fernandez, though, number 15 of the COP World. And then we go straight into our main event, which gets a 68 rating as Masked Cougar outlasts three of the men, Carlos Barrera, Frankie Perez, and California Love Machine. Just 25 minutes it took, and Masked Cougar pinned Frankie Perez with the I Am Cougar, Hear Me Roar. No other notes about this one. All around a very good main event. 68 rating. Hopefully that will be enough to give us a good rating. Before that, though, we finish the show with Masked Cougar being joined in the ring by our double champion, the Coastal Zone champion, Frankie Boy Fernandez, and the pair stare each other down. As the show closes, the angle idea worked. Thankfully, they've started working for us. 57 as a segment rating to close. That gives us an overall rating of 60, which is, I think, the same as Surf Slam. So we're staying steady without having a main event title match to finish things off. But next time out, we've got Masked Cougar taking on Frankie Boy Fernandez for the two titles. And I've got great confidence that that one is going to be an absolute barn burner. Obviously, the production has lessened the overall show rating, but that's just a consequence of not paying loads of money to get our production higher. To that little bit of a hit, we won't address the locker room. We'll have a look. She's only out for 7 days, so Sky Hermosa will not be missing any shows as our next event is in 3 weeks, because that's fine. 7 days is not 3 weeks. Made some money again, just under 50k on the show. Plenty of ticket shirt sales. I mean, to be fair, the show costs, we could probably start. What does show costs cover production? Possibly not. We could probably with the money we've got in the bank. We probably could. Looking at the popularity gains again everywhere in that yellow, suggesting we're getting great popularity gains from every show. Only really one place in the US didn't go up a point on the overall, so Tri-State at 4. Everywhere else has gone up 1, up to 50 now in the Southwest, which is nearly matching our highest popularity performer, which is Frankie Boy Fernandez, which is, I think he's on 53, he might be on 54 now for a victory, but I can check that after the show. But again, on the popularity side of things for the company, Wrestle World working out nicely in terms of all the popularity gains we are getting from our shows. If we quickly look, here, Knuckles gone. Sorry, goodbye. See you next time. 54,000 people watched down. Sky Mouse is out for a week. Then we look at Costa and Frankie Boy Fernandez. His popularity is at 53, so he's just a tiny bit above the company. And if we have a look at our production costs as well, we can probably I think we could probably bump it up for the 500 a night per shows. Okay, that's fine. An extra $2,000. Oh no, it's costing $2,000 there. I'll see whether I think we could probably bite the cost of a couple of them at least. So we'll see. Anyway, that is all for today's episode. It's been great seeing you here at Tidal Takedown. Next time, Battle on the Beach in just 3 weeks' time. That'll be here in 3 days' time on the channel because we're running a show every 3 days on the current Coastal Zone Let's Play series. If you enjoyed it, please subscribe. Please like the video. Please watch more content by myself here on Spike Piledriver. And I'll be back in a couple of days with the next show. Thanks a lot for watching. I'll see you then. Welcome back to Coastal Zone Championship Wrestling here on Spike Piledriver, the TEW 9 Let's Play series. And we're towards the end of July and we've got Battle on the Beach tonight. And we've got some, one of which we've been building to over the last couple of months, the championship match between Frankie Boy Fernandez and Mas Cougar. But I've got my suspicions that Mas Cougar might be off in Japan, which is not great. Pre-booked match, but we will go through the show and have a need to do to try and deal with that issue. We're not going to give anyone the night off, and we are happy to be at Long Beach. That's fine. Broadcaster-wise, once again, as you've come to expect, if previous episodes will be because that's the only broadcaster we've got. Booking team meeting, again, we'll just let that one happen in the background, and we'll come back to that later and get some more booking ideas. They've been a bit hit and miss so far on the game, but locker room incidents. There's been no pre-show incidents, by the way. Komodo Dragon and Quincy Jargon have to be separated after a heated argument. Kira Lee and Chet Chavez are now apparently seeing each other, according to the hot gossip backstage room. Amy St. James has got into a bit of heat with the locker room behavior. Nothing coming from Pee-wee. And Mas Cougar's got a creative finish. Does that mean he's here? If he's coming to me backstage with a creative finish, does that mean he's here? This might be fantastic. We shall see. Jay Becker brought before wrestlers court, moaning all the time, bumming everyone else out. Frankie Perez has made him shut up and pay for everyone's drinks after that. Positive impact, never mind. Mas Cougar is definitely here by the looks of things, so that's good. Training backstage with the women, as Frankie Fernandez is doing with Al, and I've been passing on some tips for psychology for too. I think basically the issue I was going into this show, sorry, there's another one here between modern musicals. Excellent, well done you guys. The issue I was expecting was the event is not going to happen, but absent workers, nobody is absent, so it's a storm in a key. Mean that the Pride Glory Honor Wrestling Tour has ended, because that's where let's just have a look where he is, because does that mean he's okay? So he's there, and I'm sure they've got a show. Never mind, crack on. It also means we've got plenty of people in this one, so we can just sort of go into get through the pre-booking that main event in to our booking card. We'll add rather. And it can be for just the Coastal Zone Championship. We're not going to double championship every match now. Because, well, why not? Defending it everywhere anyway, the ECOT World title. So we'll go with that anyway. We've got a Mas Cougar. So that only works when Mas Cougar is set to be the winner. And he's not going to win this one, so we won't do that. And the other creative finish is being used tonight. So we'll just go with the main one. We have also got a bit of a tag title conundrum in that we've not got any challenges again. So we're having the champion Sky Hermosa and Kira Lee into a three-way match against American Flash for his Extreme title. That's happening. We're going to have a series of matches which will hopefully give us a number one contender. The first one, or the main one, will be the Wildcats against Tandem Offense, which is our tag team of Hugh Ask and Zell Quinn. They are going to get the victory and put themselves at the very top of the tag team. Speaking of the tag team, there between the Inner City Express, that's who, and the Beach Boys. I nearly forgot what the teams were called there. And then Double Dragon against is the other number 3 contender, I guess. Is that how we're going to? Maybe the winners of this one will face the losers of this one, and the winner of this one will face the loser of this one. Maybe we'll do it like that in some sort of strange laddering series where we'll get through. I don't really know. I'm not sure. But we will see. Anyway, the winner of this one between Tandem Offense and the Wildcats will face the tag champions next time out at a show which I can't remember the name of. I'm going to have a look. I can't look. I'll look at me. Wave of Fury. That's the name. The Battle of... Excellent. I prepared for this episode. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut forward now. I'm going to add the last few matches in. I've added the 5 with pre-booked. Add a couple of angles, and then we'll run through the show and have a look at the results. Hang tight, we're back in a second. And here we are then, Battle on the Beach pre-show. We're in Long Beach, obviously, and 3,768 people are in attendance. First pre-show match sees Altitude continue his ill-fated push with victory over Johnny Perez and Miguel Rivera, getting the pin over Perez after his 720 splash. His in-ring performance is doing okay, 36. It's kind of along with the lines of everyone else in the match, and the segment seemed to just about get the crowd moving a little bit. Expectant simmering is the current set of crowd heat at the end of the match. 44 rating for the segment. Johnny Perez off his game. In the next pre-show match, we had a 15-man battle royal because a lot of people weren't booked tonight. And that gets a 47 rating overall. And we get through all the way to Bullseye winning. Because why not? It's on the pre-show. Who really cares? He was off his game as well, which is annoying. Snapdragon was the final elimination. The older Snapdragon, that is. Okay, into the show. Opening contest sees Double Dragon get a victory over Thunderstruck, a 51 rated match. Lots of excellent chemistry going on in this one, and the crowd definitely got the show off to a good start. This match with the crowd getting hotter, and Double Dragon getting the victory. Snapdragon once again, Snapdragon Jr. that is, once again with a Dragon Drop getting the pin over Amy St. James. They move up in the rankings, and they will this one as the Beach Boys beat the Inner City Express. Malik Cash with a Chetinator getting pinned by Chavez. I got that the wrong way around. But 54 rating for this one. Again, crowd getting nice and hot. Into our next contest, and this one is the number 1 contenders match, and it gets a 70 rating. Tandem Offense getting a very big victory over the Wildcat. Hugh to Ask with his cutthroat driver, and this one stole the show as intended. A 70 rating, that is pretty darn good, particularly for the 4th match down on the card. So next we then have a little bit of a slightly down one as an angle comes in. Hugh to Ask, after the victory, goes backstage to talk to Max Smith, and he and Zell Quinn tell Kira Lee and Sky Hermosa that they need to focus on the tag titles, not the Extreme title that they've got a match for later, because the Tandem Offense team are serious challengers. And speaking of our tag team champions, they're not in this match, they're in the next one, because I forgot. I've added in another number 1 contenders-ish kind of match. I'm not sure whether this is for the Extreme title or the Coastal Zone title. It needs to be for one of them, because neither have a defense next time out. Anyway, Carlos Barrera beats Frankie Perez in the 3-way. California Love Machine also involved. 72 rating, again, and another incredible match. The match ratings on this show have been really good. Oh, and I completely forgot. We've done production changes, and I've not even covered them in this video. I will cover them at the end. So we've spent a lot of money, basically, to get our production up, and that's something I should have mentioned, and I forgot. Next up, a 3-way for the Extreme title. Sky Hermosa, being the weak link, didn't really matter because it was still a 76 rating. These are some great matches. American Flash getting the victory, retaining his title. Now, is this because we've improved our production that we're getting higher segment ratings? That could be why. Maybe that's why. Creative Finish was a success. American Flash in amazing form makes defense number 2 of his Coastal Zone Extreme title, and we go through a pre-main event angle where Frankie Boy Fernandez is just gloating that he's happy Mas Cougar's the new number 1 contender because he's got his number and thinks he'll be an easy title defense. Main event 74. I was expecting it to be a little bit higher. Just under 30 minutes it took, just before Frankie Boy Fernandez hit the dirt nap to get defense number 8 of his title and close out a fantastic show. Rating is 71. The only bit of production we haven't bumped up to the same level as RIPW is the music, because it costs too much. But a 71 rating overall is definitely going to win that regional battle, because that is a lot better than everyone else. And great showing. Financially, I mean, we've still made some money, actually, so that's good. I'm a little bit surprised. Maybe by the end of the month we won't have made as much money. Maybe this is just a really good investment doing these production changes. So I doubt that it cost us 20 grand extra a month, or maybe it was 30 grand extra a month. Either way, we got enough fat in there to basically cover it. So I decided to go for it. Popularity-wise, we are bumping up everywhere. 51 now in the southwest. Excellent. We keep moving forward. That is the end of Battle on the Beach. I will go through the production changes, and then we'll start looking at the next show, which should be in about 3 weeks' time, I believe. Because 3 weeks' time for Wave of Fury. Now, production-wise, if I could find the production... So, we have basically upped the production values and the live event experience. I think they're the ones we bumped up. Anyway, it's cost us more money. We have also bumped up music to in-house, but if we look at the rival, RIPW have got minor license, so it's a little bit more money, which we don't. Well, maybe we will have actually if we look at the month. Finance-wise, if we go to the right finance page, wherever that one, it's not easily laid out, is it? This screen. There we go. Fine. We've spent a lot more on production this month than normal. Yeah, it's about 20 grand extra than we normally would. By the time we get to the end of the month, it'll be a little bit higher. And again, 2 shows worth of things, so you've got to kind of compare this one here to this one. So it's 15 grand at the minute higher. By the end of the month, it will be a little bit more. But that's fine, I think, because performance-wise, we're up there. Ticket sales have just gone through the roof. So, excellent. I think it's money well spent. I mean, I might even bump just to get rid of all of the potential warnings and penalties that are on there, because I think we can afford to do it, and I think we're doing well with it. Next time out is Story, which is our middle of August show, the only show we've got in August, then followed by Coral Clash, which is the new one, and then Reach for the Sky, which will have our 6-way ladder match for the Reach for the Sky contract. I need to go through and add on some more logos that I've created. All the ones I've created so far, I've added in here. So Revolution, these are all what were on the thumbnail, basically. So I need to add them back in for the shows that haven't happened yet, because I've added them in for the ones we've done, which is all of these. Obviously, if you look through here, brilliant, there's Surf Slam, Title Takedown, and I haven't done Battle on the Beach yet, because I haven't made the thumbnail for this video that I'm now currently recording. This has gone on too long, I think. Viewing figures, 60,000, excellent. We get, in fact, one get before we eyes. How far off? So we need 59 in the southwest and 35 everywhere else. That is going to be attainable, I think. If we're going up 1 every show by another 8 shows, what does that take us to? If we've got, for the end of the year, we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 shows until the end of the year. I reckon by the time we get to the end of February 2023, we'll be at medium and bumped up in size. It would be a fantastically quick turnaround. 14 months to go up in size would be great. But we shall see how we get on with that one. And you can carry on watching how we get on as we move into the next episode, which will be Wave of Fury. And if you haven't watched the previous ones in the series, check out the link that's going to be on screen, probably about now, or maybe in a few seconds. But either way, please like this one, subscribe to the channel here on Spike Piledriver, and I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Coastal Zone Championship Wrestling here on Spike Piledriver. It's a Let's Play series, and we're on to our next show. It's Wave of Fury, our 12th show of the year, I think. Anyway, before we get into today's show, I did something else on the production side of things. So after our last event, after we'd upgraded, made more money than we've ever made in a month. So I decided to take up the music production as well. So we're now minor licensed. So we are now at or above the same level as everyone else who we could possibly be rivals with. That means we will not get any penalties or anything like that on our shows. So we should be, in theory, getting ratings possible. Right. Let's go through. We're not giving anyone night off. The Gorski Ballroom, absolutely fine, whatever. Broadcasters, again, we do. Yes. Right, no pre-show incidents. Going to skip the booking team again. We've got loads of creative energy that we're just going to use at some point in bulk. Locker room incidents. Remy Sky's rocked up. I mean, whatever. Not a spot for you tonight, mate. Sorry. Luke Steele, who I don't know who Luke Steele is, but he just wants to come and sit backstage. Okay. Yeah, sure. Hey, Zell Quinn, backstage with an idea. Excellent, great. Creative ideas stored bit. Killian Catsby And Miguel Rivera once again getting into arguments is Mr. Catsby. Not doing anything wonderful. And that's it basically. Masked Cougar with the training. Frankie Boy Fernandez training. Done. Nice quiet locker room today as we go of Fury. We've got 6 matches booked. We're continuing the tag team laddering series thing that we started last time out. We've got a couple of matches with implications for the Extreme title. Frankie Perez getting a shot tonight, and the winner of California Love Machine and Masked Cougar getting a shot at our next show. Frankie Boy Fernandez is going to defend against Carlos Barrera after he won a match last time out to get a title shot. And then we've got those tag team implications. So Tandem Elephants getting their title shot against California Dreams, Beach Boys and Wildcats in a de facto #1 contender match. And then Inner City Express and Double Dragon trying to work their way up the card that way. Okay, I'm going to jump forward now and book the show and come back with the results very, very soon. Keep watching. And here we go. We're in front of 4,314 people, and we've not used everyone on the show today. We've not even used everyone on the pre-show, but the pre-show starts with an 8-person tag team match. Fox Mask 2 getting the victory with a Fox Hunter with the team of Viento Negro and Thunderstruck against Gangster Nation and the Apex Twins, a 46 rating match to kick off our pre-show. Then we continue the poor push of Altitude, which we probably should abandon at some point, but they don't click. Altitude and his opponent, Luis Montero Jr., they get a 35. Poor chemistry. Never mind. We go into the main show, though. Things really should start heating up. A 50 rated match. Double Dragon getting the win over the Inner City Express to go up the tag team proverbial ladder. Again, though, Jay Becker head and shoulders above everyone else's performance. The two Dragons lagging behind ever so slightly, but a good start show, and then a better match as we move forward, as hopefully the card will progress in this manner. A 60 rating for the Beach Boys getting the win over the Wildcats, with Simon Waves submitting El Jaguar in this one. They move up as Wildcats move down the tag team ladder. And speaking of our tag team title match has seen a brand new crowning of tag team champions. Who'd ask? Ansel Quinn, who have only been teaming for about 2 months, maybe 3 months, have been victorious and stolen the show with a 71 rated match. Excellent business all round. Kira Lee was not happy and therefore has been off her game, but it's a great match. This new tag team has really bumped up some ratings in the tag team division. But we've got new champions. California Dreams had held the titles for a good few months, but now going to celebrate that tag team victory. The idea was a success as well. That Zell Quinn came to us earlier, but they get their celebration in the ring. A 45 rated angle is not bad at all, but we move forward, and this one has not been the best. 62 rating for Masked Cougar beating California Love Machine, and the match was shorter because California Love Machine cannot go very long in matches. But the crowd were not happy about it because they wanted a longer match, and Masked Cougar was off his game a little bit. So a 62 rating is quite disappointing for a man of his caliber. But the creative finish was a success, so that's good. And we move forward. Masked Cougar getting himself an Extreme title match next time around against our champion, American Flash. And this one was a little bit too short as well. But American Flash with the high velocity senton makes defense number 3 of his Extreme title. A 65 rating match. He's still in amazing form and he's put away Frankie Perez. Job done. Then we get a nice little segment. 53 rating for the after their victories. Masked Cougar, American Flash are staring each other down in the ring. They will clash for the Extreme title in our next event. And then all hope pins on our main event, blowing the socks off the... And it's an 81 rated match. Frankie Boy Fernandez and Carlos Barrera bringing the goods once again. Frankie getting the victory. This one was just for the Coastal Zone Championship, I need to point out. But he gets the victory again just inside 30 minutes. But this is not over yet. We have got a match coming up soon in the next show, which may continue this rivalry. But 81 is the highest rated match we have ever had in the zone. Started at least. And there's no penalties overall. A 76 rating for the show. Increased our popularity everywhere. Incredibly good. I mean, looking at the financials, we've still made a load of money because we're increasing our popularity and getting more tickets sales through popularity recap. Bumped up to 52 in the southwest. We are on the train towards medium. We're going to get there very soon, I think, but everywhere else bumping. Well, no media. We're not at a high enough level yet. There's Kira Lee on the loading screen, but that was Wave of Fury, I think. I'm sure that was Wave of Fury. Next up, we've got our next show, which is Coastal Clash, I want to say. Yes, no, Coral Clash. I need to remember what I named the show. 3 weeks' time for that one, and we've already got pre-booked and an angle pre-booked as well. So we've got the tag titles being defended after the series we saw earlier. Carlos Barrera is going to be made #1 contender for the COT World title as well, and he will get a rematch against Frankie Boy Fernandez after only narrowly missing for the Coastal Zone World title. And American Flash and Masked Cougar do battle once again in a rematch for the Dream title. Of our current situation in terms of champions, Frankie Boy Fernandez has held the title now for 239 days. He's still got 9 successful defenses, going to be reigning supreme across the whole company. Huda Ask and Zell Quinn, the new tag team champions. 147 days was the reign for Hermosa and Lee. Now we have Tandem Offense as the tag champs. American Flash still now going on for 85 days in his reign as Extreme Champion. Reach for the Sky contract is going to come up soon. The Riptide Rumble, obviously, we've already had this year, but there quickly as well. Just Alliance Champion, the COT World Champion, Frankie Boy Fernandez, now at 190 days in his reign. Been defending it everywhere. Got 17 successful defenses. If we look through, if we can even look through, his defense in FCW, CZCW, Mao, in Canada, he's been everywhere. NYC, he's just basically defended his title at every opportunity. And the Alliance has decided, honest, that Carlos Barrera will be the next #1 contender after now out for the championship just now. So there we have it. That'll be Coral Clash coming in 3 days' time, or 3 weeks in terms of the game. And I'll see you then. Thanks a lot for watching. Remember, if you are new to the channel, please subscribe. Please like this video. Please watch more content. There's more content coming. This has been TEW9. I've been Anders. This is Spike Piledriver. Catch you next time. Hello and welcome back to the Coastal Zone. It's the Let's Play series on TEW9 here on Spike Piledriver. Thanks a lot for joining. If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe to the channel. Right, in today's episode, we've got Coral Clash later on, but I just wanted to mention one thing that I found as I was going through my usual, bi-weekly trawl of available workers. I found that Sammy Back was available and nobody was negotiating with him. So I put out an offer, and then afterwards, everyone started negotiating with him, and we cannot match that. So he won't be coming back to the zone. So never mind. Other people around are nowhere near as good, old, or just not very good. Potentially, Dusty DuCont we might bring in. Not made an offer for him yet, though. He's about the only one on that batch there, unless you can say something in the comments about if I should sign someone else on this list. Please let me know. But he is potentially the only one I might bring in, but he doesn't really fit the zone style, so potentially not. Anyway, it's Coral Clash, and we're off to do Coral Clash. We are going to be at the Gorski Ballroom. That's fine. Again, WrestleWorld, we do this every time, but that's fine. I haven't selected anything. No. Use. There we go. Use this selection. Okay. Got to make sure you press the right button there. Booking team meeting. I mentioned I've not got anyone on the booking team with me, so we've just got loads of creative energy that's just used, and we've not got any. We've got some ideas stored that we're going to use at some point, but there we go. Nothing happening in the booking team. Locker room incidents. No pre-show incidents, but locker room incidents. Jackie Leon is here. She's unemployed, lives nearby, not worked. Does she want to... Is she any good? Can I see how good she is? No. No, she's okay. Unfortunately, not a spot for you, love. Nathaniel Casino wants to just hang out backstage. I mean, you're probably better off just to come on in, why not? Victor Kim, fine form, hilarious road stories. I mean, he's literally been on the road for about 3 minutes, so I'm not sure about that. Masked Cougar taking Zell Quinn under his wing as a protege. That can only be helpful for him. Lots of good training. And then backstage, Frankie Boy Fernandez and Carlos Barrera getting on particularly well backstage recently. I mean, not on screen they aren't, but there we go. Bullseye and Amy St. James are now apparently dating as well. A mix of tag teams mixing. Anyway, tonight we've got 8 matches on the card. They're all there in front of you. Or sorry, 8 segments, 7 matches, 1 angle already pre-booked. So what I'll do is a little bit of, adding them all to the show, get through to where we are to run the show, and I'll be back with the results. So you're going to expect another rematch in our main event of Carlos Barrera and Frankie Boy Fernandez, because Carlos has been made the COT #1 contender. Also more action in the tag team division, a few qualifiers for the Reach for the Sky ladder match next month out as well. So there we go, that's what's going to be on the card, and we'll book them, and I'll be back with the results in a split second. And here we go, we are live with Coral Clash at the Gorski Ballroom, just under 5,000 in attendance, and we kick the pre-show off with a 10-person tag team match. It's the general chuck everyone who's not booked into a match and see who falls out. And it was California Love who fell out with the victory over Tony the Wonderful. 55 rating for the segment gets the crowd nice and hot. As we get into the opening segment of the night, we go backstage for a pre-taped interview, and American Flash is laying down the gauntlet for anyone who's entering the Reach for the Sky ladder match. And reminder that the winner of that ladder match gets a contract to cash in for a title shot at the Extreme Champion. He said, if you win, don't get your hopes up, because you've still got to beat me for the Extreme title. So, laying out the challenge to anyone who potentially would be involved in that ladder match. 46 rating, and when we get into some qualifying matches, but Onslaught and Heartbreaker didn't have any chemistry, made for a bit of an awkward bout. Onslaught does get the victory though, and he will be moving on into said ladder match with a 40 rating. A decent in the end, just about, despite that lack of chemistry. And then Altitude, also unsurprisingly, because we're pushing him still for some reason, got the win in a 4-way match, 44 rating. He was off his game, which is good, considering we're trying to push him. But he will also be in the ladder match next time around at Reach for the Sky. Into the tag team ladder challenge thing, where we just stick a load of tag teams up and down a ladder and they face each other off. And eventually someone gets a title shot. Double Dragon continue their rise. They beat the Wildcats in just over 10 minutes. Snapdragon Jr. off his game. Tiger Salvage Jr. off his game as well. That was a bit of a strange way of pronouncing his name. But the Wildcats lost. 54 rating for the segment. Double Dragon move on. Also moving on, former champions California Dreams. They beat the Inner City Express. I think those 2 matches should have been booked the other way round if we're going by order. But looking at the segment rating, I'm happy it was this way round. 65 for the Dreams, getting their victory. Kira Lee getting the win with the Dream Drop. She was head and shoulders above everyone else in terms of performance. Maybe she needs a singles push in the not too distant future. And then the tag team title match was hampered by Huda Ass being off his game, but Tandem Offense once again making defense #1 of their Coastal Zone tag team titles. 63 rating as Huda Ass gets the win over Simon Waves with a cutthroat driver. This sort of makeshift tag team are doing really well with their Tandem Offense, and the match was basically another one to steal the show. We didn't quite match up to the tag match beforehand. As we go through 63 for that one. The first of our 3 title matches on the card. We then also see American Flash. And this is a shame. The creative finish was a failure in this one. Brought the rating down a little bit to 64. I was expecting this one to be better. Mask Cougar off his game as well. American Flash being in amazing form has not helped bring this one up. He got 72 rating for in-ring performance, but he did get the victory once again with his high-velocity senton. Defense #4 of the Extreme title against the former champion. 64 rating this one. Bit of a disappointment compared to what the pair can do. Hopefully that can't be said the same for the main event, because after narrowly being defeated last time out at Wave of Fury for the Coastal Zone title, Carlos Barrera has been appointed the #1 contender by the COT board and will challenge for just the COT World title tonight, not the Coastal Zone Championship. Please don't read anything into that. It's not a spoiler for what happens in the main event. Oh wait, yes it is! 83 rating, great chemistry, and we have a new COT World Heavyweight Champion as Carlos Barrera gets the pinfall victory finally over Frankie Boy Fernandez. This pair have been going back and forth, mainly the 4th, with Frankie Boy Fernandez getting all the wins in the big matches. But not today, and it might not be for the Coastal Zone title, but it is for the COT World title, a very worthy crown. And after about 17 or so defences, Frankie Boy Fernandez has been usurped as the champion, and it was an absolute cracking match. 83 for the overall rating for the segment. Again, great chemistry, showed in their performances. We've got ourselves a new COT World Champion, and that is a 75 rated show off the back of an incredible main event. Increased our popularity in every single region possible. Financially, we're making bags of money once again. I think making those production changes we should have done sooner. Popularity recap, up to 53 in the southwest, everywhere else across the board up as well, into 40 now for the northwest. Maybe we should start moving our shows out and about around the country when we get to medium, that is. Maybe even get some TV coverage, but there we go. Excellent show. Fantastic main event to kind of pull the rest of the show up by its bootstraps. A 75 rated show, I believe, is our best ever. I'm not sure on that because I can't remember, but if we look at our top 100s, top events, look, 76. Okay, Wave of Fury was 76. I can't remember if it's 76 or 74, but Coral Clash is right up there. And in terms of our best match ever, it certainly was. Once again, those pair are now filling out the top three. 3 of the top 5 matches have been between Barrera and Fernandez. 83 rated for this one, though. And if we look at our champion situation, if we can find the Alliance button once again, I've now forgot where it is. There we go. Alliance titles. We have a new COT World Champion after 18 defenses, 210 days. Frankie Boy Fernandez's incredible run is over. February 5th to September the 3rd. He defended all over the place in lots of different territories, and ultimately he was defeated by Carlos Barrera, who makes his big crowning achievement of his career so far as the COT World Champion. Obviously not the Coastal Zone Champion. Frankie Boy is still there with that one. 9 defenses to his record so far. Tandem offense, they're still the tag champs. Extreme champ, obviously still. American Flash. Reach for the Sky contract is going to be up soon, though, so we shall see that one in our next event in 3 weeks' time. We've got a few men qualified for the ladder match. We'll see who else we can add in as well and what else we can go for. But now, by splitting the 2 titles, we can have even more title matches and even more great matches, as we can kind of keep Barrera and Fernandez separated a little bit as we go forward, because ultimately their payoff for their little rivalry will come again in the not too distant future. Once again, thank you so much for watching. If you're enjoying this series, please leave a like once again on the video. Subscribe to the channel here on Spike Piledriver. I've been Anders, and I will see you next time. Goodbye. Hello and welcome back to the Coastal Zone. Today we are going to go through the Reach for the Sky show. And as we're about 9 months completed in this save, I thought it'd be a good time as well to have a quick look over the roster and see who's where, and have a quick look over creative as well whilst we are here. You can see on the franchise player list, unsurprisingly, Frankie Boy Fernandez top of the list, Carlos Barrera in second, American Flash in third. So they are our 3 singles champions. They're all at the top of the card, as you would expect. And also, before we get too far into this video, if you are enjoying this series or this episode, please like the video and subscribe here on Spike Piledriver as we go through our booking of Coastal Zone Championship Wrestling here on TEW 9 using the default database. Looking at the next big things, again, you probably could be forgiven for expecting the same list of people here. Kira Lee, obviously near the top. She's former tag champion, possibly on her way to a singles push. Simon Wave's also in there as well, which is surprising, potentially. And Victor Kim, definitely not someone I was expecting to see on there. He is one of the newly generated characters as well. Amos St. James sitting 4th. And Hot Prospects, once again, Kira Lee up there. Komodo Dragon and Altitude appearing on this list, as does Bullseye as well. So we're getting plenty of halves of tag teams appearing on these lists. And as we go through the rest of them, again, probably unsurprising, or potentially surprising, that Frankie Boy Fernandez is top of the talk, despite not being able to follow a script. Or no, not being able to do a promo without a script, sorry. So, there you go. California Love Machine, probably underrated. Frankie Perez, Killian Catsby, that's surprising to me. I've obviously not used him on any angles. And Huda Ask coming in quite nicely as his tag team push is working as well. He can obviously do the talking for the team. Showstoppers, again, I don't think these have really changed from the beginning of the save. The 2 Frankies and everyone who wears a mask, basically. Ring Generals, again, similar sort of list. Huda Ask popping in here at the bottom. And then, unsurprisingly, the Who's Hot list sees those 3 champions, a tag champion and a former tag champion. So everyone who you probably expect. And who's not? Nobody's not got bad momentum. So that's good. And then Hidden Gems. Again, we haven't really gone on a signing spree of anyone who you could I mean, we've got a few on here we could potentially go for. Tyrone Gray, Perry Longstaff, Coco Malloy, Ernest Youngman, who I think appears on everyone's Hidden Gems list, and Aiden Nelson. So potentially, if we look to add some people to the roster in the future, we could be going through those guys as well. But we're not really refreshing the roster too often because basically it's a small company in a local area, and it's nice to try and build the people we have. But potentially, we will do something similar in the... I say similarly, look to import some new talent at some point. So we want some active wrestlers, major stars. That's what we want to look at first. So these are the top 3 in the company, again, as you'd expect. Looking at popularity, American Flash is now 52 in the Southwest. Carlos Barrera at 53 after winning the COT World title. And Frankie Boy Fernandez at 54, but he's not really getting his popularity up elsewhere around the country like the likes of Carlos Barrera has done. So it's a little bit surprising he's lagging behind a little bit elsewhere and in Canada, but when he is, well, it's similar levels to American Flash. So potentially that's suggesting that Carlos Barrera is our most over superstar wrestler on the roster. If we move down from major star to who's considered a star now, it's just California Love Machine at 45 and Mask Cougar at 49. So he's just kind of on the brink of getting there. His advanced stage, he's 39. He's not that old, is he really? But he's getting on a little bit, maybe one last run left in him. California Love Machine is a little bit younger at 34. But again, he's doing quite well in the sort of upper mid-card. And if we go down to well-known, I'm surprised Frankie Perez isn't in there, but there he is, actually 45, so he's just outside. And then we've got our tag champs, Hugh Ask at 38 and Cel Quinn at 35. They're doing quite well, to be honest, as tandem offense. And there's Kira Lee. Obviously, I think we are probably going to have to start pushing her in a singles capacity soon. She's only 23 though, so she's got plenty of years on everyone else who is around her or above her. Cel Quinn is also 22 as well, so he's nice and young, but they are possibly our future. And if we go into recognisable, we're going slightly further down the card now. Chet Chavez, El Jaguar, Komodo Dragon, he's come on nicely actually. Only 30 in the Southwest, but everywhere is up above 24. That is a good looking push coming, as is Snapdragon Jr. So basically anyone who's been pushed organically since being on WrestleWorld has sort of got better overall than, say, a guy like the Wildcats, for example. They don't have as well-rounded overness and popularity, possibly because they're already there when we're pushing them on the show, so they're not getting as much of a bump as some of the likes of Snapdragon Jr. and Komodo Dragon, who have been proper organic pushers from the start of the save. And then the bottom end of the roster, you can kind of see here the prospects and people we might look to push in the future, or currently trying to push and failing, like Altitude. But he's actually doing quite well, 26 in the Southwest, so he's one of the better of the bunch in this set. So there's Killian Catsby, who we could potentially start pushing. He's good on the microphone. Got a bit grin as well, so potential there. There's Foxmask 2 and the Apexers. No one else jumping out as surprising to be down here. Miguel Rivera has kind of fallen down the card a lot since the beginning of the save, but that's not really he's fallen down. That's, well, I don't think it is at least. That's everyone else kind of gone up around him. So no, he started out 28 in the Southwest. Now he's 25. So he has kind of gone down a little bit, but everyone else has gone up around him. And that's kind of everyone on the lower end of the roster. We have brought in Miller Ford from Mao. He is their champion, so we've kind of brought him in as a bit of a one-off match on tonight's show. He's obviously not got any popularity in the Southwest. He's all in the Mid-Atlantic, so that's why he's at the bottom of the card here today. Quick look over our champions. This is another final bit of a recap. Frankie Boy Fernandez, still Coastal Zone champion, 280 days into his reign. Tag champs are Tandem Offense, Hugh Ask and Cel Quinn, 42 days into their reign. American Flash is the Extreme Champion, 126 number of days in his. 4 successful title defenses. Reach for the Sky contract is going to be decided tonight. And the Riptide Rumble was obviously won by Carlos Barrera back in April. 9 successful defenses for Frankie Boy Fernandez. I'm not sure if I covered that. And then finally, Alliance Champion, whilst we are here, it's newly crowned Carlos Barrera. He's had it for 21 days. Has he actually defended the title? Yes, he has. He went to FCW 6 days after winning and won a triple threat with Frederic and Santiago Gallardo. After Frankie Boy Fernandez has defended it basically everywhere over the preceding 8 months. which was a great reign, 210 days. Excellent stuff. Right, on to tonight's show. And we don't want to multiple advance, we just want to go to Reach for the Sky, which is our 13th show of the year, potentially. I'm not really sure. Tonight's venue, again, we'll go with the Gorski Ballroom, and again on WrestleWorld for the broadcaster. Booking team, no, thank you tonight. Locker room incidents, just gone straight through to the training, so that suggests there aren't many. Killian Catsby, Party Animal, making everyone smile. Ellie DeGracia doing the same thing backstage, and that is a nice, peaceful backstage pre-show. These are the 6 segments that we've already got booked, a couple of angles, the Reach for the Sky ladder match, an Extreme title with American Flash and Miller Ford, something involving all of our champions, and then a tag team contest between Perez and Cougar and their respective junior partners. Nobody absent, but we'll see what happens for the this is basically the match, the cards we've got booked so far. We'll add in our main event, and it's kind of straight from the pre-booking. You can kind of see what happens with this one. Add it in. Don't look at who wins. There we go. And then also the angle that sets it up can be added in beforehand. That's kind of our part of the card. The invitational for the Extreme title has been added in as well, and there's the angle that sets up that match. Then we've got that tag team bout, which is basically seeing rivals Frankie Perez and Mas Cougar take on a younger person of the roster. I say younger, but more junior person on the roster. Johnny Perez obviously teaming with his brother, and Fox Max 2 getting a nice rub teaming with Mas Cougar. And then we've got our Reach for the Sky ladder match. We will cover who wins that in a second. I've kind of left it blank for the purpose of this part of the video. There's not much left to book, but we'll add a couple of undercard matches, and we'll be back in a second to run through tonight's card. See you then. Here we are then in front of a sold-out 5,000 at the Gorski Ballroom. We go straight into the pre-show with a Battle Royal, which is won by California Love Machine. It's a bit of a chuck everyone in who hasn't been booked kind of deal. You know the idea by here. California Love Machine getting the standout performance in this Battle Royal. 49 rating. There's a little bit for the crowd to be bumped up as we go through the pre-show and into our opening contest, which sees 3 tag teams pitted against each other. This is kind of to reset some rankings in the tag division, because all of the teams that are ranking quite highly have been chucked into somewhere else, as we will see later in the card. The Beach Boys getting the victory with Apex Twins being out first, followed by the Wildcats, so that sort of sets them as first, third, and fifth potentially in the rankings, or probably a little bit bumped down for all 3 teams because of the 2 teams above them that aren't in these sort of ranking matches. But a 58 rating. We haven't got an official ranking. We probably ought to create a bit of an official ranking. I'll create a spreadsheet potentially for the tag team division. But once again, Beach Boys, former champions, getting the victory today. 58 rating in this one. Next up, 54 rating for the Gangster Nation, getting the victory over the Inner City Express and Thunderstruck, who were eliminated first. Again, great chemistry for Thunderstruck, but they are not quite at the level of the other 2 tag teams in this one. We'll probably pair off the winners, the first eliminated and the second eliminated, in our next show and kind of build up the ranks that way, as our tag champs are otherwise engaged tonight and potentially in our next show. Moving on, it's the Reach for the Sky ladder match, and it's a 48 rating, unfortunately, but that is because it's more of the junior side of the card. So we've got Altitude and Onslaught, who we saw win in singles action last time around. The Double Dragon tag team also won last time around. They got a space in this ladder match, as did Kira Lee and Sky Hermosa, who, as we can see, we got Kira Lee winning the Reach for the Sky contract. That means she can face American Flash whenever she wants for the Extreme title. She also could, in every time she faces in a singles match, have to defend that contract as we go through the year. We tried to steal the show. Possibly didn't work because of some of the other people in the match, like Altitude and the 2 Dragons. But Kira Lee putting a great performance. Sky Hermosa has, however, broken her jaw. They both looked really good out there. Snapdragon did well at ringside, and this got the crowd buzzing, even though it was only a 48 rating. But it sets plenty of things up for the future. Hopefully, Sky Hermosa is not out of action for very long. Next up, there we go. She's broken her jaw. Thank you. Altitude's got some bad heat backstage, actually, so it sounds like he is the reason Sky Hermosa got hurt. So if she's out for very long, Kira Lee's going to go and kick his ass next show. We shall see. Then we've got a bit of a disappointment one, I suppose. Mas Cougar trying to drag Fox Mas 2 up a little bit against the Perez brothers, and he gets a win over Johnny Perez, which will not be very happy for Frankie Perez. But quite a few people off the... Well, I say quite a few people off the game. The two people who you'd expect to be trying to pull themselves up in this one were off their game, so it didn't work. Mas Cougar, head and shoulders above everyone, a little bit short for the audience, but really, did you want to see longer in this match? Probably not. Cougar wins. Him and Perez will continue their rivalry next time around, I am sure. 55 rating for that one. And then our first angle where we see American Flash hyping up his defense tonight against the MAW champion Miller Ford. He's talking to Max Smith, by the way, backstage. He respects Ford, but CZCW is his territory, and he's going to take no prisoners tonight. And he's also got an eye on the winner of the Reach for the Sky contract in Kira Lee. But that's a 53 rating segment, and the match does not disappoint. 69. American Flash still in that amazing form. Miller Ford, I was expecting probably better from him, but it's a one-off, so we won't complain too much. 22 minutes, 42 seconds before a pinfall after the high velocity senton. American Flash continues to defend his Extreme title with defense number 5. We're going to have to build Kira Lee up a little bit to get to his level, potentially, if she's going to take the title off him, but we shall see in the coming weeks and months. Next up, a slightly disappointing rating for this one, possibly because we had Zell Quinn talking. But after their grueling series of matches recently, Frankie Boy Fernandez and Carlos Barrera are arguing about who the better man and therefore champion is. So to recap, Barrera is the COT World Champion, Frankie is the Coastal Zone Champion, but before they can come to blows, Tandem Offense arrive on scene and claim that they are the better champions and challenge the two rivals to a tag team title match in our main event. So this is a big chance for Huda Ask and Zell Quinn to put their names on the map. Can Carlos Barrera and Frankie Boy Fernandez get along? And will they become double champions again for both of them? No, they will not. But Zell Quinn was off his game. That's annoying. 75 rating for the main event. And Huda Ask could hang with the big boys, but Zell Quinn was off his game and it's slightly hampered the match. But Huda Ask gets a pinfall victory over the newly crowned COT World Champion in Carlos Barrera. And it was a great main event. 75 ratings, not quite as high as we've seen recently, but it definitely is good enough for the day. We're going to see if that leads to any title matches in the future. Obviously, Huda Ask getting a pinfall victory over the COT World Champion suggests that he might be in line for a title shot not too far down the line. But obviously, they have tag team titles to defend as well. A 69 rating on this one. Miller Ford, Altitude and Onslaught used far too much. Never mind. But we had a nice wide selection of angles, apparently. All two of them. Excellent. 69 rating is not a bad performance. We don't need to address the locker room. We will see. Sky Hermosa is only out for 3 weeks, 22 days. She can work through it, so she will be at our next show. Financially, made a load of money. All those production changes, definitely worth it in the long run. Popularity-wise, not quite as much of a bump up as we normally see. Only the Great Lakes and Mid-Atlantic going up 1, and British Columbia also going up in Canada. 53 still at the Southwest. And that is the end of our show. A quick recap of the situation going into our next event. Obviously, we're going to have a rank for our tag teams. We've got a Reach for the Sky contract as well in play now. Frankie Boy Fernandez. He thinks Huda Ask talks well. Give him promo time. Yes, sir. Yes, I will. 66,000 people watched it on WrestleWorld, and Sky Hermosa they're out for 22 days, which, if we look, is just after Carnage at the Coast, which is 20 days away. We will definitely have some sort of interaction between our COT World Champion and our Tag Champs. Frankie needs something to do as champion as well. He's kind of running out of challenges. We've got our Reach for the Sky contract, not briefcase, in play. American Flash is running rampant over the rest of the Extreme Division. Stuff is still going to happen between Frankie Perez and Mas Cougar. lots of threads to pull on as we go through to our next show, which is the new one, Carnage at the Coast, and that will be with you in 3 days' time. Again, if you've enjoyed the show, please like the video, subscribe here on Spike Piledriver, and I'll see you at Carnage at the Coast. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to Coastal Zone Championship Wrestling here on Spike Piledriver, the Let's Play series on TEW 9 using the default database, and tonight it is Carnage at the Coast, hot off the heels of Reach for the Sky, where we had a very big all-star tag team main event, the tag team champions beating both the Coastal Zone and the COT World Champion in our main event. We also had Kira Lee winning the Reach for the Sky contract, so she gets an Extreme title match whenever she wants. Right, Carnage at the Coast is tonight, and we're going to go straight into our show. No preamble tonight. We're going to actually, for the first time ever, we're going to give someone the night off, and it is California Love Machine, because I've had a look through the pre-booking and I've not got room for him, and I don't want him to just win another Battle Royal on the pre-show, so we can have the night off. And there we go. How do I get out of the screen now? Never been here. That one? That one. You done? Yes, I'm done. Thank you. Tonight's venue, the Gorski Ballroom, once again, 5,000 packed out fans, and we'll be watching this one on WrestleWorld as usual. Pre-show incidents there are none. Booking room, no, thank you. Locker room incidents. Ultimate Phoenix Jr. has turned up. Ultimate Phoenix Jr. Maybe he's someone we can try and sign. Yeah, come on in. Go for it. Luke Steele is here as well. He's been here before, I'm sure. Crack on. Oh, actually, do we want to... No, he wants a match, doesn't he? Can we use him to job him out to someone? 14. Not great. And he's a powerhouse. Probably doesn't really fit the style, I'll be honest. But sure, come on in. We'll pay you 20, not 30 for this show. Make an offer. Okay, fine. Yeah, go for it. That's excellent. Jonathan Frost, lots of heat, bad attitude. Pee-wee gave him a stern warning. Negative impact. Never mind, he's not going to do very well, is he? Onslaught, not happy with Frankie Boy Fernandez being a bit irritating with his team building. Snapdragon, passing on tips to Snapdragon Jr. Good. That's what you're there for. Mask Cougar training the women. Frankie Boy Fernandez training the men. And that is the end of that one. So we now need to add Luke Steele into our pre-show. We've pre-booked 10 segments tonight. Pretty much the whole card. 3 angles, 7 matches. Let's see who's absent. California Love Machine gave him that off. Phew! I thought someone else was going to be absent then for a second. Right. Into tonight's show, and we're going to actually do something slightly different with our main event. It's not going to be Frankie Boy Fernandez. It's going to be Carlos Barrera and Huda Ask, although we need to actually loan the title first before we do that. So let's go in here and borrow the world title from the COT Alliance, and we'll add it in here as the COT world title. Excellent. On the line between Carlos Barrera and Huda Ask there. We also want to add in our sub-main event, which we'll also talk about during the show as we get through it. That one's listed as a title match. Good. Excellent. There's a couple of angles we need to add in as well. Brilliant. Our first match of the night will be this one, actually, the Extreme title match. It's just a bit of an open challenge to Air Raid Siren getting a shot at the Extreme title, and then the rest of the card is essentially tag team organizer matches and Kira Lee getting revenge on Altitude. So there we go. We'll drop in the #1 contenders match first for the tag titles and then slowly work our way down the order. There we'll drop in Altitude versus Kira Lee. We'll drop in the angle as well, and then this tag team 3-way, this angle, and our opening contest for the Extreme title. Right, we have got some... Oh no, I thought we got some booking notes there. No, we have 125 minutes on the nose. Excellent. So we've basically already booked our show as we go through. So we might as well add in some pre-show contests. We'll give Luke Steele a chance because he's asked for one. He's an Australian. I'm not quite sure what he's doing in the Southwest, but, you know, he's got 14 overness. He's got 71 in Australia, though. So if we were in Australia, you'd be at the top of the card, Mr. Powerhouse guy. Who can we feed to him? Or who can we use to rub some popularity off him? Zell Quinn can get involved. Zell Quinn can beat him. There we go. It's 10 minutes. Zell Quinn can be the winner. He's not on the main card, so he can get a nice victory there in the pre-show. And if we look at the booking analysis, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12. That sounds like enough for a 6-on-6 tag team match, I think. I don't want to go to pre-booking. I want to book a match. Can we have 6v6, or does it only go up to 5v5? It only goes up to 5v5. Never mind. We'll go 5v5 tag match with everyone who's not been involved tonight. I'll book that. I'll put another singles match on the pre-show as well, so everyone's involved. In fact, maybe not, because Sky Hermosa's injured, isn't she? So we might give her the night off. We'll do this 5v5 tag, and then we'll go through to the main show. In fact, we might as well do it now. So Sky Hermosa is going to miss out. We might just give Snapdragon the night off as well. He's already on the manager's part of the card. If that was such a thing. Jonathan Frost can be on the losing. This is going to be the losing side here, by the way. He and Victor Kim can get involved there. Vieto Negro gets involved. Tony the Wonderful has got bad morale at the moment, so we'll stick him on the winner's side. And anyone else who we'll stick Heartbreaker over there as well. So that means if we quickly add in everyone who I think we need to add in, that should be everyone. That's 5v5. Save that side. Who are we going to give the win to? We'll give it to... We'll give it to Onslaught. Why not? Why not? He can get the victory. And there we go. So we'll have those 5, beating those 5. Pre-show, make sure that happens. Segment done. Booking analysis. It's just Miguel Rivera and Sky Hermosa. Yes. Oh, he's well, whatever. I thought we've got one more person to add on, but we haven't. And Amara, obviously, I should have given Amara the night off, really. She is just hanging around backstage as California Love Machine's not there. Right, let's go straight into the show. We've already pre-booked everything, so we don't need to really do anything from this point on. And the opening contest is a 42. Onslaught got the victory for his team, pinning Jonathan Frost. Good. That'll teach him for being annoyed backstage. Any interesting notes? No. Crowd was expectant and simmering. Commentary gave it a boost, so that's fine. Luke Steele was rusty because he's not had a good match in a while, but he lost to Zell Quinn with his magic trick submission. 51 gave the tag champ a nice little rub. Luke Steele putting a 28 performance, so we'll probably not bother bringing him back. We will look at Ultimate Phoenix Jr. though, who's just been hanging around backstage. In our opening contest of the main card, American Flash got the win over Air Raid Siren just to get another defense under his belt for the Extreme title. 58 as a nice hot match to get the card underway. And it doesn't say that he's in amazing form anymore, so maybe his form has cooled. He's still putting a good performance though. Next up, an angle between Frankie Perez and Masked Cougar, once again arguing about who the better man is. When Frankie Boy Fernandez just wanders into view, comments about not being booked tonight, and offers up his Coastal Zone title in a 3-way. So, argue enough backstage and you'll find yourself a title match. There we go. That is set up our co-main event. 45 rating for the segment. Masked Cougar getting a little bit stale. There we go. Into our next contest and the first one of the tag team series. Again, we're just ranking tag teams. Everyone's going up and down, getting title shots here and there. Inner City Express, though, I don't think this one really affects the rankings apart from Thunderstruck getting above Apex Twins at the bottom. So Inner City Express bumping up a little bit with another victory. This is the sort of lower end of our tag team ranks. 51 rating for this one. Then we get a nice little angle where Kira Lee is talking to Max Smith about Sky Hermosa's broken jaw, and she lays the blame firmly at the door of Altitude, who's reckless in that ladder match. So she challenges him to a match tonight, looking for revenge. No specific comments to make. 38 segment rating, and into that match, Altitude gets a 60. A 60. Kira Lee manages to drag him up. Good match. Kira Lee getting the win with a flying knee strike. Altitude off his game once again. But she does defend her contract because every time she's in a singles match until she cashes it in, she has to defend it. So keep a remember on that one. Yes. Good England. Next up, Gangster Nation and the Wildcat. So this bumps Gangster Nation up. Tiger Salvar getting a stale gimmick as well. Sidewinder from Bullseye gives them the victory. A 59 rating and another nice little bump up the rankings for Gangster Nation. Not that we really have any actual rankings, but you can see where I'm going with this. We're just talking rankings because that's what we do. And then in our number one contenders match, the Beach Boys get the victory over Double Dragon. 51. We tried to steal the show. We didn't. Double Dragon not quite up to the standard as they could be potentially because the Beach Boys haven't dragged them up to a better match than some other tag teams have done in the past. But not bad a performance at all in the end. Got the crowd buzzing for some reason, even though it was only rated 51. Next up, we've got Max Smith backstage once again. He is with Hugh to Ask and Zell Quinn. Hugh talks about the momentum that he gained at Reach for the Sky. And despite warning challenges previously about split focus, he's going to look to claim the COT World title tonight from Carlos Barrera, which he mentioned a while ago that the California Dream shouldn't be splitting their focus because they were both in an Extreme title match. And then the following month, they lost the titles to Tandem Offense. So could his words be prophetic? Either way, he improvised well throughout the segment, and I forgot that I left it unimprovised. But seemingly for a good reason. 45 rating. And then we go into our co-main event. Frankie Boy Fernandez, just for whatever reason, putting his title on the line because he was bored and wasn't booked. So he manages to defeat Frankie Perez and Masked Cougar, pinning Frankie Perez with a dirt nap, makes defense number 10 of his title, head and shoulders above everyone else, and the creative finish that he came up with was a nice success. So thank you to you for that one. Frankie Boy Fernandez rolling. We really need to get him into another angle, which isn't, well, to be fair, he's still in an angle with Carlos Barrera, but they're kind of split off for a little bit to give it a little bit of breathing room. But he's done another great defense, 82 rating, 26 minutes. Nicely done, which feeds into our main event, which was always going to be a little bit of a letdown compared to that one. But I wasn't really expecting the other one to be in the low 80s. So 74 though for this one, the main event, giving some good time to Carlos Barrera and Hugh to Ask, who I am not regretting pushing, that's for sure. Curb Your Enthusiasm gives Carlos Barrera his third defense of the COT World title, the first one on our Coastal Zone shows, so that was a good one. Both guys getting a good in-ring performance. Hugh to Ask actually outperforming the victor there, but Carlos Barrera continues with a defense, and that should hopefully give us a nice big bump of a rating on the overall show, those two final matches, and it gives us a 74 overall. 3 angles on this one. Show benefited from them. But if we put the matches the other way round, this one could have been our best show, but we didn't. So I gave the main event rub to Carlos Barrera and Hugh to Ask, and they didn't disappoint. It's just Frankie Boy Fernandez is a machine. There we have it. Next up is not going to be too long away. It's the Halloween show, which will obviously be on Halloween, so it's literally a couple of weeks away. Financial report, loads of money, 88 grand profit on the show. Popularity-wise, everywhere's bumped up again. That's what we like to see. 54 now in the Southwest. We're slowly creeping up towards medium, which is good. I want to look at Ultimate Phoenix Jr. Actually, I'm guessing he's quite new into the game world, so we'll have a quick look at him before we close out this video and this show, because obviously I'll probably forget before the next one. So, looking at the emails, Sky Most is fully fit, so she can be back next time out. Carnage at the Coast, nearly 70,000 viewers on WrestleWorld. Right, let's have a quick look here. Obviously, I mentioned before about getting Sammy back. He's gone. He's gone to USPW. So, Ultimate Phoenix Jr. Let's have a look. New into the game world. Yes, he's a rookie. And he's only just joined the world. Excellent. Let's have a look at his skills. Looks like he's potentially got some good basics. We're not really sure. Should we just sign him? We'll sign him. There we go. Let's bring him on board. We'll negotiate and get him online on board. There we go, make an offer. Well, there we go. Thanks a lot for watching this one. If you've enjoyed it, please like the video and subscribe to the channel here on Spike Piledriver. And I'll see you for our next show, which will be Hardcore Halloween. I've been Anders. See you next time. Welcome back to Coastal Zone Championship Wrestling, and it's now time for Hardcore Halloween. Welcome along here on Spike Piledriver. My name is Anders, and I'll be taking you through this Let's Play series on Total Extreme Wrestling 9. So today we have our, I've lost count, number of show of the year. I think it's like our 14th or 15th. But it's Hardcore Halloween, so obviously it is Halloween, and we've got a stacked card tonight. You can also see here we've got a couple of new debuts as well. Well, 2 new debuts that we'll go through probably on the pre-show. But we've basically done all of the pre-booking in advance, so it's just going to be a case of dropping everyone into the card and hitting go, which we'll do here today. That's kind of what I generally do on Total Extreme Wrestling 9. Particularly for these Let's Play videos, I'll usually book about half the card in advance and then add the rest in on the fly, particularly for the Coastal Zone. But with other saves, the booking process can change ever so slightly here and there. But generally speaking, for this Coastal Zone save in particular, I'll book everything in advance after the end of the previous show and then go forward through the next 3 weeks, adding and tweaking anything that needs to happen for anything that develops over that time, and then basically just dropping it into the show when we get there. So that's a little bit behind the scenes that you probably didn't ask for, but that is what's happening tonight. And once again, we'll be in the Gorski Ballroom, and we'll use White Wrestle World because that's what we have to do. I'm going to itch my eye as we make sure we press the right button. No booking team meeting, locker room incidents, Fiasco Fierce is coming. I don't know who he is, but sure, come and hang out. Why not? Johnny Perez doing some impressions of his colleagues, which is great for morale. Jonathan Frost causing issues backstage, trying to fight Bullseye, made a small positive impact on his morale. And he's happy with the action, apparently. Quincy Jargon and California Love Machine. So Quincy Jargon is one of our referees. They've got to be separated after a heated argument backstage. That's not fantastic. And then we go through our training, lots of that good stuff. Masked Cougar passing on some tips to Zell Quinn, and that is the end of our pre-show. Excellent. Right, these are the 11 segments we've booked. We'll go through them as we run the show, and we'll drop everything into the booking sheet now, and that should kind of basically just fill out, I imagine, the 120 minutes of the show. So we'll go through with our main event first, and we'll add it to the booking sheet. And what I'll already forget to do is got to borrow the COT World title, which we always seem to forget. Say we, I always seem to forget every single time we do a show, which is good, considering we book it every show. There we go, that's that main event booked in. We'll also drop in the co-main event, which also has already been done. And then we'll go through a couple of the angles which we need to drop in as well. So the first angle we need to do is this one. This is after match number 3 from the top of the card. We'll drop that in there. You can kind of... I'm not going through the detail of what we're doing, but you can see what's happening on screen, so you can read it and pause it if you really want to. But we'll go through the detail as we run through the actual show itself. But I've kind of got in my head an idea of how everything fits together already by doing the pre-booking. But you'll see that as we go through the main bit of the show in a second. These are tag team matches which we are adding in now. Excellent. This is the angle that sets up all of those tag team matches and in fact our main event. I'm generally using the quick angle adder bit of the angle booking, which I think we've gone through in the past as well. But this is a long show, 142 minutes already. Excellent. There's some potential issues, which is probably too many matches. Not had any matches aiming to steal the show, and Quincy Jargon doing too many matches. Right, which one? Who can steal the show? Shall we say? These guys. You can steal the show. There we go. There we go. It's part of our product. We have to have steal the show on, and we'll get Quincy Jargon off that match as well, and hopefully that will get rid of that note. No, we'll have to drop him out of another match. Make sure our main event has got the right staff member refereeing. There we go. Pee-wee can do that one. Okay, that's got rid of the issue with the referee having too many matches on his hands. Right, and then on the pre-show, we're going to have the Ultimate Phoenix debuting pair, and we'll drop in who's this guy who's not fought last time, Miguel Rivera, and a tag team partner, because all of our other tag teams are predisposed, so they can't be in the pre-show. There we go. Ultimate Phoenix and Ultimate Phoenix Jr. can have a tag match against Miguel, not Malik Cash, Miguel Rivera. And who can we punish? Or rather drop into this one. We'll put Tony the Wonderful in. He's a steady hand. Excellent. Winner of the match can be Ultimate Phoenix Jr. He's going to debut on the pre-show. And that is that. Okay, then here we go on to the show. Right, 142 minutes might be our longest one yet. And as you saw, our opening contest on the pre-show, saw the debuting the returning Ultimate Phoenix and the debuting Ultimate Phoenix Jr. They got the victory over the makeshift team of Miguel Rivera and Tony the Wonderful. I bought in Ultimate Phoenix on a 3-month deal, Ultimate Phoenix Jr. more long term. They're both really off their game though, as was Miguel, so it was a bit of a dud of an opening match. 40 the segment rating. But into the actual show itself, and this one wasn't really that much better. Mas Cougar led the team of Fox Mas 2 and Altitude to get another victory over Frankie Perez, Johnny Perez and Victor Kim. Victor Kim struggling to keep the pace with everyone else. Johnny Perez eating the pin from a Cougar pounce. We're continuing this little rivalry between Cougar and Frankie Perez, basically because I've got nothing else to do with the pair of them, so it's kind of just shove them at the bottom of the card and hope for the best. Then we go backstage where Hugh Ask announces that he gets a second shot at Carlos Barrera for the COT World title tonight in a ladder match. And he's also announced that Tandem Offense will defend their tag titles against the rest of the tag team division in a 9-team round-robin tag team classic, which starts tonight. Basically, every match that the Tandem Offense are in, they'll defend their titles, so the titles can change hand during the tournament, and then the winner of the tournament gets a title shot, or they are the champions, depending on how it works out. I'm not quite sure. It's basically just something to do with the 9 teams we've got in our tag team division, rather than having some sort of structure that I've not really thought of. So we'll go through and see. Tag Team Classic starts now. Speaking of, there we go. Wildcats beating Apex Twins in the first match of the Tag Team Classic. We'll have a look at the table in the tournament at the end of the show. 56 rating for this one. I think Hugh asks Angle was 42, by the way. So this is a first match in that one. Wildcats picking up the victory, unsurprisingly there. Then Gangster Nation beating Thunderstruck in their first round matchup in the Tag Team Classic. Another decent one here. I need to actually pay attention to these gimmick notes because quite a few are getting stale gimmicks by the way now. So there we go. We're about 9-10 months in. People's gimmicks getting stale. 55 rating for this one. And then we keep bumping up. I put them in the right order clearly because the segment ratings are increasing every time. The Beach Boys winning this one. Malik Cash off his game a little bit here, but a 57 rating as the former champs beat the Inner City Express. And then the California Dreams, including Kira Lee, who we are pushing, got the victory over Double Dragon, but it was Sky Hermosa who got the pinfall over Snapdragon Jr. 59 rating. They jumped up once again in the segment rating, which is all good. You can see here Kira Lee doing a stellar performance. Sky Hermosa also not much of a step behind, if even a step. So there we go. There are the first round matches. We'll have a look at the tournament standings after the show has finished. Then we're going to move forward. Frankie Boy Fernandez, he's happy to give Zell Quinn a shot. He's talking with Max Smith backstage, pre-taped and scripted, just to let you know. He's going to give Zell Quinn a shot at the Coastal Zone title after Tandem Offense won that tag team match a few weeks ago at Reach for the Sky, but he fully expects it to be an easy victory because Zell doesn't have his tag team partner there to help him, so it's going to be a bit of a walkover for FBF. Next up is the Extreme title match, and this one was a little bit of a thrown together because I didn't really have anything to do from American Flash tonight, and California Love Machine, he won a Battle Royal, I think, in the pre-show last time out, so that'll give him a title shot. Why not? We'll retcon that one in. But either way, American Flash wins the title. It's going to steal the show, and also important to note, if we look at the Road Agent notes, Kira Lee was sat at ringside for the whole match. That's an interesting one to note. Segment rating of 70, and we go into our next angle, where after the victory, Kira Lee gets up, goes face-to-face with the champion inside the ring, but we do not know when they will do battle yet. Only Kira Lee knows, but they will definitely do a fight for the title soon. I promise you, I've not worked out when yet, but they definitely will, and we've got to try and build Kira Lee up because American Flash is currently our most over worker, because after that tag team match with Tandem Offense, FBF has dropped down a little bit, so that's an interesting one to note that I did not realise before going into this show. Right, that's that. Speaking of FBF, he's got another victory. 73 rating match that he's dragged out of Zell Quinn. This one was a hardcore contest because it's hardcore Halloween and we haven't forgotten the stipulation. Honest. Frankie Boy Fernandez with a dirt nap, 21 minutes. Defense number 11 of his Coastal Zone title. And I really need to either put him into a program with someone else or do something with the Carlos Barrera program that's kind of gone onto the back burner a little bit since their tag team loss and the splitting of the 2 world titles. But speaking of Carlos Barrera, he defended in a ladder match, and this one was a little bit of a letdown. 66 rating. Hugh Ask getting another defeat against the COT World Champion. He makes his 4th defense of the COT World title in this ladder match. Maybe I think I should just stop, basically, not headlining with Frankie Boy Fernandez, because he's clearly the star of the show, and it's going to drag our rating down a little bit. 67, still really good, so you can't complain too much. Wide selection of angles, good. Show increased in 18 regions, better. Let's have a look at the finances. More money. We're nearly at 700k. That is... Okay, if you're playing with the Coastal Zone, just bump your production up. It helps. It's worth the money. It really is. Popularity-wise, we're up to 55 in the southwest, 42 in the northwest, not northeast, 37 in the mid-south. I'm thinking that next year we should start going around into more regions just to see. Maybe have an East Coastal Zone, potentially, or potentially just keep going in the southwest until we get a TV deal. That probably will be what we end up doing, but, you know, we're going up everywhere, which is really good. Excellent stuff. We'll have a look at our inbox and then the standings of the Tag Team Classic as well. Obviously, the champions weren't involved in a match this time around because there's 9 teams. One team is going to miss out, obviously. What I should have done is set it up after Ultimate Phoenix and Ultimate Phoenix Junior debuted, and then we'd have 10 teams and everything would be fine. Let's always pay rise. We'll do pay rise requests in a second. Everyone's going up from their £10 a week. It's not pounds, it's dollars, and it's not a week, it's a show. But anyway, we've won the regional battle once again. Got 72,000 people watching Hardcore Halloween, which is, I think, the highest we've seen. We bumped over into November now. You can see we made 115,000 this last month, which is ridiculous compared to where we were at the beginning of the year. The production costs have blown up from 10, 15,000 up to 50, and I mean, you've gone from 20 or 40, depending if we had 1 or 2 shows, to 115. So it's worth it. The extra spend is worth the money it brings in. Speaking of tournaments, here we go. This is the standings. Obviously, there's only been 1 round of matches, so we've got 2 points for 4 teams, 0 for 5 teams, and we'll keep that developing as we go through the next load of shows. I've got no idea when it'll finish or how it'll actually be booked and how it'll finish and anything like that, but that's just booking on the fly, I guess. But 9 teams in a round robin. Why not? Just why not? That's simple. Winners get the titles or a title shot, depending on how it works out. I'm not sure, but we'll book it through. Next up, we have got the Showdown at Sundown and then Christmas Cage Classic. Chaos, not Classic, Chaos is the end of the year show. There's only 1 show in each of the last 2 months of the year, so we've got 2 left. That was actually show 16, I think. Not 14, so there we go. But then we'll be back around for Revolution 2023. As you can see, for the ones I bothered to do a new logo on, they're in here. I've not done the rest of them yet, so I need to. But it's Showdown at Sundown coming up next, the November show, and then we'll be back after that with more Coastal Zone action. Please let me know in the comments down below your thoughts on the series and the booking. If you've got any ideas, I'd love to hear it. And I'll see you on the next one. Thanks a lot for watching. Please subscribe. Welcome back, everyone, to the Coastal Zone here on Spike Piledriver, where we are playing through the default database, and today we're doing something a little bit different. We are not hosting a show on the southwest coast. We are going over to the east coast for something I'm calling Florida Zone Championship Wrestling. That's right, we are trying to expand across into the southwest. We've made loads of money on recent shows, so why not do something a little bit daft? I've signed a load of people here who will join our southwest brand split. Southeast brand split. And they've been signed for 6 months. So it's a 6-month max experiment. If it messes up in the first... If we go through November and lose loads of money, I'll just can it and chuck them in the rest of the normal shows. But as part of that, we have now got Coastal Zone Florida, so Florida Zone Championship Wrestling. That's going to happen every single week on a Friday, apart from when Christmas Cage Chaos is there, because that's just, that's the main show. We've got Showdown at Sundown, which we'll also do in this video after the first couple of Florida shows, then Christmas Cage Chaos, and then we're back around to Revolution. You'll notice I finally got around to making logos for all the shows, so well done me. That is what we're doing today. We're going to Florida, and we've also got a Florida Zone Championship, which is vacant. I haven't got a proper championship for it, but there we are. It's vacant, and we're going to decide that through a tournament, which will be here. So this is the quarterfinals. We've got Stevie Grayson versus Onslaught, Catherine Goodlooks against Teddy Powell, Air Attack Weasel against Altitude, Ernest Youngman against Ultimate Phoenix. So we've drafted in a few people from the original roster onto our Southeast brand split, and if we look, we have actually done it as a brand split as well. So, in fact, I forgot to make him. Carlos Barrera needs to go to the West Coast. I've left Frankie Boy as unbranded so he can defend his title on the first couple of Florida shows, but he'll go over to the West Coast as well, and then all the staff will just be unbranded. The normal roster is West Coast, as you can see here, and then the East Coast, which we've got all of our new signings, plus Altitude's gone over there to see if we can use his push. Frankie Perez, just to give him a bit of a break from being defeated by Mas Cougar. Another Perez there, not related. And that is... Jonathan Frost and Victor Kim have come over as well. And the Phoenixes, the Ultimate Phoenixes have come over to the East because they've only just debuted. So we'll just stick them on the East Coast and try them there anyway. Plenty of people we've signed. We're going to go through and do some shows anyway in the Southeast. It's just an hour-long show, generally. See how we get on with that. And we'll go through the tournament over the first few weeks and try and crown a new champion. I've got no idea who we're going to crown as a champion yet, but that is what we'll do. All the shows will be in Florida, and what I'll do now is I'll jump forward to the first Florida show. We'll do the Florida show on the 11th, and then the 18th, and then when we get to the... will it be the 25th? We'll do I think we do 3 Florida shows, and then we do Showdown at Sundown, which will be the main event part of this show. But we'll blow through all of those in this episode, because they're only hour-long events. And I've done enough talking now, so we'll just go and do that, shall we? Excellent. Join us again in a second. And here we go then, in front of 103 people in Tampa, Florida, which is a bit less than we normally see. But that's, that's why we're going over here, to try and expand a little bit out onto the Southeast. So we pre-show with a 8-person tag, and it's won by Stevie Grayson pinning Onslaught with the Shades of Grayson. Loads of people debuted their new gimmicks because they're all new, and that one got a 42 rating as the opening match of our Southeast experiment here in Florida. We're in Tampa. I mentioned that, didn't I? Yes. Okay, on to the main show, and Frankie Boy Fernandez starts out by welcoming fans to the Coastal Zone. He's talking to Max Smith backstage. Tonight he defends his Coastal Zone title against his old foe Frankie Perez, and then there's a tournament kicking off for the new Florida Zone title, which begins tonight and will go on over the next few weeks, and we'll crown a new champion at some undetermined point in the future. That one only got a 33, but that's because Frankie's popularity in the Southeast is lower than it is back home on the Southwest. Okay, first match of the real show, a new tag team, the Young and Wasted. Brett Kyle and Taylor Norton, that's it, defeated Paul Perez, who was a job guy, and Ricky Turner in just over 10 minutes with a go-home 51 rating here. This is the only team now in existence who are not part of our Tag Team Classic, but they're on the wrong coast, so there we go. Ricky Turner was rusty, so he needs to get himself some matches back under his belt. But generally speaking, I'm quite impressed with the Young and Wasted. They are a team over in FCW on Puerto Rico, so they should be quite handy in the ring at least. Anyway, so crowd rating of 9, which is good, but segment rating 51 should give everyone a nice little boost. Up we go to... Oh dear. Air Attack Weasel, very rusty. Altitude, a bit naff. Altitude got the victory, though, as part of the tournament, so that's because we're continuing his push. Obviously, 33 rating for this one, a little bit of a drop down on what we were hoping for. Air Attack Weasel, I was expecting to bring a little bit more to the table than this, but he's off his, he's rusty, so we let him off. He'll get better. But Altitude goes forward in the tournament, as does, obviously, someone we were expecting to do really good, Ernest Youngman, who then also sustained a back injury. Hopefully it's nothing serious, but he beat Ultimate Phoenix, as you probably would expect, in 10 minutes. They went all out to try and steal the show and got a 58. That's not good, though, if he's got a back injury. Ultimate Phoenix is getting better. Ernest Youngman was great, but back injury, not good. He's going to be the star, I think, on the Southeast, provided he's not injured, so we'll see. Then in our main event, obviously you'd expect Frankie Boy and Frankie Perez to bring the goods. A 66 rating would probably have been about 11 or 12 points higher if it had been happening in California, but defense number 12 of the Coastal Zone title to drag the show up to a decent overall rating, hopefully, in front of the 103 fans in Tampa. There'll be more of those next time around, I'm sure. But excellent, great way to finish the show. Frankie Boy, he debuted a new high spot, so that was good. Well done. You'll be using it as a go-to spot in the future. Well done to him. Excellent stuff. Increased our popularity in 18 regions still, so that's good. I mean, I wasn't expecting it to do that. Overall rating of 60. So yeah, a well-oiled first show. Injury review. He'll be unavailable until January, Ernest Youngman. So he needs to be replaced in the tournament. Excellent. This experiment started out well, and now it's not gone very well. He's out for a month and a half. Wonderful. Wonderful. The star of our Southeast is out for a month and a half. We only lost $6,000 on the show, which is not bad, actually. So, can't complain. It's not a failure. That's good. Recap on the popularity side of things. We've gone up everywhere, which is good. Southeast stays at 55, which is also good. Southwest, sorry, stays at 55. I don't want that to drop down because we're doing these odd shows in Florida. So that's good. We'll keep going. Excellent. We're going to have to do something about Ernest Youngman being injured, but don't worry, his next match in the tournament can be a few weeks away, but it won't be January, so we will have to replace him. But we'll do that, and we'll see how we get on in the next Florida show. We'll jump forward to that one in a second as well, and we'll basically, let's just have a quick look. Viewing figures, got 65,000 people viewing it on WrestleWorld, obviously still on WrestleWorld, so that's good. Out for a few months. Excellent news. Right, we'll be back with the next Florida show in just a second. And we are back in front of 104 people in Tampa, Florida for the second week of Florida's own Championship Wrestling. Right, before we get into the main show, we've got a pre-show four-way of everyone who's not on the card. And Air Attack Weasel gets a big victory because look at the other people in the match. No surprise there whatsoever. He's still rusty. Ricky Turner's still rusty. They're going to get through that ring rust soon enough, hopefully. And hopefully that happens before Air Attack Weasel gets himself sacked for being a pain in the backside during the backstage before pre-show stuff. Anyway, 31 rating for that one. As we move into the main show, Frankie Perez did not do well without script, so darn, even with pre-taping. Ernest Youngman is ruled out of the tournament due to a back injury, so Frankie Perez announces he's taking his slot in the semi-finals, just like that, and he's going to prove why he deserves to in our opening contest when he beats Original Sinner, who just rocked up backstage and asked for a match. So we gave him one, and we gave him 5 minutes to lose to Frankie Perez. A 36 rating for this one, but it's okay. It bumps us. Why not? We'll go up forward. Original Sinner did alright, actually. 31. Perez with a 48. Not quite the standard of Ernest Youngman, but that's what we've got because of injury. Then a three-way tag match. Young and Wasted once again getting a victory. We're going to have to do something with them in Florida before shipping them off to California and getting them involved in the tag team division. Ultimate Phoenix and Victor Kim and Coco Malloy and Altitude, the other teams. Ultimate Phoenix Jr. off his game, but still better than Victor Kim. So there you go. 52 rating for that one. Good one. This tag team worth bringing in, definitely. They seem to be doing pretty good. Maybe they're a future challenger for Tandem Offense if they become the best team in Florida. Then we've got our next quarter-final match. Stevie Grayson beats Onslaught in 10 minutes. They tried to steal the show and didn't do too bad. 48 rating, not amazing, but 48 rating all the same. Probably what we can be about expecting for good to decent upper mid-card matches in Florida at the moment. But Stevie Grayson gets the victory and moves forward. He will be facing Catherine Goodlooks, who beats Teddy Powell with a pretty fly in 12 minutes. This one, they've got great chemistry, but still only a 44 rating. So you can see already that the best of the zone in California are better than the people we've hired in Florida at least. But a good, decent match, at least 44. Catherine Goodlooks moving on. And then in the main event, we've got to do something. But Frankie Boy Fernandez tries to drag a decent match out of Ultimate Phoenix and gets another defense of his Coastal Zone title just to try and bump the show up a little bit. He's benefiting from that hot new move we talked about last show, 55 rating. One more Florida show to get to before we go to Showdown at Sundown. We've lost popularity, though, in one region, which is not great. That's probably the Southwest. We'll get through that. Only 6,000 lost. It's worth the investment. Popularity recap. Hopefully these don't damage our Southwest performances too much, because we're on WrestleWorld, so we need to still be decent. So maybe need to think of a better strategy for main events. Maybe bring someone else in from the Southwest to fight Frankie Boy Fernandez in the main event, just to drag it up a little bit and give them a bit more of a here's the zone kind of feel. But there we go. We might also lower ticket price. No, that's gonna have a financial hit, isn't it? If we lower ticket prices to get more people in, we'll just keep going in front of 100 people. It's worth the effort for a few months at least to see if we can get this 23 a little bit higher. And hopefully that'll have some spillover knock-on effects for some of the other regions, and we'll kind of be in a position where we can get some TV nationally, which would be good as we move up to medium, hopefully soon, as we move that southwest, and don't do too much damage to it by running these shows in Florida. Right, there's one more Florida show we're going to run through before we get to Showdown at sundown. And before we get to that, we'll have a quick look at our tournament. If we can go here, there, sort of semi-finals, Stevie Grayson, Catherine Goodlooks, altitude against Frankie Perez. Obviously, because of that injury to Ernest Youngman, he was pegged as the first champion. So we'll see how we get on as we go through the semi-finals. It might end up being Frankie Perez, but we'll get there. It might be a Perez-Grayson final. We might just continue pushing altitude for the sake of it and get him into the finals. And we'll decide how we get the the Florida Zone Championship decided in a second. But another 6 days until the next show in Florida, and then we're back to California the day after, and we'll try and do something which basically gets us a better main event so we don't hamper our popularity in the Southwest. See you in a second. And our final Florida show in Jacksonville this time. We move from Tampa to Jacksonville. Kicks off with a pre-show match where once again Air Attack Weasel just sort of does the business against some job guys. 28, trying to get rid of that ring rust. Not gone yet. 28 segment rating to kick off the pre-show. And then the main show starts with a four-way where Teddy Powell is victorious over Ultimate Phoenix Jr., Onslaught, and Ricky Turner, who again trying to shake off some of that ring rust. But he's getting there eventually. Onslaught carried the match, so maybe we should look to be pushing him here in Florida, but we'll see about that going forward. 40 rating for this one. Then our first of the semi-finals gets a 47 as Stevie Grayson pins Catherine Goodlooks with the Shades of Grayson. He moves on into the final. Again, Catherine Goodlooks putting in a good performance though, so we should keep our eye on her. And then in the second semi-final, Altitude did the upset, 49 the segment rating, but he beat Frankie Perez after his 720 splash, and he moves forward into the final. You may question why I'm doing that, but you know, why not? I'm pushing Altitude. I've always said I wanted to push him. We continue to do so. So Frankie Perez comes in and loses his first match in the tournament. He's probably not very happy with me, is he? Never mind. Oh well. Ernest Youngman will be back though in January to probably become champion. So whoever wins the tournament is just going to be a placeholder potentially, unless they start pulling out the ratings. And then speaking of ratings, in something that was basically done to try and get some ratings, that young tag team, Young and Wasted, that we were on about, doing well. They were in a tag team match with Frankie Boy Fernandez, who is once again here to carry the show. He teamed with Coco Malloy, and she put in a good performance. Not quite at the level of everyone else, but good enough for a 67 overall rating for the main event. I think the next 2 weeks, Frankie Boy Fernandez is going to defend his Coastal Zone title against Brett Kyle and Taylor Norton, just to see if we can get them up and get the shows up and not get a little hit on our popularity in the Southwest, which we haven't increased. Looking at this, we've only increased in 10 regions rather than 18. So there we go. And the 3 other people, apart from Frankie, in the main event were used too much. Never mind. We have no injuries. We've made 5,000 loss, so that's probably about 22,000 over the 3 weeks. It's not too bad at all. Popularity-wise, we've not even gone up in the Southeast, which is bizarre. An odd one, this. I think we need more than 55 as our show ratings to get everywhere up. But it's okay. We're doing an experiment. Why not? We'll keep trying. Eventually we'll get the Southeast up. But there we go. Right, it's going to be straight into Showdown at sundown, which is back to our regularly scheduled programming. We'll be there in a second. Back in California. And we are back in California, Anaheim to be exact, and nearly 7,000 in attendance, which is much better than the 100 we are getting in Florida. Our pre-show for Showdown at sundown sees the Beach Boys get a victory over Young and Wasted, Air Raid Siren and Coco Malloy, and Onslaught and Teddy Powell in a 4-way pre-show. Keep people on the pay check book thing system match. 55 rating, not a bad start to the show. Back to ratings we can actually appreciate. In the opening angle of the show, Mas Cougar has been commenting on how Frankie Boy Fernandez has been on holiday in Florida and now he needs some real competition when we're back in California. So he's challenging him to put the Coastal Zone title on the line tonight. We've also got a #1 contender for our next show. That match will also happen tonight. But we're back into Tag Team Classic action. And this one, we see the California Dreams once again get victory, this time over the Inner City Express. Kira Lee putting in a strong performance in the opening match of the night. A 60 rating for this one. And we move forward. Wildcats beating Thunderstruck for a 62. Another good performance from everyone. The Wildcats moving on to a victory here. Again, at the end of the show, we'll check the tournament standings and show you what the situation is after 2 rounds, or 2 shows at least. Gangster Nation have beat the Apex Twins. The Apex Twins, once again, picking up a loss. This one only getting a 45 rating though, so drops down a little bit compared to the 2 previous matches. But we're back up to the 60s as this one ends up being for the titles, because as we said, every match that Tandem Offense have in the Tag Team Classic will be a title match. But they managed to defend against Double Dragon in this one. Zell Quinn with a magic trick, getting the submission over Komodo Dragon. Huda Ask putting in a star-making performance once again. 60 rating for a tag team title defense within the tournament. And then we go on to our Christmas Cracker 4-way, the winner of which gets a title shot in December against Frankie Boy Fernandez, and Carlos Barrera, once again, gets the victory. So we're going to run that one back. Why not? It's a good one. And maybe Carlos can finish the year out as a double champion. This one could have been for the Cot World title as well, but I wasn't sure who I was going to get to win the #1 contendership, so I didn't want to risk it. Air Attack Weasel and Altitude coming in from the Southeast brand, the East Coast from Florida, and California Love Machine, obviously, from California, because that's what they do. Steal the Show seemed to work okay. 59, a little bit short, but you know, we got the crowd buzzing. I can't see the note about Air Attack Weasel being rusty, so that's good. And then in our next match, this one's for the Extreme title. I almost forgot what this match was. It's American Flash beating the stars of yesteryear, Ultimate Felix, Stevie Grayson, and Snapdragon. And American Flash carried the old fogies, and we've only got a 51 rating. I probably should have put this one earlier in the card. American Flash looking good out there, and then he complains about having to face men and beat them up who should be at the retirement home. He demands more competition for his title, and just like that, Kira Lee runs down and the pair begin to brawl and are separated by staff. We will have an Extreme title match between these pair whenever Kira Lee decides to cash in her contract that she won back at Reach for the Sky. That one bumps the angle rating up. And then finally, something to shout about. Frankie Boy Fernandez and Mas Cougar once again bringing the goods. Frankie gets defense number 14 of his title. He's still using that hot new move. An 83 segment rating here. An absolute cracker to finish the show. Excellent stuff. 78 rating overall. Only increasing our popularity in 9 regions though. Not sure what that's about. Maybe we've run too many shows on WrestleWorld this month. Maybe that's why. But who cares? And 78 rating for the show is good enough for me. 125 grand in profit, more than wipes out any loss we made by being in Florida. You can see though, Southwest gets a 56. We're up to now. New England, Puerto Rico, and Hawaii also for some reason going up. Not quite sure where everyone else didn't, but that's just what's happening apparently. And then across Canada, we've done well there as well. Excellent stuff. Right, we'll have a look at the situation in the Tag Team Classic, and we'll look forward to our next show, which will be Christmas Cage Chaos. And between now and then, I think we've got 4 trips to Florida to make, so we'll have a look at that one. There we go. 83,000 viewers for Showdown at Sundown. The tournament situation looks like that for the Florida Zone Championship, which will be in the next Florida show. Stevie Grayson against Altitude. And then the Tag Team Classic looks like this. We've got Gangster Nation on 4, California Dreams on 4, Wildcats on 4, and then Beach Boys and Tandem Offense on 2. So, no surprises just yet, but we'll see how this round robin develops over the next 6 shows, I guess. We'll see what happens there. I did also want to quickly look at our size. Yeah, so we did. I'm glad about that. We did actually show it on WrestleWorld. I thought for a second there with the strange little quirk of not many shows being, not many regions being popularity boosted by that last show, that we hadn't actually put it on WrestleWorld, but we did, so that's okay. You can see that's where we need to get. We need to get 59 full medium and 35 in the mid-south or northwest, which we are beating in the northwest and the mid-south. So as soon as we get this 56 up to 59, which could be maybe Vendetta time in February, we'll be up to medium, and then who knows how much extra cost that will bring. Right, thank you so much for watching. If you've enjoyed this, let me know in the comments, like the video, subscribe to the channel. We'll be back in Florida in 5 days as we go into December, and then it'll be time for Christmas Cage Chaos at the end of the month. Well, around Christmas, obviously. Right, I'll see you then. Thanks a lot. Please check out the next video. Welcome back to the Coastal Zone, and we are back in Florida as we get into December on the road to Christmas Cage Chaos, and we're going straight into our first Florida show. And the opening bout sees Catherine Goodlooks get a victory in a 4-way match, also including Ultimate Phoenix Jr., Teddy Powell, and Jonathan Frost. So Goodlooks gets the good victory. She was well head and shoulders above everyone else. 42 rating for this one. Nice way to start the show. Should get us off to a hot start. We move on into a tag team contest. Onslaught and Frankie Perez, an unlikely pairing, but they get the victory over a different Perez, Paul Perez, no relation, and Victor Kim. Again, Victor Kim, weak link, but he's a new guy, so you kind of to be expected. Onslaught kept up well with Frankie Perez, though, in their new random teaming. 45 rating. Maybe they'll go forward. Who knows, basically. Well, by the way, in front of 108 people in Orlando, Florida, for the Florida Zone Championship Wrestling. And I've not mentioned it, but we're going to crown a new Florida Zone champion tonight as well, the end of the tournament. But before we get into the tag team of the territory, the Young and Wasted, who we are probably going to have to start integrating properly into the rest of the tag division, because they've got another victory here against veteran team of Air Attack Weasel and Ricky Turner. The go home from Brett Kyle in just over 10 minutes got a 60 rating for that one. This tag team looking good. Obviously, a week ago in Florida, they were in the main event against Frankie Boy Fernandez and his opponent for tonight's main event, Coco Malloy, but they were not in a winning outing last time around, but they have won today in this one. Then we go into our disappointing worst match of the night for the Florida Zone Championship. Excellent. This is what happens when an injury happens and we decide to push Altitude for some bizarre reason. But Altitude gets the victory over Stevie Grayson, who did not carry him to a good match. They tried to steal the show. They failed miserably. But Altitude wins the Florida Zone Championship, and thankfully we haven't made it the main event, because that would have been an absolute disaster. But 39, still good enough for Florida, but it's being broadcast on WrestleWorld, so that's not good enough for there. And we decided to put on a main event worthy of carrying the show. A 69 rating for another defense, number 15 of Frankie Boy Fernandez and his Coastal Zone Championship this time around. Coco Malloy, who did a good outing in their tag team contest last time around. She is unfortunately not successful in this one, but Frankie Boy Fernandez picks up another victory, carries the rest of the show, and that gives us a 63 rating, which is good overall. 18 regions improving, and Coco Malloy was used far too much because she's not a main eventer, but she got a main event anyway. Financial review made a little bit of a loss, but we've got loads of money in the bank, so that's fine. Popularity up, and up some more everywhere around the nation. So there we go. That's the end of week 1 in Florida. As before, in last week's episode, we'll go through the Florida shows. So we've got the 9th, the 16th, and then the 23rd will be when Christmas Cage Chaos is. So we won't do that one. We'll skip that week. Well, we won't skip it as in it'll happen. We'll skip it as in it won't happen. So we'll get there to Christmas Cage Chaos. In terms of they were at 5-star wrestling this week. 70,000 watched it on WrestleWorld, which is great. Only 100 in attendance, but never mind. So let's quickly look at the schedule here. So we've got another 2 weeks, the 9th and the 16th for Florida Zone, and then Christmas Cage Chaos, which will be the main event end of the video, and then we'll come back into next year for the next Florida show, and we run towards Revolution in January. We're going to have a bit of a hiatus after the end of this episode, though, as we go forward into the next year and get our plans for 2023 nailed down. Right, we'll jump forward a week, do the next Florida show, see how we can run with Altitude as champion, which I'm going to regret doing. But in fact, before we do that, let's have a quick look at our champions. Here we go. Frankie Boy Fernandez, main champion, Coastal Zone champion. Tandem offense team of Hugh Ask and Zell Quinn, the Coastal Zone tag champs. Extreme champion is still American Flash. Florida Zone champion is now Altitude. Not sure on that one. And then the Reach for the Sky contract, Kira Lee holds with the Riptide Rumble. Obviously was won by Carlos Barrera back in April, but that will happen again in the next April. So there we go. New champion. We'll see in a second for the next Florida Zone Championship Wrestling. Back at it again in Florida, and our opening contest here in Jacksonville sees Frankie Perez win a 5-way against everyone else who wasn't on the rest of the card. It's not on the pre-show, it's just part of the show. The show's not long enough for a pre-show. There's not enough people on the East Coast brand for a pre-show, at the moment at least. But Frankie Perez, head and shoulders above everyone else, getting a comfortable victory, 42. Better than our title match last week, which apparently is the bar we need to beat. Maybe Altitude, as Florida Zone champion, is not a good one, but we shall see. Frankie Perez picks up the victory in that opener, though. Then we get Onslaught picking up a nice victory over Air Attack Weasel. He was off his game. Weasel's nice and old, so we get a 41 rating for this one. We're going to have to try and get people pushed into a better position on this brand because that kind of rating ain't great. But we do have a decent match between Coco Malloy and Catherine Goodlooks, with Goodlooks getting the victory here. We went all out to try and steal the show. This one gives Goodlooks a title shot against Altitude, a 53 rating for this one. Coco Malloy doing the slightly better in-ring performance. And then our main event, we're trying something different. We're basically trying to get Frankie Boy Fernandez to drag everyone else up in the main event. There's a lot of people in here, so we'll see how we get on. And it only gets a 59, so not fantastic. Perhaps Frankie's worst match of the year, but we can't really blame him. He is head and shoulders above everyone else. Once again, the young and the wasted put in a good performance. Oh, by the way, Frankie won this one by pinning Ultimate Phoenix Jr., but you can kind of expect that if you look at the cast of characters on show. Young and wasted put in a good performance. Altitude, he's part of the winning team by default. The Phoenixers, again, and Stevie Grayson and Teddy Powell on the opposite side of the ledger. Anyone put in a good performance apart from Frankie and the tag team we were expecting to? No, that's kind of what... That's where we are, I guess. This show, an experiment without Ernest Youngman, is going to be quite difficult. But hopefully that was enough to get the show. We've lost popularity. We've lost popularity in the Southwest. I can tell you that now without even looking. Maybe we take it off WrestleWorld now going forward. When we get into the new year, we'll take it off WrestleWorld. I think that is... In fact, do we just can it? Do we can it? This is a decision we need to make. Financial report, lost $6,000, don't really care. I've skipped the popularity recap. I meant to click on it, but I've skipped it. Hopefully it's not dropped us down to 55, because we were on 56 in the Southwest. We'll check that. That's not a good show. The trick here is to have Frankie Boy Fernandez in the main event against someone in a singles match, not in a 8-man tag. Only 60,000. Well, that's 10,000 less than last week. Let's quickly look at popularity. Still 56. It's gone down a little bit, but it's still 56. Everywhere else is okay. Southeast is up to 25. Do we track the progress? How's that going since we started? It's 20. Okay, it's going up a little bit. Everywhere else is going up as well, though. Do we have a comparable control region? Potentially not. The Midwest. That's up as well a lot. Maybe doing this touring show isn't really helpful for Florida. We've done it now. We've crowned a champion, though, so I'm kind of locked in for a few months. A lot of the people we brought in for the brand aren't great. Maybe a rethink. I think definitely having Frankie Boy Fernandez in the main event against someone. Do we just make him Florida champion? Potentially. We've got one more week of Florida before we get to the main course, which is what you're all here for, the Christmas Cage Chaos, which has got Frankie defending his title against Carlos Barrera in a cage match. There's also going to be a cage match for the Extreme title. The Tag Team Classic continues, right? We'll be back for Florida again in a second, and then we'll go to Christmas in California. The final stop on our Florida swing before Christmas sees us in Tampa, Florida, in front of 110 people. So it's consistent across the state. Our opening contest sees the Phoenix. They're not brothers, they're father and son, aren't they? Or uncle and son. Anyway, Ultimate Phoenix and Ultimate Phoenix Jr. along with Onslaught getting the victory in a 6-man tag. Victor Kim, Jonathan Frost, Paul Perez on the losing side of things. Onslaught putting in the performance of the match. 39 rating though, a little bit grim. Next up, Coco Malloy getting a very good victory over two veterans, Frankie Perez and Air Attack Weasel. They tried to steal the show and did well actually. 55 rating. Coco Malloy getting a good solid victory here. Air Attack Weasel a little bit beyond the performance of everyone else, but 55 really good. Next up, tag team contest, a 60 rated again. Young and Wasted, definitely the highlight of this little experiment. They got a victory over Teddy Powell and Ricky Turner. Taylor Norton getting the win this time around. Again, good strong performances from these two. 60 rating for the match. Then we go into a title match, and I decided, Altitude, you can get stuffed. He got into a fight with a fan backstage before the show outside in the parking lot, and he's been grumpy and basically a bit naff in the ring. He's off his game, and he's been pinned. He's lost his title straight away. Catherine Goodlooks, just because she's got the shot. I mean, there you go, new champion. Screw you, Altitude. I'm not pushing you anymore. You have ruined every chance you've been given, and you're not that good. So 43 rating is crap. But we've got a new champ to try again with. Coco Malloy, I'm trying to build her up. Obviously, the Young and Wasted are built. Oh, that's not a great match either. Young and Wasted are obviously really good as well. But a 56 rating for Frankie. Frankie couldn't even get a good match out of Stevie Grayson. Oh, defense number 16 in the main event. That's not going to be good for our overall show rating either, is it? That's going to be a loss of popularity. We've only gained popularity. This is a disappointing experiment. I might just can the whole thing. I might, we'll refresh over Christmas because we're cancelling next week's show, obviously, because of the Christmas cage. No, that's not good. Financial report, again, lost a bit of money. Popularity recap. Ooh. Still 56, but not great. We didn't even gain popularity in the Southeast. That's where we are. That's the point of doing these shows. I think we might stop. I think we've done 6 weeks of Florida shows. Not good. It's not good. I think we might return to our previously scheduled not doing that kind of thing. Do we just get rid of the Florida Zone Championship after creating it? Possibly. It might just become an undercard. No, we've got an undercard title. Okay, I'm not sure what we're going to do, but obviously there's no Florida show now until our main show is going to be Christmas Cage Chaos. That's what we're here for. These have just been the appetizer. I think the Florida experiment might be done. It's not coming. It's not doing what I was hoping it to do. I tried it. It's not working. It's not working. Not even Frankie can get good matches out of some of the people. I'm tempted to just bin it off. I think we might just have to bin it off. This is not happening next week. Do we just... I think we do. Let's make it dormant. How do we make it dormant? Active, no. Dormant, yes. Save. Done. We're done. We're not going back to Florida again. I've made the decision. That's... we'll go into the brands as well and just end the brand split. End the brand split. We're not doing the brands anymore. Title, Florida Zone Championship. We'll find a way to merge it, to unify it with either the Extreme title or the Coastal Zone. Probably the Extreme title, honestly, or the Coastal Zone title. We'll do that. We'll probably sack a load of people because we don't need as many. We've got 50 people on the roster now. We don't need that many, and quite a lot of the people we brought in for Florida aren't that good. Right, we'll be back for Christmas. I've just made a big decision there on a whim. We're cancelling Florida. That's Florida cancelled. We're staying in California and on the West Coast from now on. Right, we'll be back in a second for Christmas Cage Chaos. We've got some cage mashers, obviously, for our 2 main singles titles. See you there. Ho, 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 it's Christmas Cage Chaos time, and we're back in California. We're never going to Florida ever again. It's Sacramento, 7,837 in attendance, and we've got some great matches on deck tonight. Our pre-show, though, sees Masked Cougar leading a team to victory. He's partnered with California Love Machine, Frankie Perez, and Snapdragon in a bit of an all-star contest, and they've defeated Ultimate Phoenix, the disgraced Altitude, Air Attack Weasel, and Teddy Powell. Some of these men were brought in for the East Coast, so maybe they won't last very much longer. But we shall see. Anyway, Cougar won with a Cougar Pounce on Teddy Powell. 56 rating. Nice to be back in the decent ratings, particularly even on the pre-show. Altitude off his game again. Big shock. Might get rid of him at this point. He's really starting to grate on me. Next up, Young and Wasted, who were the best part of our East Coast experiment, mainly because Ernest Youngman got injured really early on. They are now going to be getting themselves integrated into the tag division. If the tag division wasn't in a massive state of, well, all teams are in this tag team classic. But Young and Wasted get a victory on the pre-show against Killian Catsby and Heartbreaker. Catsby the weak link. Young and Wasted looking really good. Again, 60s for their in-ring performance, 53 for the match rating. Heartbreaker, bit of a letdown in this one as well. Finally, into the main card and part of the Tag Team Classic. As we mentioned, we've got the opening contest where the Beach Boys get a victory over the Apex Twins. We will check out the standings. I'm not sure what I'm doing here, but we'll check out the standings of the Tag Team Classic at the end of the show. This one gets a 51 rating, and the crowd is hot and rising. Off to a strong start for the show, ooh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Wow. Snapdragon is annoyed about something. So there's a pre-show incident where he was getting into a fight, and I can't remember who with, but basically he is very unprofessional, phoned in his performance, and not trying at all. Brilliant. That's really tanked this rating. And they got the victory as well. Snapdragon Jr. is going to get a bit of punishment for this. We're going to start jobbing him. I think he's been pushed really well, and I liked him. But he's not got a good attitude, clearly. 43 rating. I'm going to apologise to the Gangster Nation for that one. We brought back up a level because the next one, the Wildcats the Wildcats were defeated by the Inner City Express. Jay Becker getting the victory after a rocket launcher. A 60 rating for this one. Back where we belong. And speaking of, in a non-tournament match, the California Dreams teamed with Coco Malloy to defeat Viento Negro, Air Raid Siren, and Luis Montero Jr. Kira Lee getting the victory, obviously. A 60 rating for this one. Potential, we'll cover that what's going to happen with these three later on because there's developments. Tandem Offense then defended their titles as part of the tournament against Thunderstruck. Huda Ask pinning Ellie de Grazia with a skull and crossbones. They went out to try and steal the show, and so far got the show's highest rating of a 62. That's good. Defense number 4 of the tag titles. Obviously, every match they have during the Tag Team Classic will be for the Coastal Zone Tag Team titles, so that's good. Too short, though, for the level of participants in this one. Then we get our first angle of the night, and Frankie Boy Fernandez is talking with Max Smith backstage. He's gone to war with Carlos Barrera for much of 2022. Tonight, inside a steel cage, he wants closure, and he wants everyone to know who is the best, and the best will be the Coastal Zone champion to end the year. 54 rating for the angle. Nicely done there, Frankie. No issues. It was obviously scripted and pre-recorded. But don't worry about that. Then as we talked about after our little Florida interlude, we're going to merge the Florida Zone Championship. It's a failed experiment. But American Flash and Catherine Goodlooks went battling for both titles. American Flash won the Florida Zone Championship, and he made defense number 9 of the Coastal Zone Extreme title. This one was inside a steel cage because it's part of our 2 main events. Or is it 3? Well, we shall see. But a 65 rating for this one. Catherine Goodlooks definitely bringing the goods after coming over to join our East Coast experiment. But she does the job here, sends the title over to the West Coast, and we're going to retire the Florida Zone title in a second. But before we get to that, after the victory, Kira Lee rushes down to the ring and enters the cage. She hands over the Reach for the Sky contract, and this Extreme title match is going right now. 51 rating, obviously the contract is vacated, but the title match goes on inside a steel cage, and we have a new... Oh no! They don't have chemistry! What a disaster. The chemistry isn't there. They don't click. And we only get a 56. Oh no! Kira Lee is the new Coastal Zone and by proxy, the new Coastal Zone Extreme and by proxy Florida Zone champion. But the segment tanked because of the lack of chemistry. It's a little bit too short as well. But oh, that is such a disappointing end to American Flash's reign as the Coastal Zone champion. Coastal Zone Extreme champion, sorry, but we've got the title finally on Kira Lee, but oh dear. That is disappointing. A 56 rating for that one. A flying knee strike did the business in just under 18 minutes for a new champion inside a cage match, and hopefully the next match doesn't do the same. It doesn't. They've got great chemistry. It showed in their performance. Hot new move for Frankie Boy Fernandez, a 79 rating overall. And everything was designed to be an absolute epic in this one. And I think it paid off. Defense number 17, because Frankie Boy Fernandez got the pinfall victory in 34 minutes. Great superb wrestling. Great heat. A great back and forth. But this rivalry, I believe, should be done now. Frankie Boy Fernandez once again getting the upper hand. I think that makes it 3-1 in their series. But either way, Carlos Barrera, still the COT World Champion, even though we've not featured that one for a while. But Frankie gets the victory. Creative finish was a success as well, I need to mention that. 79 rating, puts in a 73 overall, and that only increases our popularity in 10 regions. I think the East Coast experiment has messed with our popularity gains, so that's not very good. But a wonderful way to close the year. A 79 rating match for the title. American Flash, I'm surprised that Catherine Goodluck got the better match out of him, but obviously that lack of chemistry kind of ruined things. But she's now a double champ. I guess we're going to have to vacate the Florida Zone Championship. We'll not do that. Financial report, we've made $141,000 all basically on ticket sales. The revenue for the broadcast and merchandise is covered off the show costs and the worker costs and the marketing and all that. But a massive, massive profit, which is good, so that's good to see. Popularity-wise, for some reason, I'm not sure why we're only just going up in these areas and not these ones which are much lower down, but whatever. No, 56 to end the year in the Southwest. We're so close to getting up to medium, so that's a positive as well. We'll do a final recap for the year now, and as I said, we're probably going to have a little bit of a hiatus before we get into 2023, have a bit of a refresh of what we're planning to do here in the Coastal Zone for next year. Obviously, we've still got the same champion as what we started the year out at, but that's okay. Coco Malloy getting better with time. Frankie Boy Fernandez likes her. They had a match in Florida, which we might run back again at some point. 85,000 viewers for Christmas Cage Chaos. That was good. Let's have a quick State of the Zone recap here. So the Coastal Zone champion still Frankie Boy Fernandez. He's now 371 days. He's going to go further than that because, we've not got another defense until January now. So that's really good. 17 successful defenses. Coastal Zone tag team champions are still Tandem Offense, Huda Ask and Zell Quinn. They've been champions for 133 days now. 4 successful defenses. Then we have the Extreme title, which is now held by Kira Lee. 1 day into this reign. Obviously no successful defenses just yet, but a 216-day reign for American Flash was ended. He went from May to December, so well done to him for bringing this title up along with him. The Florida Zone Championship now needs to retire, so we're on 4 champions in a month. We'll retire that one. What a failed experiment there. Never mind, but thank you, Kira Lee, for your 1-day reign. American Flash didn't even get a full day. Reach for the Sky contract is now vacant. We'll give that one again in September next year. She held it for 90 days before cashing in. 1 defense of the contract, and obviously Riptide Rumble. We'll see again in April. Carlos Barrera winning the 2022 variant. Let's have a quick look at the top 100s for the year. Top event of the year was Showdown at Sundown. This last one, the Christmas Cage Chaos, comes in at number 5. Obviously, the back end of the year getting the big ratings. Matches. they're all basically Frankie Boy Fernandez, but that one there, back at Coral Clash when Carlos Barrera got his one victory, got an 83. I mean, the one in a cage match is only number 5, and that was a 79, so we've got plenty of really good matches. Mas Cougar getting the 83 Showdown at Sundown as well against Frankie, and then involved in the 3-way at Carnage at the Coast to get our 3rd highest rated match of the year. Attendance-wise, it's been back end of the year once again, nearly 8,000 for a Christmas Cage Chaos. You can see that was really, really strong. No pay-per-views, no time rates. Viewership, however, we got 85,000 now. We're ticking up to for our main events on WrestleWorld. There's that. Anything else to quickly look at? The size, we are close. Need 59 to get to medium in the Southwest, so we're getting there. Hopefully now we're not going to do silly things like go and do 3 or 4 Florida shows a month. We can get back to improving this as we go through. But there we are. That's the situation. That's the Coastal Zone for 2022. I hope you've enjoyed. I hope you've enjoyed watching along. And we'll see you on the next episode, which is getting to 2023. And we go back around the loop to Revolution once again. Please like this video. Subscribe here on Spike Piledriver. My name's Anders. I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching.